Hi, my name is Juan Pablo Machado. Welcome to my class. Together we will learn a way to create an artwork and use it to build an animated picture. I prepared this class because I know art schools, animation schools, are not affordable for many people, and I want to teach you an easier way to start animation. Beginners will learn fundamentals of animation and, at the same time, some drawing tricks. At the end of this class, you will be able to create your own animated loop. So, first we will learn how to prepare a project, because for me, it's the most important part of the work. Then you will learn how to create the protagonist of your animation, and I will quickly show you how to create a background. Afterwards, we will animate a loop together, following all the animation steps. I would like to show you a first approach to animation which makes you understand the overall functioning of an animation shot. I hope you will be satisfied when you will see your character move and be proud of your achievement. My first advice is, this class provides a lot of information, so don't push yourself too hard. Imagine that you are a video game character leveling up and focus on one skill at a time. Remember that everybody can learn with time. So relax and enjoy. In this class, you will learn how to install a reference software. PureRef and two Photoshop extensions I use the most: Animator's Toolbars Pro and Perspective Tools 2. First, we will go through PureRef, my favorite one. It's a simple program really useful to build mood boards. As I told you before, the preparation is the most important part of the work. So, with PureRef, we will be able to organize the reference you'll find. First, you will write PureRef on your browser and click on Search, or you can go directly to their website, pureref.com. Once you access the page, you can scroll down to review the assets of this program. Then you click on Download. The process is straightforward. First, you choose your operating platform. Then you can select an amount you think is right for the price of this program. PureRef is a free software, so you can choose to give $0. You will see that their little message changes. If you cannot give anything and are short on money, you can still download it this way. Finally, you proceed to the checkout and click on Download. PureRef is ready to be used. To download the two Photoshop extensions, you have to open Photoshop first. Click on Window, then on Find Extensions on Exchange. It will redirect you directly to the official Adobe extension website. You scroll down a little bit and click on Search Marketplace. Here you can write Animator. You click on the Animator's Toolbars Pro extension from Patrick Dean. Here you click on Buy. It costs $20, but compared to other animation software, it's worth it. For getting to know the fundamentals of animation and figuring out if you want to spend more on a more professional program later on. It will redirect you straight to the checkout. You should also download the Animator's Toolbar script that appears below or in the marketplace when you search for Animator. You fill the required info and it's done. You may restart Photoshop and it will be installed properly. You can now find it at Window, Extensions, Animator's Toolbar. Click on it and it shall pop up. We will learn to use it later on, during the animation chapter. This tool will help you during the animation process. The second tool I use the most is Perspective Tools 2. We won't use it on this course, but if you are interested, you can search for it on Google or go to gumroad.com, where the creator of the extension Sergey Kristik sells his work. This is the main selling website for perspective tools too. If you are interested in this extension, you will have to buy it, but it's totally worth it if you want to speed up your background creation process. I had downloaded it before when it was an official extension, but sadly it was retracted from Adobe Exchange. We will finish this course with a little bonus. Go to Photoshop, click on Brush or P for its shortcut, then click on the little arrow. Go to the wheel and click on it. A menu will appear. You click to get more brushes, and Photoshop will redirect you to a website called Kyle's Brushes. These brushes are just for Photoshop subscribers. There are tons of different options. Some of these brushes make the computer lag a lot, others are great. I use mostly the watercolor on the manga pack. The manga pack has great brushes to sketch, and we will use them during the course. However, bear in mind that great brushes won't make your line work better. Of course, you can use your own brush pack for this course. I will use just a few brushes from Kyle's manga pack to draw and others from the gouache pack to paint. And that's all we will use on Photoshop. See you next time on the first chapter. Have a great day, students! I work mainly in the animation industry as an animator or layout artist. Sometimes I do freelance jobs, but what I like the most is to work on my own stories, which I hope will be on screen one day. I am mostly known for creating the Chill Cows animated loop, but people doesn't know that it's not what I animate the most. My mother told me that I knew how to scribble before I learned to speak. Since I was young, I always had two passions: drawing and creating stories. When I discovered animation, I was totally fond of it. I remember watching animes like Samurai X, Ranma, Sanseiya, Dragon Ball, and many others. I couldn't learn animation in Colombia, my home country, but I had the chance to go to an art school in France. Even if my parents and my family have always supported my choices, it was really hard to start anew. During the first 2 years of art school, I was not really good in animation. I even thought of doing concept art instead. But one day we had an exercise about an animal walking or running. So I decided to animate my favorite dog breed, a pug. I made it run because I thought it was easier. In fact, it was really hard, but at the same time, really fun. From this moment, I knew I could become an animator. I also realized what I like in video games was the animation part. I hope to release my own series one day. Some people told me that 2D animation was dying, but it's not true, at least not anymore. There are a lot of interesting and beautiful 2D projects. One of my art pieces that represents me the most is the short film I make back at art school. Rapunzel is a character that I love to draw. When I see her previous designs, I can see in which way she has evolved during these past few years. She is growing strong, much like I do now. Creating animation and compelling stories has become much more than a passion these past few years. Now I feel bad when I don't draw or I don't write in a while. When I have free time, if I'm not writing and drawing for my stories, I paint wargaming miniatures. I like to go travel and go hiking and spend time with my girlfriend and take care of people or act a lot. Travel has helped me to grow as an artist and has allowed me to widen my references. The moment I remember the most is my first day as an intern in the studio where I'm still working. They showed me all the whole animation process of a previous project, and it was so amazing and inspiring. And now I work with the people I admire. I am so happy to be so well surrounded. Hi, I'm Juan, and in this class we will work on the first part of the course, the planning phase. We will figure out who will be our main protagonist and where the action will take place. Well, the first thing to bear in mind is to take a look at our objective. We want to learn how to animate. But animation can seem hard and tedious. Let me tell you something. To become a good animator, you need a lot of discipline, but mostly you need to learn animating while having fun. This must be your main drive. Make a list of things you will love to do. Before even turning our PC on, we should start brainstorming on paper. Before even turning our PC on, we should start brainstorming on paper. Take a pencil and any notebook, sit down and begin putting your ideas on paper. In my opinion, it's a lot better to work on paper at first. Okay then, let's fill that blank page. Since I love drawing girls, we should write that down. This is our first clue. Where will she be? Maybe on the beach. It's easy to paint a beach, but a little bit harder to animate waves. Look at that beautiful character design, worthy of a blockbuster movie. We know we will draw a girl, but who she is exactly? Well, I love hiking, so she will love it too. Put a little bit of yourself on your characters to flesh them out. What items does she need to hike? A backpack, of course, a big one. She will bring a travel map and a radio even. We are starting to have some assets. That's good. Now, what is she doing there? I imagine she could be eating sushi. I love sushi. But it might be too complicated to animate though. I have a composition idea. Don't be afraid to draw on the brainstorming ideas. Drawings can be quite useful. I imagine that she will be exhausted for a long day of hiking. She will take off her shoes, sit on the stairs, and eat a sandwich. She will then spread her backpack and other things on the stairs. Now we can put it. Write down stairs. Sometimes I put a question mark when I'm not completely sure about an idea. If you have an idea of how light, shadow, and contrast will be on the scene, draw them. On second thought, I would like someplace wider the character to have more space on the composition. I kept the stairs on the foreground, but nearly 2/3 of the images are filled with the sky. Of course, the character will be eating. Some hikers wear bandanas. I never wear them, but I think they look cool. I pictured the face of our character for the first time and draw it right away. Don't worry about being precise and spending too much time on details. This is just a brainstorm. Everything will come together eventually. I think a clouded sky will be more pretty rather than a cloudless sky. We want to picture some of the assets. Don't be shy and draw them. I absolutely love Japanese food, so I drew 2 sushis and an onigiri. They are easy to make. As you can see, brainstorming is about putting on paper everything that comes to mind. There is not an established order. Ideas just come and go. That's why it is so important to write them down. Maybe she is visiting a city. Maybe Saint-Malo, a beautiful town in Brittany, France. We should put the character someplace we know. I think it will be hilarious if she eats eggs like a caveman. It will be so good to animate this, or a sandwich, or an egg sandwich. There are so many possibilities. The fact that she eats a sandwich like a savage gives another hint about her character. We know that the action the character will perform is eating. We have not yet decided what. Maybe a kebab. Kebab is a grilled meat meal who belongs to the old Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire. Nowadays is mostly a street food in Paris. How old is the young girl? She looks like a 16 or 17 years old. Instead of doing a common happy and cheerful girl, we will do a gloomy girl. She will be an introvert, and that will be reflected on her hairstyle. She will have a fringe who will hide part of her head. Her hair will cover both sides of her cheeks. She also has shorts. Now we have an overall view of the character. She will be a gloomy dark character eating something savagely, probably sushi or a sandwich outdoors. Now we have a lot of hints. This is good. In next class, we'll learn how to use ProRef and search for reference to build our project. Thank you and see you next time. Have a great day! Hi, I'm Juan, and in this class we'll learn how to establish your own graphic Bible with PureRef. When we open PureRef, the start page is this blank black layout with no images. See? Nothing here. Okay, little app, we will fill you up with all kind of images. Okay, let's start searching for gold. Here you can see my Pinterest. You can search my name and add it if you want. Look at the Pinterest board I made for this course. Then we click on Character. I have made a few boards within the main class 101 board for a reason. Of course. Let's make the browser window smaller and drag it to the right. We click on the girl's image, hold the left click button and drag it into PureRef. You can move the image on PureRef by clicking and holding the left click button. See, it's easy. To resize PureRef, just right click and drag. If you want to pan in the canvas, press left click and Option in Mac or left click and Alt in Windows. We can make PureRef windows bigger by clicking with the left click and dragging, just like any other window. We make the window big enough so we do not leave any blank space between the browser and PureRef. Let's repeat. We pick the other girl's picture and throw it to the PureRef canvas. We can move them and arrange them later. We go back to Class 101 Pinterest board. We click on Character Posing. There is just one picture, but I love that pose. We click on Drag and put it beneath the other two. When we left-click at an empty spot in the canvas, on Drag, you activate the Selection tool. We click on Drag and left-click again to move the pictures up, far away from the other one. It's really easy. Let's go back again to Pinterest to keep fishing. We go to Character Style. I love to make Pinterest board about the style. My style board has a lot of different artwork. We click on drag in each picture. Sometimes Pinterest can lag and the image disappear. Don't panic. When you refresh the page, it shall go back to normal. You can also click on the image and drag it. This way takes more time, but it won't make your precious images disappear. Whoa! The format of this image is big. Let's press left-click Option on Command in Mac or left-click Ctrl and Alt on Windows and drag the image. We can select many images and resize them at the same time. Let's make everything tiny. I'm tiny man. Let's drag this little girl there. Finally, she's as fierce as her true self. Let's make her tiny as her peers. By clicking on Command F on Mac or Ctrl F on Windows, we can make the canvas the size of the whole screen. Let's tidy up this mess. Click Command N or Ctrl N to create a note. We will name the title first. We will name it Class 101 Character Design Reference. If we click on the little T on the upper left corner, we can change the color of the letters. You can also change the opacity below or the color. Let's add some rows in here. You can drag it and of course resize it at will, like the other images. It's so simple. Let's create another note and type character on it. Once you finish writing, click on an empty space. We will also change the color to white. By the way, the other square on the lower left corner changes the color of the note's background. By the way, the other square on the lower left corner changes the color of the note's background. Now let's put it on the left. Tiny again, please. Below we put the two girls and make them even tinier. If you want to create a note of the same size, just copy and paste it using Command C and then Command V in Mac or Ctrl C then Ctrl V on Windows. To change the title, we have to click twice on the letters before clicking on Delete. If not, the note will be deleted instead of the text. We name it Style. How original. We arrange the whole workplace and right-click to keep searching for reference on Pinterest. We click and drag, then we resize to fit the image amongst the others. Let's create another group. We copy and paste the style node and rename it Posing. Posing is so important in animation. We put the node on the right and oh, surprise! The canvas grew larger. The more you move to its border, the more it grows. It will grow on both sides when you drag an image or a node to the left or right, up or down. Of course, to zoom on the canvas, use the wheel or your fingers. When the canvas grows too large, we just press Command O or Ctrl O to scale it down in order to fit the existing nodes and images. With all the shortcuts you have learned, you can fill a canvas in no time. This image goes totally on posing. I love this artist, Annette Marnat. She went to my school. Here is another one, Guillaume Saint-Gelin. I don't draw like him, but I adore his style. Keep in mind to use references you like. Do not force yourself to pick something you don't like, of course. Big advice. If you want to improve, try learning what kind of reference an artist used to build his own style. We will use as many references as we can. I like to have a lot, even if I end up discarding most of them. This helps us to make some choices. This guy worked for Chilkow too. I love his line art and colors. I have never spoke to him, but I would like to meet him one day. Just as his side, we will take another big reference of mine. It's a French beret artist named Loïc Locatelli. He's one of my favorites. I think he went to my art school too. I'm seeing a pattern here. I picked the wall reference because I love the texture work in it. Don't think merely on the line. Hello students, we keep making our groceries. Oh no, a picture pivoted. We do not want that. We can rotate it with left click and command on Mac or left click and Ctrl on Windows. We can always press Command Z or Ctrl Z to go backwards. We can also snap rotate the image if you want, with left click Command Shift on Mac or left click Ctrl Shift on Windows. The images will rotate a lot. You can always change the shortcuts preset to avoid it. I haven't because I have not thought about it until now. Let's tidy up again. When there's a lot of images, I like to create sub-chapters. We will of course do that later on. When we right-click on an empty space, we have a small panel that appears suddenly. We have many options here, under shortcuts next to them. We can even select many images and arrange them. I do not advise using it since it will mess everything up. So please don't. Of course, we can also place an image underneath another image or in front of it by pressing the cursor keys. Remember to save your workspace. The shortcut is Command S or Ctrl S. Classic. And we can also export the scene, the images one by one or some selected images. We will select a range of clothes for the character we will use. What I like about Pinterest is the recommendation part below. For example, I like this style. The algorithm of the website will suggest me images that have a link to the image I'm viewing at the moment. So we scroll down and see lots of great clothes. Oh, I really like these shorts. And I like this shirt too. It's like going shopping for our character. The more time we spend on it, the more defined she will look. The first thing we figure out is that we are going to make a gloomy character. She will use darker tones. The idea is using many pictures in order to pick parts of the clothes to craft our character style. Oh god, look at these shorts. They will be a pain to animate. Let's put them on the board. Work bit by bit and group by group to avoid resizing all images at the same time. We will make some subgroups for the clothes. Let's do shorts and resize it to make it tiny. Yes, tiny titles. Copy paste and name the new one belt. Again, we will name it shirt. Now we order them on these new subchapters. We go back to Pinterest and keep searching. the process repeats itself. Search, drag, resize, arrange. And again, search, drag, resize, arrange. With our research, we begin to pinpoint what we would like to see in our character. I like this hair, or those eyes, this face, and composition. All the references must serve a purpose. We can also select a group of images and notes and move it, resize it as we wish. We can work searching parts of the body. Pay attention to the eyes, the face, the hair, the morphology of the character, its proportions, and the hands. You can also copy and paste some of the existing images and paste them on other groups. As you can see, I'm picturing a white-haired girl, partly goth girl. I think this hairstyle will go well with the kind of character I'm picturing. Pick references, not only for the looks, but also for the image's feeling. You can also search actresses and actors you like to create characters. Even friends and family if they are okay with it. The most realistic characters are based on real people. There will be references that will catch your eye and will appear in different groups. Keep an eye on them, because this means this is a major reference for our future work. We go to color script now. As you can see, this Pinterest subgroup is used to give the color moods we will see on our group. Now we create another big group, the background. You can arrange it anyway. I'll put it below character design, because I want to. Now we will create the title of this PureRef board and name it Class 101 Ref. Well, I changed the title, but it's okay. You can change things up. Then we will begin filling the background group with images as we did on the other groups. Here, as you can see, I picked a GIF to show you that animated GIFs and videos are not yet supported in PureRef, unfortunately, but they will be added as a single picture. I picked the GIF mainly for the color mood. I may use this color palette later and put the image on the color subgroup below background. We will fill this subgroup with all the images on color script. We can go faster now that we know how to use the tools. The color script is the term used in animation for the different color moods through an entire sequence. Remember that also you can use the canvas space to prioritize some images. The more the images are close to the group or subgroup title, the more important they are. We copy and paste the color subgroup and name it Background Ideas for Composition References. Well, quite a complicated name. But for those references, we won't use Pinterest. We will use some pictures my girlfriend and I have taken during our travels. I have put two images here in order to show you that we can select them both and drag them towards the canvas. Be careful with the size of these images, because it may cause PureRef to lag if they are too big. The best references we can find, of course, are the most original ones. How do we get those kinds of images? Going through your village, city or countryside and taking pictures. You can even dress yourself and put your own clothes on the PureRef board. Don't be afraid to do it. These pictures were taken in the Alsace region, where a friend of mine lives, and the Picardy region at the north of France. We can even put two lookalike pictures of different groups near each other to link these two references together. Here we have a lot of images I picked from my vacation albums. Because of their size, we have to reduce them and optimize the canvas size. We can use space, both in Windows and Mac, to zoom on a single image, or if many images are selected, we can zoom on the selection. While selecting one image, you can travel with the arrowheads from left to right. I don't recommend them because they will travel in the order you added the images. Anyway, adding your own pictures is one of the best things you can do. If you are looking for historical pictures for character design, the best thing to do is go to museums and take pictures if you can. Here are some pictures of the Roman Museum in Rome. I found many pieces of armor there. When I go to museums, I spend too much time taking pictures of weird and beautiful objects. Well, our reference board can be filled a lot more, but we will stop for now. We can keep searching and creating new groups and subgroups. Remember to save your PureRef file and create many versions if you can. Any work you do, you should try saving it at least in 2 different places. your PC, and an external storage disk. Sometimes when we save a PureRef file, the first time we save it will take more time than usual. Afterwards, it should be quicker. Here you can see what the PureRef file looks like. It always finishes at .pur, like pure. Okay, so let's try to quit it and open it again, just to check if the save file works. You should always save after you import your first image to the canvas. The images have loaded and everything is in place. We can also load recent files in PureRef. Going to Menu, Load Recent, and pick the files you want to load. This feature is really interesting. I will charge another PureRef file I made a while back. Here I have other images and stuff. I can select and copy an entire group to paste it in another PureRef file. Then I use the Load Recent feature again, and I paste the images of the other file. In this way, I can arrange the images I already have and delete them, while keeping the references I want. I will put some of them on character on others on clothes. Now we have groups with images from other PureRef files. And with this piece of info, we finish our first class. We learned how to compose a PureRef file and how to search for reference on internet. We also learned that the best reference we can have are the original ones we found in our own environment. Now we can save the file and finally export the whole board. We export it by pressing Command E on Mac or Ctrl E on Windows. We name the file and choose the width and height of our export file. Let's bump the quality up. I advise you to click on borders and background. It's just my personal preference, but I prefer the color black. Okay, let's go on. Now let's hide PureRef pressing Command H or Ctrl H and take a look at the PNG file we exported. The resolution is less good than the other one we have in PureRef. We can always increase it, but the PNG file will perform less good. We can also export in parts if we want, or by group. It may be easier if the need arises. We can also export images one by selecting them and right-clicking anywhere. We choose Export Selected Images and click on it. Then a little menu will appear. We just have to click on Export Cropping and type another name in the Override Name section. We'll click on Export and the images will be ready. Today, we'll learn how to use PureRef and the importance of using references. In next class, we'll start drawing our main protagonist. Thank you very much and have a great day. Hi, I'm Juan, and in this class we'll learn the fundamental part of character design, structures, and proportions. We will begin by opening Photoshop and creating a new file. It can be any size, but I will use Full HD, which is 1920 by 1080 pixels, with 72 pixels per inch as resolution. We click then on Create and we have a blank canvas ready to be used. Okay, so now we sum up a little bit. Remember, the first thing you do is to save your work. It's even more important if you have a dysfunctional PC that crashes all the time. So we are going to name this file class/101/cd on caps, and the version number in this case 00. You can start with 01 if you want. We save My Dear Sweet Potatoes. The next thing to do is to choose a brush which is comfortable for you. Try a soft and fluid brush that does not have a lot of texture and can follow in real time the flow of your hand gesture. It's one of the most important things. I use the Kyle's brush set. I use mostly his manga set, who works wonderful and lets you draw your hand gesture with ease. Even if the brush does not make the artist, you have to be comfortable with it. Try drawing lines with your brush and test different types of brush strokes on the canvas, large ones and small ones. I prefer the thinner brushes who gives a pen feel while drawing. It's really easy to draw with it. We create a group of layers and we will name it CD/rough, all in caps lock, because that's what we will do now. Alright, and now we create a layer within the group we just made, and we name it rough/01. It's okay to make mistakes, that's why we put numbers after its name. And now we are ready to draw. The first thing to do is write her characteristics. It's what we noted during chapter 1. We said she was a woman who liked hiking, of around 17 years, I think. Since she does a lot of hiking, she needs good shoes for that. Good boots, which are based in good reference who can be found in the PureRef board we made during chapter 1. Okay, the right click on my Wacom pen is a useful shortcut for changing the brush size, which is Alt right click or Option right click on Mac. You can always change the size of your brush whenever you want without needing to go through the brush menu, which hinders the workflow a lot. Our character main trait is gloomy. Remember her fringe. I will love her to have black hair and be really pale. Remember that all the info we need to create our character is on PureRef. You can use a second screen or a PNG and paste it on your Photoshop file. It's up to you to figure out which option do you like the most. I work with my other PC on my side, personally. I prefer it that way. Let's rename the layer as Notes. Now we create another layer and we name it like the previous layer. That means rough/01. We put the notes aside with V and drag them to the left. I prefer start drawing tiny sketches. I love tiny stuff. Drawing small helps you see the overall pose and figure, and it doesn't let you focus on details. In this part of the chapter, the details is the last thing we need. Try doing a pose which is lively, but avoid doing stiff poses. I get angry if you do. I'm kidding. But try giving life to your character by breaking the symmetry. One way to do this is by twisting the hips and putting the weight only on one leg. This is what I call a lopsided posture. It gives a lot of life. Always remember to draw small. We will go further on details later on. We can draw several small poses in order to have a bigger range of choice. We will pick the first pose just because I like this lopsided version. Then we pick the lasso tool, draw a circle to select the pose, and Ctrl G or Command G to duplicate the layer with the selection we made. We can name the new layer rough/01 if we want. We can also delete the small poses layer or keep them if we want. Once we deleted the small poses layer, we can resize the pose we select by transforming it using Ctrl T or Command T and dragging one corner of the selection. This is pretty basic. Now the line strokes we use must be fluid like the water. My advice is not to draw every cylinder of the leg, but rather draw the whole body without taking the pen off the screen. And now we're going to push this rough a little bit, drawing the median lines on the face and the body. We create another layer named rough/02 and lower the opacity to about 25 to 30%. We start by the neck and drawing a more precise rough. Never forget about drawing the median line, the line that goes through the middle of the body and the face. It helps a lot when drawing with proportions. You can use this median line to reinforce the lopsided pose. Then we draw different parts of the body with simple geometric shapes. The torso and pelvis are two different parts, always. Okay, actually we will change the color to accentuate the median line. We click on the little square up here to lock the layer, So, a small lock will appear at the right of the current layer. Okay, this is good. Now we use the Shape Rectangle tool and pick a blue color. Try not to saturate it too much. Now let's do the legs. The legs are based on two big cylinders. The cylinders grow wider at the base of the legs because of a set of muscles which closes the legs. That means the cylinders are not perfectly straight. You should always try drawing with curves since straight lines are not really natural. The calves can be also drawn as a cylinder, which has more mass on the outer part of the leg rather than the inner part. This part of the body looks like a chicken drumstick. You cannot unsee it. There is also the serratus muscle, which goes from the inner part of the knee and is attached to the outer part of the pelvis bone. This particular shape looks like a bow. Also, there is an important rule to remember. There is the head size rule. With this rule, you can guess how big a character is by measuring how many heads fits on the body. The more heads the character's body has in it, the bigger it is. The less heads, the smaller. It's quite simple. I think the character we are drawing now measures around 165 centimeters to 170 centimeters tall. You can also use this measurement tool to check your proportions. Okay, now let's talk about one of the most important elements, putting the character on the ground. First, we draw two cylinders for the heels at the end of the chicken drumstick. If you have to, draw a square to imagine the perspective on the ground. It's a good drawing habit to have. When you draw, you should always imagine drawing in 3D, but that depends on the style. Anyway, your volumes are meant to have depth in space. To draw the structure of the feet, you can draw triangular shapes and a circular shape for the tip of the feet. Also, if you add a 3D grid, the lower character should help a lot. Please, I beg you, avoid drawing flat characters. If you want to draw flat characters, do it on purpose. If you check model sheets on the internet, you will see that character feet are positioned always to give the illusion of depth. Look how sad he looks. When you draw too much on 2D, it can harm the depth of 3D. The arms can be simplified as cylinders, much like we did for the legs. Always remember the line work, remember the curves, remember the brushstrokes. The scapula is an essential part of it. It has a triangular shape. Don't forget to draw it when you draw the back. The elbow and the shoulder have more heart-shaped angles. Let's do another cylinder for the forearm. Now we can do the hand. The hands are quite simple to do in proportion. They are like small cubes. You can try doing the fingers by groups during this stage. The thumb, the index, and the rest of the fingers. The thumb has a ball shape at its base, so draw the hand as a rectangle and the fingers as long rectangles too. Group them if you can. Here we can see the main muscle that spins the forearm of the elbow. It's named the brachioradialis. It's a hard name, yeah. It gives more mass to the thumb part of the forearm. So this muscle goes always with the thumb. So when the hand is in pronation, which means inner rotation, you can see the S shapes this muscle makes. Remember, always this position is pronation. The main purpose of the brachioradialis is to rotate the arm. I personally suggest you to learn this muscle, since it's the most important to figure out when you draw. I love drawing these muscles a lot. Now, let's do the right hand. Draw triangles or rectangles for the fingers. I use rectangular shapes when I'm drawing a more bulky character, and triangular shapes when the character is slimmer, like the Gloomy Girl. It's okay if the drawing is not 100% perfect. We are making the rough and can come back to it on later stages, always. So don't put pressure on yourself, it's okay. The most important thing in this phase is that the pose works on its own. Since she's a woman, we have to draw her breast. We will also add the clavicles. If we look from above, the clavicles look like a clothes hanger. We see mostly the frontal part. Great! We drew most of the proportions. Here we can see the thoracic cage on the pelvis. Okay, now the first face is done. We can go further into detail now. Now I'm going to teach you some proportion tips about the face. Since we are drawing a gloomy character, her eyes will be more closed than other kind of eyes. Just draw some few sketches by the side if you want. To draw these kinds of eyes, you can do only 4 hand gestures. It's really easy. The upper lid is one straight line, like this. On the lower one, 2 lines more curvy and angular. Finally, half of the iris is a semicircle. Really easy. Now we place our lacrimal gland within the center of the horizontal median line. It's really hard to say, but it's really easy when you see it on the screen. The eyebrows goes a little bit up. We can give the nose a diamond shape to make it stand out on the mouth, just another straight line. A circle for the head and a triangle for the jaw. We draw the median lines horizontal and vertically. The base of the hairline is 1/3 from the upper median line. From the hairline, we divide the vertical median line in 3, 1/3 for each. The lacrimal gland goes within the line of the median horizontal line. The first part of the 1/3 median vertical divisions ends on the eyebrows. The second part for the nose, and finally the third part for the mouth and the jaw. We can try and do the same on our model. Find the hairline by dividing the upper part of the head by 3. Then, from the hairline, we divide the face in 4 parts. The first part, the forehead. The second part, the nose, eyes, and ears. And the last part, the mouth and the jaw. The lips can be drawn in different ways. You can suggest their form by drawing only a single line, but always remembering to draw in arcs. Drawing in arcs and in curves. Curves and arcs, remember. Or fill the volume with color. In this case, the same of the line. I prefer letting the lips as a line. We can finish the model as it is and perfect it during the tie. Okay, so now the model is done, so we can finish the model as it is and perfect it, like polishing it during the tie down. It does not matter in which pose you draw your character. Just try to draw it with the 3D grid and in perspective if possible, always keeping good proportions of course. A 3D grid is even essential and helps you understand perspective too. We'll talk about perspective during the second chapter. It looks hard, but it's really easy. The median line that divides the body in 2 parts is equally important. A lot of people forget to put it, but it's really important. Even the masters put it. It helps you handle the symmetry problems mostly when the character is on a 3/4 pose. The horizontal median line goes between the eyes, always. Here I draw an example of the basic proportions tips that can help you when drawing characters from your imagination. So, there are many ways to do proportions and different morphologies you can use depending on the character. Here I'm drawing a more muscular character. You can play with proportions in order to do different types of characters. You can also choose to give more muscle or fat to a part of the body. In this example, this character has a broad torso. His pelvis looks narrower because of his big torso. We can figure out what kind of job or lifestyle this character has just by looking at his silhouette. Always when you draw in a more cartoony style, you must exaggerate proportions. It can be so fun to do character design. I know that some people in the industry start drawing an army of tiny silhouettes first, and then they pick one. It's a super effective technique. This stage is all about geometric shapes. Simplifying your character. I prefer to draw in a more realistic style. It's true that the difference and exaggerations are a bit more subtle than a cartoony style, but it's a choice. Remember using the head or other parts of the body to check proportions. If you draw a vertical line from the top of the head to the base of the heels in an average body, and you divide this line by 2, the middle point is at the end of the torso, on the beginning on the legs. So the upper part is for the torso, on head, and the lower part is for the legs. Actually, if you open your arms, the size from the left tip of the hand to the right tip of the other hand is the same size as your height. The wrist is placed where the pelvis ends. The elbow is placed almost at the same place than the belly button. When the arm is in supination, it has always a curve and is never straight. Never. One tool you cannot neglect is anatomy. It helps a lot. I wrote a list of books I recommend the most. So, today we'll learn about the fundamentals of proportions. In next class, we'll push the rough further. Have a great day! Hi, I'm Juan. I hope you're well. Today's class will be great. We'll dive deeper into character design and use the references we have on PureRef to complete our character. As you can see, I made 3 other characters rough from scratch. Girl number 1, girl number 2, and finally girl number 3. I tried to keep the same brush strokes on the same line work for each, even if the type of brush is not always the same. My goal is to make a fluid line, because my main goal is to make a fluid line. One thing you can do is really easy, is to draw more lines on the limbs to force your eye to work on 3D. Also, these lines helps a lot when you draw limbs in perspective. Also, these lines are really useful when you draw limbs in perspective. Now then, what we are going to do is go to the rough group we made last chapter and turn opacity down by like 50%, around 50 or 20 is okay. So we have a first group named Character Design Rough. We will create a new group named Character Design Tie Down with only one D. I misspelled, my bad. I will show you what we will do next. Look at the 3 ladies. Oh, surprise! I made a rough plus. During the tie down step, we will push the rough even further and put clothes on our characters while defining the whole body. So now, we will create a new group and name it CD for character design / tie down with only one D. Don't repeat my mistake, please. I give it a number after the name because it's my 4th character design, but you can name it 01, it's okay. Be organized with your mess. Now we're going to make a new layer. Name it whatever you like. I often rename them later on, often before. As I told you earlier, we're going to make what is named a rough clean, which is a rough plus to define the character even further and dress her up eventually. Choose a color. I work with black most of the time, but you can pick any color. It's totally fine. Okay, let's do this. Now we bring our PureRef board and look at the references. For example, I made a character with a jacket from the PureRef cloth group, but it may be too complicated to animate for beginners. Oh well, yeah, I love these shorts, which I drew using another reference from the board. I think we will also add some thighs. Well, we know she will have shorts, thighs. We don't know yet for the shirt, but we will figure it out along the way. Maybe one of the long-sleeve black shirts from the PureRef board will do the thing. Her hair will definitely be black and straight. Remember, you can do many drawings to find the character you like the most. You can even duplicate your proportion drawing even. Full disclosure, I don't like the first rough I made. This happens to me a lot. I draw something, then I start again because I don't like a drawing. I could correct it off screen and show you the result later on, but I thought it would be more interesting to go over the rough together. The brush we use is the same as before. It can be any. On the manga pack from Kyle's brush set, I use the 4th one, most of the time for sketch. I love it, I totally love it. Remember to use a brush who helps you improve your brush strokes and does not contain a lot of texture. Now, let's go. First thing, the feet. We will begin with the feet as we did before. Since she is more of an introvert, her feet will be pointing towards the center and be closer to her body. Introverts tend to take less space, but this is a generality, but it's okay. I will give you a big piece of advice. Go and read body language books. They give a lots of hints and tips about posing. Since we changed the direction of the feet, we have to change the direction of the kneecap also. People always forget the body is made of curves. Curves are a big part of animation. Remember the leg. Watch how the curves make it more natural and less stiff. Look how I separate the thigh from the chicken drumstick from the knee. This line will always help you while drawing on perspective. The more her feet are close together, the more she looks shy and insecure. The legs are now more in correlation with our gloomy and introvert character who likes hiking to be far, far away from people. Remember to use curves. Never forget about the curves. Remembering stuff and advices, one of the most important is draw without taking your pen from the screen as long as you can. This way you will improve your brush strokes. Think of the line as a piece of art. Go and check Last Man from Bastien Vives, and you can see how line work can give so much life to the characters. Remember to spend more time on the feet since they are extremely important. Sometimes it's better to begin building your character with the feet or the hands. Too many people start with the head. Try new things. I prefer to go from below and finish with the head, which is the most important part, of course. Now, let's divide the pelvis from the thoracic cage. Two simple lines will do the work. Having already a ruff beneath our second ruff helps a lot. Sometimes redrawing the same pose will only make it better. We will keep this arm a little bit open to show her palm and have a different view of her limb. I forgot to say the feet are on pronation. Feet can be on pronation or supination too, but the torsion is not as big as for the hand. Overweight in people moves the knees forward and force the feet to point at each other. Can you see now? Just with feet you can characterize a character a lot. This sentence was awful to spell. Okay, now, I don't like this arm. It's too rigid and too open for an introvert character. Avoid rigidness, please. Do not be attached to the previous design. Sometimes change can be good. Sometimes it's bad, but it's okay. It's usually food. Introvert people will have a body language which brings the arms closer to the body. The other arm will still be away just to show another view of the arm. Now, let's draw the right hand. Keep doing shapes and even keeping fingers in group. The middle and ring finger usually go together in one group. Sometimes Mr. Little Finger joins the gang. Hey, do you remember the brachioradialis muscle? Of course, it takes a lot of mass in the forearm on part of the upper arm. Now, add the perspective lines. We will do this hand in pronation to be on a position of the other one who is in supination, of course. Okay, so I don't like the head either. She must be decapitated. Or we can start over. In the previous drawing, she was looking up. We can tell that just by watching at the position of the horizontal median line. She will look narrowly at the ground. A gloomy character will look more below her rather than upwards. In a symbolic way, it means she's looking inside. So now we draw the vertical median line on the ears. Two little semicircles. Okay, now there is just one problem. The head is placed too high in proportion from the body. Every artist has its own series of mistakes and he repeats them every now and then. Mine are pretty clear, is making giraffe necks. Thankfully, it can be corrected easily by using the lasso on the displacement tool. We can use the keyboard pad to lower the selection pixel by pixel and be precise, really precise. To finish with it, let's make the head a little bit bigger. Press Ctrl T or Command T and drag the corner. We can place the head in the middle of the neck and we are done. Don't forget the cylinder lines along the limbs. They help you when you put your character's arm and legs in perspective. It can also help you understand volumes if you do this exercise on sports photos. Keep the 3D grid below the character. Now that we are done correcting our mistakes, we can do the tie down. Let's rename this layer as rough/02. Yes, right now we lowered the opacity to around 50 or 20%. The drawing must be barely visible. We make another layer and name it tie down/01 with only one D. Okay, before starting, I will show you one of the best ways to check the proportions on overall drawing. This is really important. We go to Rough and flip the image horizontally. Flip it back and forth as much as you need. This will give you a different view of your drawing and the mistakes will pop out. So now let's turn the opacity to 100%. Always check your image and flip it. There is no shortcut in Photoshop to flip the image. You have to go to Edit. Now we go to Transform and flip horizontally. If you want to change the shortcut, go to Keyboard Shortcuts. Now you go to Edit. Then we scroll down until you find Flip Horizontally and you click on it. Then you click on the shortcut you want for it. In this case, F2. Unfortunately, it's one of the things I learned later on during my career as an artist, and I'm sad I didn't learn it before. Now I know the arm is wrong. It's too small and too far to the right. Flipping the image helps a lot with symmetry. You can imagine how much. Flip it many times in order to see the mistakes and correct them slowly. Keep flipping while correcting them. Now I think we can leave it there. We decrease the opacity again. So we use the tie down layer we made, and we will use some references in the PureRef board. The first thing to do is we begin by dividing the upper torso from the lower torso. Now we draw the belt line. It has a cylinder form because of the perspective. It's just a rough clean, so do not get too much into detail. The line should not be close yet. We are just suggesting where the clean line will be. Now we will draw the arm. We choose the long sleeve black reference on the clothes group and modify it. Since she is an introvert and loves keeping things to herself, she will prefer long sleeves who hide her hands. We want the sleeves to stop we also want the sleeves to stop at the end of her knuckles. You can also do a longer sleeve, but in that case the cloth will be hanging. It can be interesting, but a little bit hard to animate if you're just a beginner. Now, you must be 100% focused on the line strokes. This means you should not be listening to music or watching videos. Now, let's draw the color of her shirt, much like the one I drew for the second character, or what we choose in the PureRef board. The color is close to the neck of the character. This implies she keeps a lot to herself and does not want to show more. We go back and forth to other parts of the body because this is a habit I have, but you can stay on one part, it's okay. Okay, we draw the fingers in this L shape. Make the tip of the finger a bit rounder and the joints more edgy. The thumb has a form between a bean and a sausage. Also, a tip of advice, people usually close the exterior of the hand first and interior later. What does this mean? This means the pinky finger closes first, then the ring finger, then the middle finger, then the index finger, and finally the thumb. Even when your hand is partially closed, you will have the pink finger more closed than the index finger. Keep this in mind when drawing characters, and see how much it adds to the hands you draw in the future. A little problem here, if your brush is too big, make it a little bit smaller to draw the hands. L shape with tips like pins plus sausages. It's really easy. Try being subtle when drawing inactive hands. We go to the other arm and keep working on the sleeve. The sleeve should arrive at the end of the knuckles, but in this case the arm is a little bit raised up and bended. This means the cloth reveals more of the hand. Check the thumb structure on the arc the fingers makes. Okay, now look at the curve this thumb structure makes, and of course the arc the finger makes. There is clearly a ball of muscle at its base. To do the hand lines, you can draw the letter M with the top facing the thumb. But not all these lines are visible. Usually the second is missing. Of course, you can also do a triangle with the muscles to the opposite side of the thumb. Since she is a slim girl, her fingers should be slim as well. Look at the finger I just drew. Just 2 or 3 lines are more than enough. I know there are some people who may have sausage hands. No hard feelings, please. But try keeping the sausage part on the bottom of the fingers, the soft part, and the more edgy part on the top, and a little bit more round at the bottom. Now, the fingers sometimes converge into a single point. In this case, the arcs of the index and pinky fingers are opposed. The only arc who does not follow this path is the thumb, of course. Well, now let's put the belt a little bit higher up for the style and to separate the pelvis from the thoracic cage. Yeah, now she's starting to look good. There are lines who are easier to draw, like her neck here. We can start drawing the wrinkles where the legs connect to the pelvis because there is a lot of movement here. We also draw the fly on the pockets using just a few lines. The pockets have an inverted L shape. We can also add another little pocket within the first pocket to fill it with coins. Yeah, more coins. We keep drawing her hip line. Remember, curves! Now, since she has a short, the short holes are bigger than the leg, to allow her to move her legs with ease. You can draw cylinders for both holes to put them in perspective. And you can add a piece of fabric to give a bit of depth to that short. Of course, we add the buttons to the fly. We draw the legs, and we have in mind that the legs are not straight but have a lot of curves. And we draw the knee. The knee is really important since it can give a ton of information about the placement of the knee and the angle of the upper and lower leg. If we put the accent in the upper line of the knee, it seems the upper part of the leg has bended a little bit. Only one line can change a lot of things. When you're starting to draw, try to memorize the anatomy. To get better, you have to understand the subject you are studying, not simply copying it. Study anatomy, students. So, anyway, we are going to draw the thighs. The line should go accordingly to the perspective. I would like her to show more skin to contrast with the thigh. I think it's better that way. Now then, I decided to do shorts so we can see her legs while animating and separate part of her legs from the pelvis. However, it will be way more reasonable to make her a pair of pants because she will go hiking. Maybe we can imagine it's summer and it can get hot real fast when walking. So now we finish her legs and add her knees. The idea is to already have some reference for hiking boots of a sort. You can look for hiking boots on a known sports website. Also, don't forget adding the chicken drumstick volume in her lower leg. Well, let's do the boots then. We will start looking at our pre-ref board. Hiking boots are big and protect the ankle. They are cylindrical on the heel part, so make sure they are bigger than the heel. It should look like they have some depth. Remember, it's just a rough clean, so if the boots are not perfect, don't panic. We divide the upper part from the boot sole. We can also draw a semicircle of a different type of material. It is often plastic. Since the feet is in pronation, this plastic part will point towards the center of the character. The shoe is in L shape. Wow, lots of L shapes today. Okay, now we draw two other L shapes to draw the piece of cloth in which the bootlace will be attached. Then, of course, we add the bootlace. Nowadays, hiking boots have four plastic or metal little things to hold the upper part of the bootlace and attach it strongly to the heel, or ankle if you want. The shoe tongue is smaller than the fabric who protects the heel, because we bend the leg in that direction. And to detach the bootlace to remove the hiking boot, this means the tongue is a bit smaller than the first cylinder we drew. Well, now as you can see, all the clothes and body accessories shapes have a purpose. When we twist our ankle, it's weird to twist it that way. It's the same for the other hiking boot, but inverted. A cylinder within a cylinder, or a chicken drumstick within a cylinder for the chicken feet. Can you imagine hiking chickens? It will be great to animate that, one day maybe. There are two places where the feet and heel bend the most, at the start of the toes and at the beginning of the feet. Go and check boots around you and you will see they tend to have the same wrinkle pattern because they get worn out. To suggest these wrinkles, depending on the boot's fabric, we can draw 2 lines or 3 if you want. If the fabric is harder, then there will be less or no wrinkles. An old boot will have some though, or at least the color will be less bright in those areas. The boot goes along within the direction and pronation of the leg. We can even go further and imagine the boot sole has more volume from one side rather than the other because our character has her feet often in pronation or supination. Of course, this is a bad posture, and weren't the shoes on the inner side in pronation or the outer side in supination. If you have to go hiking at least once in your life, you know the importance of having good hiking boots, but mostly having a fluffy pair of socks to soften the march. It's important her socks are bigger than her boots, because this avoids scratches from the boot's end. Okay, now let's add some vertical lines to add some texture to these socks. Well, we go over the right leg's pronation again and make the rotation a bit more pronounced, to exaggerate her posture. We can go over any part of the body who does not look coherent or disproportionate. Remember that the wrist is placed where the start of the leg begins, or where the hips ends if you want. It's the same. I figured it was too high, so I corrected my mistake. Now, we just flip it with F2 to check again the proportions. We go back and forth many times to check every part of the body. And correct the arm here, because it's way too big. Her boob is too high too. If you want to draw girls, don't go around just drawing boobs on a thin waist. Use more rounded lines. This will help you widen the available characters from your roster. There is something amiss with the legs too. I found them not too straight. I drew again the curve of her boot, because it wasn't good to the eye while flipping. Sometimes it's just intuition and your eye becomes trained over time. Now I choose to put her hand a little bit back. It's not too introvert since the hands should protect her body and she should take the less placid cut, but guess what? She will have a strong character beneath the introvert surface. Let's put the image in the right place and start with the face. Finally! We're almost done for today. I left this part at last. The most important part of the face is the eyes. I don't remember where, but I think there is a proverb who says the eyes are the window of the soul, and I agree 100%. This is why many people begin drawing the eyes. However, we will start in a different way again. First, we'll draw the eyebrows, then we will draw the nose, then her mouth, and at last, the beautiful eyes. We'll leave them at the bottom of our list because we will certainly spend more time drawing the eyes, because I know you will love it. So let's start drawing the ears. I did not include them in the list, but here they are, just two C's. Since her fringe will hide the eyebrows, they will be barely visible, but we will draw them. Two lines will do, no more. Well, more like two curved lines. You should remember that the median horizontal line goes between the eyes, through the lacrimal gland. When you rotate your head up or down, this line goes up or down, of course. Imagine an ellipse, but the ears, since they are near the base of the head, they do not move a lot. You can always tell how high or low is the line by looking at the ears on the eyebrows. We draw the head with her hair. The hair has volume, so it will take a bit of space. She has a small nose, so two little dots will work. Wait, what are you doing? Do not zoom a lot yet. It's not worth it, since the person who will view your artwork will look at the whole picture. You can also do a big nose if you want, but give it depth drawing the bridge of the nose. We draw the mouth as a curved line, not more. The details will be mostly on her hair. Go further and let's add some little nose bridge with a line. We can also add more lines depending on the effect you want. You can also add freckles. And at last, finally, let's do the eyes, who are top priority in our list. And at last, let's do the eyes, who are top priority in our list. First, we draw a line for the hairline. Yes, I know it has nothing to do with the eyes, but it just came this way. I'm kidding. This is the moment where we go to our PureRef board and look at the face group we have. We can be inspired by the shapes of the eyes of one model or another. It's mostly what I did for these other models here. If you look closely, you can tell there is an element who repeats itself. The upper lid is almost always straight. The lower lid is smaller and divided in two lines. It's okay if the eyes are not symmetrical at first, we will correct them later on. To give this character a gloomy look, hide partially the upper part of the iris with the eyelid. We keep drawing the hairline. Do an L and an I for the hairline near the ears. We choose the lasso tool and drag her right eye more to the center of the head. We draw and erase little lines here and there. For this step, it's okay if we don't close her eyes completely. We can go over her head and be more precise if we want, but it will take much longer. Then we draw her hair. She has long straight hair who finishes at her waist or even lower. When we look at the miniature besides the gloomy word, we see what kind of hair she has. With the fringe, it's almost like a rectangle. Part of her hair will cover her cheek, and even the corner of her eyes. Of course, this means the ears will be hidden. When drawing the fringe, remember it has the same length. This fringe will cover her eyebrows and stop at her upper eyelid, much like this other one. Or this one. It is composed by various rectangles. We keep correcting brush strokes around her head and mostly her left eye, who does not look that good. If you found problems with symmetry, flipping is always the solution, always. Check the image from a closer angle on the zoom out to check it far away. In time, it will improve your artistic eye. Now we add some strands of hair at the back. I tear her ears apart because I don't like them. She is now Gloomy Girl the earless. Whew, we are done for now. I think we can start cleaning. Well, today we learn how to use PureRef references and do a rough clean. In next class, we'll learn how to clean and apply lights and shadows in a cool way. Have a great day, students, and see you next time. Hi students, I'm Juan. Today we will learn how to clean the line and how to blend shadows and lights. Well, we will continue working on our character. I put a small arrow here because I lift her knee a little bit. It's only a minor correction, so it's not an obligation to do it. So first we made the ruff and we corrected it later on. Then we made the tie down, and then we could add some shadows and lights. Let's go back to the tie down we made on last class and hide all other layers. We lowered the opacity of the group until like 10 or 20%, and we create a new group and name it CD underscore clean in caps. I have already made one, of course, for the characters I have created. Now we open the group. We make another group within the CD clean group because I have 3 other groups for the characters I made before. But you can start directly on the big group if you want, or create another group and name it CD underscore clean underscore 01. When it's all done, we create another layer and name it clean. We're going to choose a brush to clean our character. This part is really important since the brush you use to clean your character design will be the same brush we will use to clean our animation. You can pick a more textured crayon-like brush or an ink brush. It could render very well. The brush choice is up to you. For my part, I will go with the same brush I use because it's comfortable to work with it, and it won't make the PC lag once I will do the animation. Also, you can try different brushes until you find the one for this project. I often use pencil look-alike brushes to clean because it gives a more rough outcome, which I prefer. Once we choose our main brush, we should find an appropriate size for it. I use the options right-click in Mac or I'll right-click on Windows to resize my brush. I think 6 pixels will be okay. Try doing some strokes before starting the clean phase, of course. I think now we can begin. Be ready. We can start cleaning the feet or the torso or any part will do. You can clean from top to bottom or bottom to top. Just have some kind of order. I began from top to bottom for the 3 cleans you see here. We'll do exactly the same here. Try doing swift and fluid strokes every time. You have to be 100% focused on this. Imagine the Japanese artists of all who were focused, giving their all in each stroke. Now we can finally close those lines. The more we have work on the tie down, the more easy will be the clean phase. Avoid doing what I call the hairy lines, a lot of insecure strokes who gives a hairy feeling to the character. It's way better to have a single line who is not perfect rather than 100 lines who follow the tie down perfectly, but give this hairy look. Don't be afraid to erase some tips of the lines or to use Ctrl Z. Also, remember that sometimes mistakes can give to your drawing some original feeling. The best way to learn how to master the cleaning phase is to ink your drawings on paper with a fountain pen. Working on Photoshop is easy because you can always use Ctrl Z and forget about your mistakes. Manga artists and animators do the straight lines exercise by drawing a lot of vertical lines on a blank page to improve their strokes. Every day, before starting to draw, you can start by doing these warm-up exercises, if you want. You will surely see the progress in no time. You should always have your pure ref board within your line of sight, even during the clean phase. This part is quite comfortable because it's all about finishing the drawing and adding the details. Never forget we are drawing in perspective and ellipses are everywhere. This rectangle is part of the shorts. Its purpose is to hold the belt around the waist. It's okay if they are not exactly symmetrical. We should break the symmetry as often as we can and just give an illusion of symmetry. We can use a thicker line to stress some parts of the body. When you draw a line, you should give these lines some depth by drawing wider or thinner lines. The closer the lines are from the camera, the wider they get. Conversely, if the lines are further away from the objective, the thinner they are. It's crazy to see how many people do not apply this common tip. We can also add some occlusion shadows, which are the darkest shadows. Be extra careful with the hands. If you can spend more time with the hands, go ahead and do it. Imagine that you have a bar and divide every part of the body with the time you should spend cleaning it. Then we will have like 25% for the head, 25% for the hands, like around 10% for the feet, and 40% for the rest of the body. You can also choose to clean some lines and not close them. This is mostly used when drawing the inner part of the hands or when the limbs are bended. The finger always converges, and you know why? Let me show you why. We already know that the hand has a rectangular shape, but did you know this shape can bend? And often usually does when the hand is at rest? That is why our middle finger knuckle is higher than the other ones. Now close your hand and check it out. When we draw the hand in this position, you can draw smaller and thinner lines to suggest the hand's parts. And to have a rectangular bended shape, just draw the pinky finger who mirrors the index finger. Now, let's go to the other hand. Do you remember what I told you last chapter? Further are the fingers away from the thumb, the more close they are in respect of the other fingers. Just add some tiny curvy line and don't close it to suggest the form of the nail. Okay, now let's clean those pockets. They are quite easy to clean. If you need it, make the eraser smaller. It can help you improve the details. Sometimes, not every time. When you're drawing cloth lines or wrinkles inside the body, you can draw them thinner than other lines. Add a line above the belt to show part of the shirt. This little detail gives realism and depth to your drawing. When drawing the space between the legs, add a gap. The legs are separated by a tight gap where our sexual organs are. We probably should draw the wrinkles around this gap. If her leg was higher, the wrinkles will be higher too, since the piece of fabric will be contracted. The gap gets wrinkled too, of course. I totally love to draw the parts where the fabric was sewed. Sometimes it helps when your character's body turns. Try making a single line for the outer part of her leg. It's okay if it's not perfect at first. You have to avoid using hairy lines, mostly when drawing naked or close to naked parts. For example, the face, her hands, and her legs in this character. Here there is a little tip. Since the leg is in pronation and I have put an arrow to indicate her knee should be higher, I correct this mistake during the clean phase. Sometimes it happens when the mistakes are small. We add 2 more lines across the leg. One for the limit between the leg and the boot, and done. I'm finding inspiration from the second character. Even thought I used PureRef to draw her, so normally this reference should be in PureRef. These shorts are on PureRef board. Her tights as well. Now look at her knees. Because of the lopsided pose, her left leg is a little bit bended. This means there should be a minor wrinkle here. While the right side is stretched, the left side is contracted. We draw the first line to separate her legs here and focus on the gap. When we look at these examples, you see the tight gap. Of course, this doesn't appear in everyone, but it will help me illustrate my purpose. No matter how your morphology is or how fat you are, the inner part of both legs don't originate at the same point. If you check the bone structure, you can see that the leg bones are attached to the outer part of the pelvis. This means the legs are diagonal. Okay, now we draw the tight line. We begin cleaning the right sock, undoing the stripes to give more depth. There are lots of wrinkles around the ankle, but the most important are the ones on the front. We follow the line we made during the tie down and retrace most of the time. Oh no, I realized I made her short holes too high. Well, we can lower them a bit. It's not a big deal if both holes are not symmetrical or at the same height. Remember that we are the sworn enemies of symmetry, after all. Now we draw one line for her inner thigh again. If you want to draw some hairy lines, we can do them on the knees, much like Senseiya. I was a huge fan of Senseiya during my childhood. It was one of my first approaches to anime with Dragon Ball Z and Ranma. I don't know how to say it, Ranma and a half in English. Of course, my favorite one is Ranma. Now we have again the chicken drumstick shape. I love chicken drumstick too, by the way. Draw the chicken drumstick shape with the flow of an ancient Japanese artist. Now we draw the other sock following the same pattern. While drawing the boots, we look at some drawing references on our pure ref board since this part requires a lot of detail and knowledge. If you want to have a balanced image, choose where the most important part will be and add more details and color to this part. If you put details to everything, it will be a nightmare to animate due to the number of elements, but the image or character will look overcharged. Even when doing overcharged characters, think about the vacuum of certain places. The image must be in harmony. Here, our character will have a lot of details on her forehead because of the fringe and on the boots. Add wrinkles to the most bended places like the start of the toes or around the ankle. Now, let me show you an example of the different shapes of the feet. This part bends a lot, mostly because we bend our toes when we walk. Contraction makes wrinkles, remember this. A place that is contracted often makes permanent wrinkles on the piece of fabric. Separate the front part of the feet from the back. It gives a lot of depth. Please, if you want to draw realistic feet or shoes, do not draw triangles only. The front of the feet is way more flat than the middle part. It is also rounded, that is why we draw a rounded shape. Never and never forget the sole. It has also a surface. Depth and width. Separate it from the shoe. The other shoes that I drew are less hiking shoes. They are more like city boots. They don't even have big socks, and big socks is a must when you go hiking. Gloomy Girl's boots are more like military boots. I like them more. Those kinds of boots must be tough to endure a lot of things. Hiking soles are never flat. They are toothed or serrated to grasp the edges of the rock surface. While we clean the other feet, we do not forget the feet are on pronation, facing towards the center. We copied the same type of shoe and inverted a bit. Take your time while drawing and always follow your ref. You can also use mixed references, of course. Even if you think you are creating something new, it's probably false, since you are using your memory bank of images. That's why you should always seek references to enrich your mind library. Well, we add the metal square grips for the bootlace, proper to nowadays hiking boots, and we draw the shoe line on the boots, of course. These lines should be real thin. Shoe lines should always be thinner than other lines. Sometimes shoe lines go over each other. It's okay. We can make them this way if we want. Never forget the upper part of the boots is cylindrical. We can darken the inner part of the boot because of the occlusion shadows. Great! Now we finish the upper part by adding the 4 metal square grips on her left boot. Now we can add the bootlace. I don't want to overcomplicate my work, so I will just draw them in black. You can make another layer and draw the bootlace in a different color. We can also do it on the clean layer, making crosses all the way up. At the end, we make a butterfly knot, a beautiful butterfly knot. We do exactly the same for the other boot. Maybe we can speed it up a bit. And we finish with another beautiful butterfly knot. Wow, the boots are finally done. Now we can finish with the face, the top priority of the character design. It will be the part people will look the most. We can make the face gloomier rather than what we draw during the tie-down. Let's try to exaggerate her inner contempt. I always hesitate to draw the chin. It's more important than you know, because it's where you put the face. The chin is like the borders. Here I followed the tie-down, so this part was really easy. We began by drawing the outer parts of the head. This means hairline, chin, and if you haven't done it already, the neck. Rotating the image helps a lot, mostly when cleaning complicated lines. I never rotate my workspace, but I flip a lot. To rotate, just press R, or go to the hand tool and click on it. Then click on Rotate. You can also use Shift. If you rotate, then it's good. You will probably have prettier lines, but this takes a little bit more of time. I think flipping is more important, but rotation can be useful in some cases. To clean the nose, on the nose bridge, follow the tie down. 2 dots and 1 line, as simple as that. I often do the mouth various ways. On manga and certain comics, they just use 1 line because it's less time consuming and easier to animate. But if you want, we can also draw the lips. Drawing lips is great, and it can add a lot to your characters if you know how to draw them. Let's try making her lips. Wow, she looks older now. When drawing the eyes, remember that the upper lid line must be thicker than the lower lid lines. The eye is also a bit close to have this stern look. You can tell she cannot be easily surprised. Oh no. If it's not symmetrical, don't worry, we will flip it later. We will draw the eyebrows, even if they will disappear beneath the hair. Do not zoom the image too much. You should at least see her bust, like her shoulders on the neck. Drawing her hair is one of the most fun parts to do. It's just drawing lines. When you add hair to your character, it's weird, but it gives them a lot of life. Think about the arcs on curves on the Japanese letter artists who focus when drawing these lines every time, like they focus a lot. I realize now that I don't like her mouth, so we delete it and draw a single line. I think it's better this way, but it's only my point of view. I think I would like to fill the eyes on her of black when it's meant to be black. We can see that her upper eyelids were not thick enough also, and we close the line on top of her head. Closing circular lines is the hardest. It's okay if you don't make it the first time. Don't be too hard on yourself. Now we draw the French hairlock by hairlock. Try to vary the size of her hair. We draw small rectangles and some lines to suggest long hairs. When you're closer to the ears, the rectangles get a bit shorter because of a slight perspective angle. The middle ones are wider and the corners ones are shorter. It's that easy. Once we finish our clean face, we can turn off the tie-down layer. Here is a good moment to flip the image and correct some flaws, which will be, I think, mostly on the face. They are not only mostly on the face, I feel like the legs are a bit low, so we're going to select them with the lasso tool. We avoid the hand because I think it's well proportionate and finish selecting all the short parts. We draw the selection up just a little bit, just a few pixels. I like characters with long legs, that is why we change a tiny bit the proportions. We correct the lines that should be close but aren't anymore because of the selection drag, so it's just filling up the gaps, I think. We go over some minor details here and there and focus on the hair. And now we begin to fill her hair in black. Yes, back to black. Now we draw her hair thin and go over it. I'm not a fan of the paint can tool since I prefer to use the shape or directly paint with the brush, but also it's like only my opinion. You can always do her hair in another layer if you want, but in my humble opinion I love to live dangerously, so no. Okay, always check the tie down to review the kind of vibe you want to give to your character. Mine is not gloomy enough, I think. Her upper eyelid must have a slight angle towards the nose. We correct it quickly by erasing this part. And we keep filling the blank spaces here and there. We can also fill this part with the lasso tool. I advise you to select an inner part of the hair and then use the rectangle tool when I pass over the selection. It's just that simple. Sometimes using the paint tool leaves like some pixels blank, and that's why I don't like it. Once we fill the selection part, we keep filling the rest with the brush, because maybe we will do other hair looks along the way. Well, now with the black hair she looks even more gloomy. The further we go with the black, the gloomier she will look. Of course. Well, now we add the lower lines with two thin brush strokes. That's easy. We keep going back and forth between the eyes on the hair. Now I change the brush size of the eraser on the main brush to be more precise with my strokes. We are polishing the lines to have that gloomy look. We will add the shadow later on and she will be even gloomier. We will finish filling the blank spaces on her hair with black. When filling the fringe, be extra careful. I know this can take some time, and if you don't feel sure about yourself, you should try making it in another layer, like I'm doing now. Follow the hairline and try to stay on it. We can also use the eraser whenever we want to polish the image further. Take the time you need during this process. Since her fringe is one of her main features, it shouldn't look bad. Remember to pay special attention to her hair locks, mainly the ones on the front and beneath the eyes. We add some shoe lines on the pockets and polishing her belt line along the way through. We will start drawing the hair off the back and maybe trim the hair on her shoulders. Maybe. Keep in mind to have the same length to her hair on the back. As always, we can directly clean it and fill it on the clean layer or make another layer for that purpose. Since her hair is very straight, we do rectangular hair locks and fill them afterwards. Don't forget the long hairs. Never forget the long hairs. I personally love drawing straight hair on my characters and I love even more doing them with fringes. Mostly with girls. Animators prefer short hair because it's way easier to animate. Well, I prefer long hair and I'm not afraid to animate it. Don't be afraid, I will get you through hair animation. Well, I decided to cut her hair lock on the shoulders. I definitely don't like them one bit. It's better if her hair goes on the back. It will make it look way longer. We have just to erase that part and retrace her shoulder accordingly to the previous position. Then we polish her arms line and her lock of hair. She will certainly have 2 or 3 locks of hair here, even if most of the hair is on the back. Now is a good time to save the file and to check for mistakes by flipping the layer with F2. Yeah, flipping! Oh, of course, if you have made her hair on another layer, like me, it won't flip. For that purpose, merge the layers. You right-click on both layers and choose Merge Layers, or you can just press Ctrl E or Command E on Mac. And now we can flip all the assets. Once we turn off the layers who hinder our view, we summon her face. The main reason to flip here is to find symmetry for the eyes. I knew from the beginning that her eyes were not looking at the same direction from the start. But I knew that flipping helps a lot with this problem. See how I slowly polish them? This is why eyes takes more time than other things. Sometimes you can feel they will never be okay, so don't panic. When you flip the image, you can also check the volumes like the roundness of her head. Let's flip it back. This is the magic of the flip. You come back and see other mistakes. We can spend a lot of time correcting this and we will never be done. Going back and forth, you should have a good result. Another way of checking your image is by taking a photo of it. You will see tons of mistakes then. This will help you improve. Try taking notes of your most common mistakes that you want to correct. Remember that sometimes what I call mistakes can give your artist originality. So don't discard them. After flipping back and forth and correcting mostly the eyes during 2 minutes, we are done with the clean. Now we can stop right here. But if you want, let's add some shadows and lights. Now we are making the lights and the shadows. We create 2 layers, layer 1 and of course layer 2. We name the first one HDW or shadows. We put it before the clean. The other one we will name it lights. So, shadows are not the hardest part of this phase. Now I go to the other girls and I pick the blue color on her shadows. For you, try picking a saturated blue color, but don't make it too flashy. Not too saturated, not too black, and not too bright. Near the center is enough. In animation, you can see a lot of animators using blue for the shadows. We start by drawing before filling the lines. Her thighs will look mostly the same as this one. We add 2 lines for the shadows created by the shorts. The light is of course coming from above, just like our sun. Her lower leg will be more on the shadow to contrast with the upper leg, and to suggest her legs are slightly bended. We leave a little line near her leg. The light comes like this on the legs. We go down until the boots and follow the same pattern. Oh, we don't see the line. So now we put the layer on top of the clean layer. The shadow stops before the front of the feet to give some depth to the image. Mostly the same as the other characters here. These parts will certainly be in the shadow, all near the leg gap. This part here is the shadow of the arm. We do the same thing near her left hip. If you want, we can add another line beneath the belt. We add another line near her right part of the torso too. Here, we add another shadow to suggest the presence of the thoracic cage. And we do the same on the other side, but we add her breast on all the left side to it. Okay, so let's add another shadow line to her right breast. Since the light comes from the top, a shadow will be in the lower part of the arm, so this one is hard to miss. We add another line to her left arm, but we do so in a way to suggest the volume of the brachioradialis. Let me show you how lights go through her arm. Of course, she is in pronation and the brachioradialis muscles takes a lot of space in the arm. So we add less shadow to the forearm and we try to suggest the bending part of the arm by separating these 2 parts. It's the same thing for the fingers. We just divide the finger phalanx with the shadow. I put the shadow around the palm of her hand. Pretty easy, huh? The head and neck are very easy. Just 1 line for the head shadow and another for the fringe. To make her look gloomier, we add 2 shadows at the right and left side of her face. We finally put the final line on her nose. If you want, you can suggest the form of her upper or lower lips with shadows also. But we won't do it this time. Now we fill everything drawing with lines. You can also fill it with color, but I prefer the lines. It's merely a choice of mine. Try keeping the same space between the lines. This way we have a lot of lines around the same size. It can be a bit time consuming, but the result will be neat. You can find this kind of line work for shadows on animation. If you want to use another brush, you can try it out. Sometimes we forget parts, but don't worry, just add them now. Make the lines face the same direction. Don't change the angle, since it looks very weird. Try being rigorous with the brush strokes. You can also try brushes who resemble these effects, but I don't like them, but you do you. We can show the whole process afterwards, and I assure you the clean image with the shadow on the legs is my favorite face. She looks more and more like her sisters. Yes. Now we do the lights. It's mostly the same thing but way easier and less time consuming. We choose a yellow color to contrast with the lights. Again, not too bright or black. You can use red or orange if you want, but use a warm color. Sometimes in anime they use yellow for the lights, sometimes green and blue for the shadows, so it can stand out. Let's do small right angles again. If it's not perfect, it's okay. You don't have to do lights like me. They can be even simpler. You can also do another layer of lights, or you can choose to not do lights at all. The horns on the sides are made because of the circular shapes of her head. It turns her head more circular. Try adding highlights to the metal parts. The belt on the buttons, try adding highlights to the metal parts. But don't put light everywhere also. Sometimes highlights can be found on certain materials, like high reflecting plastic here. And of course, if you want, the eyes. It depends on the source of light. But, I don't know. She looks like less gloomy now. I prefer her without highlights on her pupils. Yeah, let's take that away because she looks more gloomy. And that's all. And finally, that's all. We are done. So, we have learned how to create a character starting by the rough, then the tie down, and the clean. Today we learn how to put the lights and shadows. Save up, of course, and see you next time. Have a great day. Bye. Hi students, I'm Juan. In this chapter we will understand how to compose a background and understand the basic rules to create a composition. This video is more theoretical. I will show you a few examples based on photos. There are three fundamental principles you need to understand before starting to draw your own backgrounds. The first one is image depth. Here we can see one of the pictures I took while hiking. In most images, there are a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. These are used to give depth to the composition. So I will divide them to show these three elements to you clearly. A lot of aspiring artists don't take the time to compose an image, and the result is often a flat background. To avoid this, take your time to define the space where the character will be. Give it depth through the division of elements in the foreground, middle ground, and background. Okay, but how do we tell the foreground apart from the background? It's quite easy. First of all, the foreground is the most saturated part. This means the colors are flashy and vibrant. The foreground is also the place where you can find the most contrast. This means the colors will be darker and brighter than the middle ground and of course the background. Sometimes, like in this image, the foreground is darker, but not always. Now let's go to the next level of deepness, the middle ground. The middle ground, like the name says, will always be between the foreground and the background. It won't have the strong colors of the foreground, but at the same time, its colors won't be as dull as the background. It's like an in-between. When people draw concept art for video games and they want to showcase a building, an emplacement, or a city, they put this on the middle ground since the characters will be smaller in the foreground. These artists put many assets, like lamps, barrels, or a house in the foreground to reinforce the impression of depth and make the elements on the middle ground look way bigger. Of course, the middle ground will be less saturated, less contrasted, and less darker than the foreground. This is why I drew the red line less flashy here. Our third layer will be, of course, the background. In this picture, you can see the atmospheric depth. Have you ever wondered why in Earth, when we see far away, the colors are way duller? If we were on the moon, the colors will have the same saturation at the foreground and at the background, because there is no atmospheric depth. The atmosphere of the Earth shades the background with its color, which in this case is blue. The colors here will be less saturated and less contrasted. There are three tools you have to remember: saturation, contrast, and depth. These are the key to making successful backgrounds. Let me show you other examples. I will divide the background in 3 layers of depth quickly. I took this picture in Peru, a beautiful country. In this photo, I put the Llama Gang on the foreground. I can tell apart the foreground from the middle ground because of the contrast. If you check the rock shadows really well, they are darker around the llamas. Just the middle ground white rocks on the left have almost the same color, but they have less contrast. One way to check your colors and contrast is by closing your eyes a bit. Everything will be blurry. If you use glasses and use them, well, this is the time to take them off. Right now, the image should be way more contrasted and you can focus on the whole picture. When using this technique, we can tell apart easily the middle ground red mountains from the background more bluish mountains. Another technique is to zoom out. It's the same as closing your eyes a bit or taking off the glasses. When the image has less details, you can clearly see the composition, contrast, and colors. Now, let's check another example. This one is a tricky one. It's again from Peru. The foreground is really hard to miss. We can see all the vibrant colors of the clothes. Because of these colors, this part is clearly the protagonist of the photo. You can use saturation to reinforce certain parts of your composition. If we look from far away, the middle ground is clearly the mountains. The background will be then, I think, the sky. Okay, so these are the first principles. Giving depth to your image through atmospheric depth, saturation, and contrast. Remember that. The second fundamental principle to create a compelling background is understanding perspective. We will break down this one-point perspective in this image. As you can see, the lines here converge into the same point, called the vanishing point. When you use perspective correctly, you can bring a whole new level of depth to your artwork. Sometimes, handling perspective can be tiring. This is why I use the Perspective Tools 2 extension. Before buying it, be sure to completely understand perspective. This extension works mostly with vectors. So, this is the reason why we use the pen tool. So I click on the pen tool. I will review the extension panel later on. First, I make 2 points just by clicking on them. This will make a straight line which has to cross the vanishing point where all the building lines converge. And then I click on Horizon in the Perspective Tools 2 panel. This takes time to charge, but it will create an horizon line. The horizon line is where the vanishing points are placed. The closer the buildings will be to the horizon, the smaller they will be. I will make a new layer to show you how the buildings are deformed by perspective. Here I'm drawing the horizontal lines of the buildings, which are cubical. Like I said before, these lines converge into the vanishing point, giving the impression of depth. It's just an impression. The horizon line will always be at our eye level. Okay, there is just one simple rule to remember. All the lines who are above the horizon line run down into the vanishing point. On the contrary, the objects who are below the horizon line run up into the vanishing point. It's really easy. Now I create another layer to show you the perspective grid you should have when making perspective. I use again the pen tool and create a line. It's even better if you create too far away to make the perspective look better. Once I click on grid, The Perspective Tools extension processes the information of the line I drew before, and it makes a perspective grid. The perspective grid goes into the vanishing point here. Well, it may not be perfect because I should have made another with the pen tool before clicking on Grid in the Perspective Tools extension panel. But it will be okay. It's always good to change the colors of the grid, to tell them apart. By using the pen point, we can change the color of the grid easily. To make the perspective grid more visible, I just turned down the opacity of the image. As you can see here, the cars are all ranged up on the same line, and they become smaller the further they are from us. This means the closer they are to the vanishing point, the smaller they become. It is the same for the buildings. The windows are clearly bigger at the edge of our frame because they are closer from us. The principle is easy: near big, far away small. If you don't have the Perspective Tools 2 extension, don't worry. There is another way to create perspective grids. We use the Polygon tool in the Shape Tools menu, then we go to the top of the workspace and we click on the small wheel icon to change the settings of this tool. We remove smooth corners and we click on the square icon next to star. Then we increase the number of indent size by 99%. Now we create another layer and we drag it from the vanishing point towards the edge of the frame. This is how I learned perspective before buying Perspective Tools 2. To show you how do you use normally the perspective grid, I will just draw a cube, a simple cube. The first side is quite easy, just a square. Then we create a new edge by drawing from the vertex towards the vanishing point, using the perspective grid. You see, the cube is now in perspective. Just follow the grid and it should be okay. I really want to show you something else. There is a good method to draw objects through perspective with realistic distance between them. Let's say we will draw trees here. We draw a vertical line. Then we draw another line where our second tree should be. Okay, now we draw a line that goes from the top of the first vertical line through the middle of the second one. When this line meets the base point grid of the other two lines, then we draw a third one. When this line meets the base point grid of the other two lines, then we draw a third one. And that's it. The method can repeat itself forever. It gives a feeling of depth and realism between the distance of those objects. We can even do it the other way around to draw a tree closer to the foreground. Quite easy, huh? The first thing that comes to mind when looking at this image is that there are at least 3 different vanishing points, 1 on top and 2 at the sides. Let me show you where. I put a white layer on top and reduce the opacity. The red lines go to the same vanishing point. They continue all through the image. There is another shocking thing. We cannot see the horizon line in this picture. This is because we have a bottom angle view. We are looking above the horizon line, and this is why it doesn't appear in the frame. The blue lines, who are on the other face of the building, go into a second vanishing point. However, both points are placed on the horizon line. There is even a third vanishing point if we count the rectangle on the edge of the building. But we won't do that, for now at least. We don't count it. On the contrary, let's focus on another vanishing point, the one from above. This third vanishing point is not on the horizon line, it's way above in the sky. We can see that all the green lines will converge into a point up above. Having 3 vanishing points is not always necessary, but most of the time it enhances the representation of our 3D world. All these grids go to 3 vanishing points. Only with 3 vanishing points you can recreate a complex image like this one. With all this info we can make 3D objects all across the space. Also, the drawings don't need to be precise each time. You just have to give the impression the object is following the grids. Sometimes some objects don't follow the main grids of the image, In this case, you can draw a cube or a cylinder and then draw a plane within it to specify the angle of the object. Then you can draw it and it will blend with all the image. Of course, there are other tips and tools in perspective, but we don't have enough time and we could do a whole course about it. With this basic knowledge, you should be able to draw mostly any composition. Look at the llamas! They're having fun at Machu Picchu. They look so happy. Okay, let's focus on the last principle, composition. How do we compose an image? There is one tip who can help us understand composition better, and if we use it correctly, it can become one of the best tools. First, we saw how depth affects an image by dividing the background, foreground and middle ground. In this picture, the llamas on the grass are on the foreground. The horizon line is above the image. To compose an image, you should start using the rule of thirds. You divide the length on the height of the width of the image by 3, drawing straight lines each time. Always on a different layer, of course, we're not savages. The intersection between the horizontal and vertical lines are the power points. The lines under power points are places will attract the eye more easily. If you want to place an important element, like the llamas here, you should put them on a PowerPoint or at least along a line. The background goes clearly on the upper part of the 3/3. The foreground takes the lower third of the photo, and the middle ground goes nearly, well, in the middle. Please don't put a lot of elements on all the lines or all the PowerPoints. Just focus on 1 or 2 lines or 1 PowerPoint. Well, here I wrote focal point, but I don't think it's. This is why I put the llamas on the left. Because of its placement, our eyes are focused more in the brown llama rather than the white one. Placing the llamas on this PowerPoint makes the llamas the subject of the picture. You should use the rule of thirds to guide the eye of the viewer. In Western societies, we read from left to right. This means we will start looking at the top left and finish, of course, at the lower right. The color of the llamas contrasts also with the green environment. This means we can use color to reveal the subject. It can be really useful. Now, let's see the same rule on another image. Here we have the little llamas again. The llamas are both on the right vertical line of the rule of thirds. They are, of course, again the subject. The foreground is placed around like the lower third of the picture alongside, of course, of the right vertical line of the beautiful llamas. The background takes the rest of the space. But there is a problem. I think the llamas are not placed correctly. The llama's eye here, this llama's eye, reading his paw, could be at the same place than the PowerPoint just above. The composition of this image can be arranged by cropping the frame. We click on the crop tool and we go to the rule of thirds above. Here we can see all the composition options Photoshop offers. The first one, of course, is the rule of thirds. Then we have a bunch of others. We can also change the aspect of the frame by clicking on original ratio. I don't think if you say it ratio or ratio. Okay. Anyway, here we have many presets. We can pick, I don't know, maybe the 69, which is a common film frame ratio. The rule of thirds appears with the new frame, of course. We can drag it and try different compositions. The problem is that we lose nearly all of the foreground, and we do not want that. Well, I think I can choose also to cut all the foreground. This way, the foreground will be our subject. This means the llamas, which can totally be done. We put the PowerPoint on the llama's side and click on Enter. Now, because of our new frame, the brown llama has lost a lot of importance. He's so sad. He's now only a mount for his rider. We can tell by the sad look on his eyes. Well, The rule of thirds is applied perfectly in this case if we are okay with the fact that Brown Llama will be just the sidekick. I feel terrible for the poor thing, so we will go back to the previous frame with Ctrl Z. Even if his eye is not where it should be, I think it works better this way. Well, now we have a new picture, but it has many composition problems. So if we draw the rule of thirds, we come to the conclusion that our llama is not on the lines, nor he is on the PowerPoints. He is too much to the right. We need to correct this mess right now. We choose the crop tool with C. Choose our aspect ratio also, and check if the PowerPoints are in the right place. Currently, of course, they aren't. We will then crop the image and zoom on the llama to put one of the PowerPoints in his eye. The eyes are very compelling, so it's good to have them as PowerPoints, but it's okay if they aren't in any also. Here the llama is placed along the right vertical line. His body and hands are mostly in the center of the lower third, which can be interesting. We click on enter and we admire the new frame. It certainly works a lot better. There is clearly a foreground and a background, and the subject is the main attraction. I will try doing another composition with another type of frame. Here we have the diagonal composition. The PowerPoints, of course, are not the same than the rule of thirds. This type of composition can work wonders on one-point perspectives. The triangle is one of my favorites. It can be used on action scenes. I totally love it. It gives more importance to empty space on the composition. We can also flip the image horizontally to have other composition options. It's harder to do this while making a film, but when making an animated illustration is way easier. The golden ratio is another way of doing composition. It's like a rule of thirds, but zoom in. Personally, I never use it. We can put the PowerPoint on his little hands if we want. Okay, the golden spiral is well known among the artists. Here we are going to focus on his tiny head, so we zoom a lot and crop nearly all the picture. It is used with the 16:9 ratio aspects, but I don't know. However, I think golden spiral shines the most when you use a square frame. Here we are going to put the PowerPoint on its nose. We click on enter. It's a great profile pic, don't you think? Well, it seems he doesn't like close-up photos. Composition is all about making choices, placing the subject in the right place and letting empty spaces on the image. If you charge the image with tons of details everywhere, the eye will drown and it won't be able to focus on the subject, which is what really matters. I forgot to tell you one of the most important rules, of course. You should always have fun while composing an image. It should be your fuel. This way you will enjoy making your backgrounds. Okay, now that we're done, let's make a quick recap. Today we learned the 3 principles for creating a great background. First, give depth to your image by figuring out where you will place the foreground, the middle ground, and, of course, the background. Use saturation and contrast to tell them apart. The foreground has more saturation and more contrast, of course, and the colors are also warmer. On the contrary, the background has less saturation, less contrast, and has cool colors due to atmospheric perspective. Secondly, you should check if your images go accordingly to the perspective rules. This means the objects or masses in the image have to converge into one or more vanishing points, which will be placed on the horizon line. If you are above the horizon line, then the lines run down towards the vanishing point. If you are below the lines, they go up towards it. Thirdly, check if your image is well composed. When drawing an image, you should always start by placing the subject on it. Remember that empty space is your ally and you shouldn't fill the image with details all over the place. These principles work together hand by hand. They often complement each other. Also, if you want to check the contrast and composition of your image, you should put a black and white filter and activate it once in a while. Don't be afraid to experiment when creating backgrounds. In this image, there are two llamas. Remember to make a path for the eye so it can travel around the picture. This can be made with a combination of using all the principles we reviewed. You can also try blurring parts of the image to accentuate the subject or reinforce the overall depth. Don't be afraid to overlap the foreground into the middle ground or the background. Lastly, use the rules to have fun. Create funny compositions. Try finding images on the internet or taking pictures that are compelling to you. In next class, I will show you my process to create an image and some key concepts about animation. Okay, now we're done, so have a great day! Hello students, my name is Juan, and today we will learn about the way I proceed to do backgrounds. This class will have a huge amount of content since it's the only part where I will address backgrounds. In the animation industry, there are many types of jobs. The ones which are focused on production, who are layout, animation, and background. Each step has its own team of artists. Animators, color artists, layout man, and of course, background artist. It's weird to see a single person do an entire film by his own because of the quantity of overwhelming work. In my case, in the industry, I work mostly as an animator. I could do animated loops like Chill Cow's Lofi Girl from start to finish because they require less work in composition and direction. But normally, I should have been assisted by at least one background artist. What am I implying? To become a good background artist, you need to understand light and shadow, color, composition, and contrast, among many other skills. For me, it's clearly one of the hardcore jobs in animation. If I wanted to teach background completely, I will have to do a whole class about it. But since I wish to focus in my specialty, which is animation, I should try my best to show you how I approach background in the shortest time possible. We will start by making a new document. We will create a Full HD document in this case and save it straight away. You can also use an A4 document if you want. I have made a template for you, but of course you can make one yourself using the Shape tool. The first thing to do is to create multiple rectangles who will be based on a Full HD frame. For this I use the Paint tool and I paint the whole screen. Then of course I reduce the size. Once this is done, I duplicate the square layer 4 times vertically and drag it down each time and 4 times horizontally. On this time I drag the squares to the right. We now have a 4x4 black squares canvas. I don't know how you say it in English. This template is divided by horizontal rows divided in layer groups. Each row has 4 layer groups who represent the black squares. These are meant to be filled with different composition ideas or background concepts. On the top corner of the canvas, I have made a text layer to put your name and the name of the work if you want. I have made another layer to put the basic info of our image. This way we can move it all across the canvas. Here we just answer 5 basic questions. Who, where, when, what, and how. Okay, but normally we already answered the first question on the previous chapter. The character is Hiking Girl. Where is she? On the first chapter we said she was on the beach, but here I want to draw some mountains. So the action will take place on the Alps, the French Alps of course. I don't know yet what time will it be, but I know I don't want to draw her during the night, because in the mountain it will be really dark, so we will only see her silhouette. So I will write the rest of the time, which is morning, sunrise, and afternoon. Now, what is the hiking girl doing in the mountain? Of course, camping. She won't be installing the tents, but I think we said she will be eating. How will be she eating? Amusingly for us, she will be focused on eating like a savage to contrast with her calm demeanor. Now we should add a last piece of information. What kind of mood this image has? Well, for me it should be happy and funny. Life is happy and funny. Remember to be flexible. This is just a guide. We can always change the info depending on the discoveries we will make along our creation path. It's good to have a guide at our side, even if it's not a definitive one. Now, let's start filling those squares, finally! The background of our canvas is black because the images on it will stand out more rather than on a white background. When I start working, I always start with the top left image. If you come from a different culture, feel free to change the order, of course. It has to suit you. There are two groups of layers: info and composition research. I open the last group and open the first row group. Then I open the layer group 01. In here, the first thing I do to start drawing is to create a clipping mask on the black rectangle. Its purpose is to keep all the layers we will create afterwards within the limits of the black rectangle. From this point on, of course, I won't name the layers because I create a lot depending on the work progress. I always start working on black and white to have a good contrast on the image. When you work with this kind of size, you are forced to reduce the details and work on the overall shapes. Remember what we saw in the previous class. We have to divide our composition and put the foreground, middle ground, and background in order to give like a sense of depth. Now we should also know where the horizon line is, but don't put perspective yet since it's too technical to be done in this step. I draw all the elements in a different layer to be able to drag them in case of need. Here the tint is a bit too dark, but in my opinion it has to stand out in the composition. The viewer has to view the tint, of course, but this. I draw an horizontal line just to draw the character. I want the hiking girl to be in her eye line level, if you see what I mean. Of course, I do my best to put her on a PowerPoint. She will kind of sit on her knees or be seated on something while eating. This will allow me to put some details around the camp. Most of the time, I draw the characters black or white depending on the mood. Then, depending on the project, I give more or less details. I place some elements across the camping site, but I don't give them like, not color, but grayscale yet. It's just placement for the moment, so don't worry about it. Once I have put all the elements in place, I like to add just one or two lights to show where the light source is. Sometimes I like to give details to certain objects, but I recommend to do this once the other images are done. In this step, it is better to have quantity over quality. It just happens I like the first image I made, which is very rare. Now I merge all the layers I created down. Once I'm done. I have only one clipping mask now. I'm done with the first composition rough. Another way to make composition research is doing it through line work. I prefer painting straight ahead since it forces you to work on shapes. As you can see, the second image differs from the first one because I have decided to do almost the same frame but with a lower angle. The second image took me around like 10 or 15 minutes to make, but it should be shorter. I liked too much the image I made and add too many details. Again, you should put a timer of around 5 to 10 minutes. This way you will be forced to work fast and do your best in that time. You don't worry if you fail 1 or 2 or even 4 rows. Don't erase your work, just follow up, keep creating. Now you got the idea. I have to fill all the images, at least these ones, with different propositions. When I will be working on the 4th row, I will be forced to be more creative, for sure. Whew. Well, now I have made 15 images in total. I'm nearly done. It took me almost 7 to 25 minutes each other. So I should have put the timer, but this is too much fun. As you can see, some are very different from others. I was forced to make many compositions. Of course, you are allowed to use ref during composition research, is even recommended. Look for movies, photos, and other kind of visual media to inspire yourself. Now, let's make the last composition research. Going from top left to bottom right, I like the number 4, image composition, number 9, and number 2. Now, I repeated this composition at least 3 times, so now I know what kind of background we will make. Let's do the same for the 4th one, and let's give our all, always. We can pick directly the colors from the color triangle, or we can pick the grayscale swatch on the swatches panel. Here it says niveau de gris because I had Photoshop in French and I changed it to English for the course, but it means grayscale. First, I draw the mountain range as fast as I can. At this point, I'm used to draw them in this way, so it's okay. Then we use a darker shade of gray to do the ground. Once this is done, I start working on the subject, which is of course, well, the hiking girl. She is eating something and she sat on her backpack. I can try different approaches if I draw the girl like a stick figure, the most simple way I can possibly draw her, if I want. And now I realize I want to throw a piece of food into the air and catch it with her mouth, much like number 6 in row 2. It's okay to erase and redo sometimes if you have a clear idea of what you want to do. In this case, the food she threw is in midair. I proceed to draw the camping tent right away. I can inspire myself of other camping tents that I have previously made, and I just draw it in an angle that fits the perspective. It's like really important. Anyway, all the sketch is done. Now I can start filling the shapes with shades of gray. I begin with the backpack, and since I know the light comes from the top of the image, I put a lighter tone of gray on it. Try balancing the contrast and flipping and zooming out if you can manage to get the tone you want. I highlight the foreground by filling it with a darker shade of gray. This way it will stand out from the rest. Since I know the ground is covered in grass, I draw some on the foreground. In this place the grass will be a little bit more visible. I draw quickly the rule of thirds to check if my subject and the secondary elements are well positioned on the respective power points, because it's really important. And now I start filling the characters with shades. This is my favorite part, of course. I love drawing characters. If I find trouble while drawing because there is just too much info within the sketch, I just turn off the layer, so it's way easier. The sun will be clearly on top, but it won't be visible because it's outside of the frame. Please avoid adding the sun to your frame just to fill the sky. Just add it when it's necessary for the composition. It's like adding windows to houses. I really like the shades I choose from the second image. I can pick the grayscale colors from here. I work mostly on shapes. This way I won't linger on details. Remember that your character is in a 3D world. This means her feet are really important. They should be well placed. Now let's work on the camping tent. I already said that the light comes from above, so this part here will be lighter. The front part, of course, will be a bit darker than the rest. Don't be afraid to drag the object if you need to. Just be sure the perspective is okay. I add some elements on the foreground because the subject is here. Don't make them stand out a lot though. Of course, the interior of the camping tent will be a bit darker than the rest. I remember to do the lights. I put a white layer and put it in a mode. I think it was highlight for the rest. You can do the lights this way, but I advise you to divide the lights into 3 groups. background, middle ground, and of course the foreground. The light should be way stronger on the foreground and less strong, nearly not present on the background. Well, of course that depends on the composition. It won't be the same light if it was sunset or sunrise. In those cases, the light could be hitting only the mountains and not the girl. But this implies the mountain range should be the protagonist, and we don't want this. So, this composition won't work because the girl is not the subject. I love the way I did on the hiking girl on the fourth image. I think I used a hard light mode on the layer. I want to make the light stand out. Then I can tone it down by lowering the opacity down. I can even do brush strokes of light here and there to merge the girl into the background. Well, sometimes when I'm not happy with the lighting of a part of the image, I change it by using a curves or level layers. As I said before, here I'm working only in the background to make it darker. But you can work on the overall image and put the curves and levels layer on top to change them all. I add sometimes certain elements afterwards. It can always be changed. However, if your image changes a lot because of these changes, I advise you to duplicate the layer and do it on another black rectangle. I think I'd rather have it without it. Once we are done with all the tiny images, we just have to choose. I advise you to review each image and make groups. You can remove straight away those you don't like. Also turn off the info layer to view all the images at once. Now I duplicate the composition research group and rename it color group. I will also change the color of the group from yellow to green. Now I open the first row and review each image. The first one is often not the best one, so I erase it right away. I thought it was good, but okay. I like the second one, but not the third one. You should view all the canvas to compare the images between them, so avoid zooming in. I also like the fourth one. I go to the second row and delete the fifth. I kind of hate it. I like the 6 and 7, but I'm not sure about the 8. Number 9 is my favorite for now. But in the numbers 10 and 11 I give too much importance to the background. I prefer to see her face. Number 12, I'm not sure, but I like the composition. I like the composition of number 14 and 16, but I don't like 13 and 15. While in reality, I think this angle will be hard to make for beginners, so 14 must be destroyed too. Okay, now we have just 7 images. I will arrange them and put them on the color research group. From this point, we don't need row groups anymore. Yes! We will keep choosing to find our top tier. Number 2, 4, 16 and number 9 have all a similar composition. The ground is almost flat and the hiking girl is sitting on her backpack. Number 12 has an interesting composition too, but I think it gives a lot of space to the background. And our subject is not even in a PowerPoint. It's not good. Well, on the other hand, I love this one. I think it is on my top 3. It might be even number 1. She really looks she has been hiking, even if the camping tent is not there. And I feel the same way for number 12. Now I will begin by dragging the images to make a row of 3. I'm sure the background of these 3 will be easier to make. I put number 16 below. We shall make another row of 3. And this means there must be an elimination. Well, I'm not sure about number 7, so I think the choice is easy to make. So I put number 12 at his spot. As much as I like number 6 and 12, I think they have the same problem. They don't give enough importance to the subject. Don't get me wrong, I really love these images, but I think the girl will be easier to animate on the other ones. I'm thinking about your well-being too. Now we are left with 4 images. Here we can go 2 ways. We could delete one and duplicate the row from above and put it below, or we could just duplicate one image 2 times, since they have almost the same composition. It doesn't matter. I prefer number 4, so I will duplicate it later. Now I resize the images to make them fit the frame, and I duplicate the image below 2 times in order to have 6 images in total. Of course, I could have made more rows, but color is way more complicated than contrast. This is why I like to spend more time. I rename the layer groups again in order this time. And I merge all the layers within the groups. If you want, you can name it black and white. We do the same for each in order to have just the black and white square. I reposition the images to have a space between both rows. I will put really important info here. And now we are ready to do some pochade or color research. I prefer the name in French, to be honest. There are many ways of doing color. I will show you 3 different approaches. All of them require having color schemes. The idea of having a color scheme is to have the minimum amount of colors and find harmony between them. For me, this is the hardest task. There are lots of people who have what I call the eye for color. They just get them right straight away. And there are others, like myself, who have to look for different ways to get those colors right. I will teach you what I discovered. One of them, of course, is using the color wheel to find your own color scheme. This requires basic knowledge in color theory. We create another layer in order to make our color schemes and add information to the color wheel. Now I will draw a triangle to make a split complementary color scheme. You can also do monochromatic, analogous, or triadic color schemes. It's up to you. You can also put your triangle between the colors. This will widen your choice, but it's harder to do. You should pick each color being aware of their importance. Imagine that the colors are actors from a movie. The protagonist will be the main color. Here I choose one of the 2 greens. Never pick the color straight away from the color wheel, unless you have casted that particular color. You should change the saturation on the balance of colors. This means the flashiness of the color and its brightness or darkness. I recommend going with a less saturated main color. The main color or the protagonist's role is to be all over the place and give the overall mood to the scene. It should be a star. You can pick a co-protagonist too, but this one will have less importance. This color can also be like the assistant of the protagonist and add a new gradient to the main color. Now we pick secondary colors who are much like supporting actors. Each time I do the same. I change the saturation and balance, almost every time reducing saturation. The supporting actors are secondary to the film, but they play a role to help or hinder the protagonist in his path. This secondary color is bright. Now let's search for another secondary color to contrast with the brightness of the previous one. I like to do dark red tones. If you do dark tones, avoid using only black ones. Try to give them color. And if you can, don't use full black. It's better to use dark saturated colors. They give a kind of vibrance. I want to add another supporting role to the color scheme. Now I choose the violet in the color wheel. And of course, tone the saturation down a bit. It won't be as dark as the second secondary color or as bright as the first one. You have to bear in mind that the colors are not set on stone, so you can change them if you want. Here it just happens to me. I was not happy with the saturation of the green one. I put a bit more flashy, more saturation on it. You can tone it down by mixing 2 colors later. I picked the last secondary color. It will be like the extra on a movie. It won't appear a lot. To finish the color scheme, I love to add a pinch of a high saturated color, in this case the bright red. It will be like the antagonist. Its presence will lift up the main character. Try having a wide range of colors in your color scheme. They should vary in saturation and balance. Here I have already finished doing the color research for most of the images. I have used different methods for their color schemes. Let me show you how I did them. I used references from PureRef to make the color schemes for the rest of the images. Don't be afraid to use the color schemes of other people's artwork. You should. Even if I had used some images for reference, I still do the color wheel and try to figure out that process the artist went through. Sometimes I pick the colors straightforward from the image. When the image is too complex, I use filters on it to pick the main colors. I will show you how to use filters here. First, go to Layer. Then click on Filter Gallery. The filter window should open instantly. To use one of the filters, just click on their thumbnail. To simplify the colors, I love to use the cutout filter. Put the number of levels to 8, the edge simplicity and edge fidelity to 0. Okay, another filter I use is the palette knife filter. It's way better than the cutout filter and gives more color fidelity. You can change the stroke size, but I never put it above 15. The stroke details should be at its maximum, while the softness should be at its minimum. Then we click on Enter and the filter is done. The color scheme on the bottom left corner looks so organized when you compare it to the second one. This is because I have created a color scheme from this image. This method can give you an organized and full color scheme. The problem is that you may have too many colors at first. How do you do this color scheme? First, you open the image. In this case, I will open the mountain image. We shall have a group of color schemes like the ones on the right. Once we create it, it will appear on the bottom. Now we go to Image, Mode, and click on Indexed Color. In the first part, we can see the number of colors in the image. To see the preview, well, just click on Preview. You will only change the number of colors, so you can add up to 256 colors. That's a lot. There are a few presets, but I never use them. You can try them out to check what colors they give you. I chose often a range between 20 to 50, not more than that. Remember, keep your color chart simple. The editor gives grain to your image. Now put it on diffusion and put the amount on 10% to avoid having blended colors. It gives like a cutout effect. This time I will choose around 30 colors. I think they work best. Once this is done, we go to Mode, Color Table, and the colors will appear here on a panel. I save it and give it a name. In this case, 01 will do. Okay, I click on OK. Then we go to Swatches on the top right corner and click on Import Swatches. We change the type of file from .aco to .act and click on the saved color swatch we made. It should be below all the other swatches, but this can be quite useful. I prefer to have the color swatch in the canvas. This is why I use the screenshot tool on Windows. In Mac, I think it's Command-Shift-4. I copy the screenshot and put it above the image. These colors are the same as the artist used for this picture here. To color each part of the image, character, grass, camping tent, etc., you can pick any color from the color scheme you made. However, bear in mind the fact that you should use saturation wisely. This means don't go around giving flashy colors to everything. Put saturated colors on important objects or characters. Also, not all the flesh color is purely black, pink or orange. Try adding some gray tones to it. You can do color schemes for famous painters like Sargent or Leyendecker to understand what kind of colors they use. It's a really interesting exercise. To check the contrast on the image, put a black and white layer above all the image groups. My advice is to do it once you think you are finished. It's like the same of flipping images to check the drawing. Some saturation and contrast problems will just pop out. The shapes and composition should be visible from afar, in black and white, and of course in color. Well, there has been a major change. Sometimes you draw and you don't realize the overall mood of the image is not the one you intended. I have to change it on the info panel then. I go to it and erase the funny part and write calm instead. I realized I intended to do a relaxing background, but I guess I didn't write it. It's time to choose which image will be used for the background. Let's review them very quickly. Each image has a different mood on different positions. There are a lot of color schemes that I like here. The first and fifth one happens at different time of the day. The fourth one I think is during sunset. I like the moods of the fifth one and the first one the most. But in the end I found the colors of the first image more original. I have not used green in a long time also. I go to color research and create another group. I copy and paste the first group and rename it BG/rough. The other images must be turned off. I will select just the image and copy the group layer with Ctrl-G or Command-G on Mac. Then I click on Ctrl-E or Command-E to merge all the layers down. It's always useful to have a small image of the color research on top, so I drag it down. I drag it into the right corner. I will put all the new elements and put them inside the new group layer. I will change the color of the group to blue. I like to put all the info on the right when I'm working. Color wheel, the previous color research, the color scheme, etc. I like to add another black and white layer also, to check the contrast, of course. Now I'm lowering the info panel a bit. And if you want, we can even put the first composition research beneath the color research. This way we check the contrast and balance of colors directly, but I think it takes too much space. If you have a reference image, you can also add it and drag it to the right corner. The image, of course, is used for its color scheme and not for its composition. It should help us when we are just starting to understand color. Once you feel comfortable, you can go to Colorus to make a color scheme or doing one of your own like I showed you before. I will just add the triangular shape inside the color wheel to show the range of our color scheme again. I love doing this. Remember, this is a split complementary scheme. You can also find different schemes which we reviewed before, monochromatic and analogous. Now I will just put the color scheme under the new color wheel, because we have already found it. The last thing to do is to resize the color research image we made and make it fit the screen. We put this layer beneath all the info layers to make them visible, and of course if it's a group, you merge it down. The next step is to separate the overlayer from the background. The overlayer is what goes over the character. It's a part of the background that is not animated, of course. Now I will show you how. Think about an upper stage when you draw backgrounds. First we have the character in one layer. Then we have the overlayer who goes before the character. In our image, both represent the foreground. The rest of the elements, like the mountains, will go behind. We can surely make different layers for each mountain and separate the middle ground from the background, but in this case, it is not necessary, since the character won't be between the mountains. This is how we will do the background. Since the backpack goes below the character legs and is covered by them, then it can go on the background also. This part of the grass in the foreground will be placed in front of the character. We will need it to be a different layer and name it OL for over layer. This layer is not always on the foreground. The term overlayer means it will be over the character to increase the sense of depth. All that goes after the character can be placed on a single layer, which will be called BG for background. We can do multiple layers and then merge them at the end. Once the background is done, we will do the first layout pose. But first, let's finish the background. How do I proceed? Sometimes I draw the line first. It's good to do it in order to correct perspective and separate beforehand the overlayer from the character from the background. Sometimes there are underlayers, but not every time. The first thing to do is to lower the opacity down. We create a new layer and name it BG Line Rough. We can turn on the info layer from now to remember where we go. Try picking a brush you like. The brushes depend mostly on the style you want for your background. If your background is made of line art, then the brush should at least look like the one you use for the character. If the background is painted, then you should use brushes that work best for that purpose, like the gouache brushes here on Kyle's brush set. Since here we are drawing the rough line, then any brush will do. I'll go again with Kyle's manga brush set. When we draw mountains, try looking at references. It's the best way to get them right, since they have an abstract shape. I think it might be easier to paint them directly. If you feel that painting directly is easy, go ahead and do it. Just try drawing only 2 shades at first and complexify it later. It's always like that. Start simple. Always. The sunlight comes from the top, but the time is a bit overcast. The problem is that overcast backgrounds are the hardest to make. I did not plan this beforehand. Well, we'll go with it. Sometimes mistakes can give an interest touch to the image. It's like a challenge. When you work in the animation industry, there are people who make concepts of the background. Normally, they make just a few images. Then the background artist takes the images from the storyboard and makes the layout for the background. Normally, it's just a first draft of how the background will look. The animators can animate on it while waiting for the final version of the background. This step, of course, is part of the layout. I have nearly finished this image. I will put it below on the website for you to download it in case you want to use it for the animation part. There are layers for the background, the hiking bag, the OL, and the info layer. If you want to change everything, you can. Just try adding something where the hiking girl or your character will sit. You can also choose to remove everything and leave just the back, since it's the most important element. Well, it's up to you. Anyway, let's go back to our background. As you can see, I have only done 2 shades for the mountain range on the left. I will just add another one. I would like to keep it simple, in order to make the character stand out. The weather is overcast in the image. It may rain at any time, therefore the image is less contrasted. This is the reason why the mountains look a bit dull. I have made different layers for each, but I will merge them later. Of course, there is the OL layer. When I turn it off, we can see the hiking backpack and the tent more closely. The mountain backpack shall be in a different layer. The overlayer will be the grass on the foreground, as we said. And if we turn off the background, we can see the color research image again. The feet of the hiking girl are hidden by the OL layer. I draw another color in between the bright green and the medium green to give the mountains a bit more detail. The strokes are nearly random. I'm using the Kyle's gouache brush set for this part. I found that the mountain color is weird. Since I made the three colors on different layers, it won't be hard to change them. The main advice to do color is to proceed this way. Do only two shades per color, then add another shade in between. I like when the colors are perfectly blended, but it's not my method of doing color. To see an example, check Joy Ang's Food Research. She's one of my favorite artists. I love her style. If you think that doing backgrounds is too hard, try taking a photo and using it for the rest of the course. You can totally animate on photos. Many people do it. Also, it's a good exercise to improve your character's placement in the space. If you want, you can add some filters to it, like the ones I showed you earlier during the color schemes. Cutout, palette knife, and dry brush are the ones I prefer. If you use a photo and there should be another layer, select the part of the picture that should be another layer and paste it on top of the layer panel. If you're not happy with the color balance or the contrast of some elements, use the levels, curves, or a hue saturation layer. In my case, I'm not that happy with the mountains colors. They are not contrasted enough. Okay, now, well, and that's it. We learn that the most important thing about doing background is preparation, keeping it simple. We also learn how to start searching the compositions, how to do color research, and how to make different color schemes. Remember that you can also use pictures and apply filters to them if you find yourself overwhelmed by the background. Okay, and now we're done, so have a great day and see you next time. Hi students, I hope you're well. Since last class was filled with info, today's class will be a lot easier. It's your reward. What are we going to do in this class? We are going to learn how to make video references for animation. I promise this will be a fun class. Okay, let's begin with the first rule. Be an actor. You have to put yourself on your character's point of view. We already defined our character's main action, eating. Now the hard part. What will the hiking girl eat? I have lots of ideas. She can be eating a sandwich, noodles, or cherry tomatoes. So what do I have to do? As an animator, you have to stick to your character. Always. The rules will be pretty easy. Since she will be eating, I will be eating too, at the same time, when taking the videos. It's as simple as that. The hard part, I will say, is to find the right angle. It should fit the perspective at its best. If we see the whole body of the hiking girl, then we need to frame ourselves. Like, for example, if we see the whole body of the hiking girl, then we need to frame ourselves in order to see the whole body. Therefore, in my case, the camera angle is vertical. First, let's go buy some noodles and cherry tomatoes. Prepare a sandwich if you want. We are going to eat at the peak of a mountain. Once we gather the tools and ingredients, we can begin setting up. If you have a tripod, use it. A basic camera or your phone's camera should work perfectly. Let's start with eating some noodles. As you can see in this video, I'm picturing myself as an introverted girl and eating the noodles as she will. Her main characteristics are her legs. They are bent inwards. To be honest, I don't like to sit in this position, but if I have to endure it for the animation, I will. Well, right now I'm not eating noodles, but slurping them, and they are crazy hot. My intention is to change the rhythm of the animation and don't stay too idle while eating. Let me recompose the action. First, I go and search the noodles. Then, I put them in my mouth. Now I have to slurp them quickly, since she eats like this. And finally, I go back to search for some noodles again. We want to do a clear action, but I think this action may be too exaggerated. It has to feel realistic, and I feel this might be too cartoony. Now let's try something more calm. How about a cup of tea? It will surely be easier to animate. She just leaves the cup and drinks. I try drinking while changing the hand grip on the cup. Well, in this case, I'm using a vacuum bottle or thermos. Then I stand up and do another round of videos. You have to take the pose the character will take. Be the character. Think like it. I just imagine that if I was in the mountain, I will use my binoculars. Since I have a pair, I use them. You can clearly see here that I'm acting. I'm pretending to look at something from the distance. Why not? I even put my tiny hand to hide the sun. On one video, I even do the lopsided pose since I'm acting like the hiking girl. Now, I try eating cherry tomatoes. I will eat a whole box if I need to, in order to get the shot right. It's funny because I never realize how much the side of my head moves when I eat. The action may be too long to animate though. Well, I came to the conclusion that all those videos are not good enough. I wanted to do something fun to animate, so I decided to do the hardest thing: throw the tomato in the air and catch it with my mouth. The problem is, this is not something easy to do. It's even very hard to get that round tomato into the mouth. But the key is to never give up. I threw many tomatoes and I was surprised when I catch the first one. I was so happy I had to show my happiness. Alas, I made a mistake. The hiking girl has years and years of practice. People say she first learned to throw tomatoes before she learned how to walk. She won't be surprised since she has done this action at least 1,000,000 times. Also, she is the gloomy girl. She won't show any emotion. How foolish of me. Now I had to keep eating and keep my success only to myself. I don't have the level of the gloomy girl yet, but one day I will. Now I'm starting to master this skill. I think I have yet to perfect it, but the posture and the reflexes are finally starting to show some progress. After many years of practice, I have finally become a master thrower. Now I can be a worthy reference for the gloomy girl. Please, I advise you to throw big tomatoes to avoid choking yourself to death. Also, sometimes you won't be able to do certain actions. For example, it was not possible for me to do the references for my short film Rapunzel, so I searched for videos. I recommend trying to find someone who has the skill and ask them for permission to film them, only for reference purposes of course. Use videos only as a last resource. If I had more time, I would have loved to ask an aerial silk performer to do acrobatics for my film Rapunzel. Anyway, now we have our video, and I think it is perfect for me. Remember to be the actor. Think like your character will think. In the next class, we will decompose the video reference and begin the animation by posing the first layout pose. See you next time! Hi students, I'm Juan. In this class we will learn how to decompose the reference video we took in last class. In addition, we will set up the thought process to start animating, and we will begin by doing the animation layout. Here I'm using TV Paint Animation Pro. It's the software I use the most for animating. I wish I could show you how to animate with TV Paint, but the cost is too expensive. This is the reason why Photoshop is great to start doing loops. I have already imported the reference I choose of me throwing a cherry tomato in midair and eating it. When I click on the play icon, the video plays and loops. I have opened this file and choose a 24 frames per second ratio. You should always choose 24 frames per second in Photoshop, always. Well, we will talk about it in the next chapter, so don't worry. In this chapter, we will only analyze the video and find the key poses to show you my thought process when looking at video references. The first thing to do is to lower the opacity since I will draw on another layer above the video. Important information incoming. The first thing I do when I look at a video reference is to look for the key poses. The term key poses are used for the most important poses, the drawings that unlock the path to animate. The key poses are the poses that define the movement. You always begin by the key poses because without them you are lost, you are completely lost. Here I'm drawing in pink the first key pose. The first one is the easiest one because it's almost always the first frame of the video, like pretty much in this case. Now we scroll frame by frame to find the second key pose. For me the second one will be when I'm preparing to throw the tomato. I always draw the median line, never forget it. We will name all the key poses. In animation we often use letters. The first one, of course, is key pose A. This means the second one is key pose B. Well, where will be key pose C? I'm sure key pose C is when the tomato is in midair. Without this pose, we wouldn't understand what the character is doing. A simple way to know where the key poses are in your videos is to redraw the action with the least number of drawings. I repeat, the action should be clear with the least number of drawings, is what I'm doing here. We will name this pose C, of course. We are missing the last key pose, D. How do I know that? Without this pose, we wouldn't understand the character has eaten the tomato. If I don't add this pose, we will see just the hiking girl chewing her food. I hate to waste food, so we add pose D. I don't know why animators love to draw a circle around the key pose letters, but it's something we learn. Maybe it's to differentiate the key poses from the other ones. Since this action is a loop, we need to add another key pose A to finish the animation. Here I'm drawing it, but I can copy-paste the key pose A I made before. The last thing to do is to check if the key poses are well placed. We just turn off the video layer and click on play. If the action is understandable, then the key poses are fine. When I'm reviewing the animation, I found the key pose A is not long enough, so I maximize the exposure. Always remember to name your key poses. Anyway, this example was meant to demonstrate my thought process when decomposing a video reference. Now we can start drawing the layout. Open your background or download the background I made on chapter 2. If you don't have it, you can download it in that chapter. As you can see, I have drawn the horizon line in red. It should be around the same place as the character's eyes levels. I will turn off the background layer to show you the image beneath. It's the color research image. Do you remember? We have a first draft of the characters posing in here. I have imported a single frame of the video reference and I flip it horizontally with F2. We will create a new layer and name it Character Layout. The layout is the first step in animation. We will then draw the first key pose, which will tell us how the character is placed. It's kind of drawing the idle pose. But before this, we have to understand the volumes and position in a reference. In this reference, I spread my legs too much. She is an introvert, so her knees should be near each other. For the brush, I use the same brush I use for the character design part. This means Kyle's manga brush. We look at the angle and posture of a reference. I'm sitting straight, ready to catch the tomato. The idea was to be in a position where I can lean backwards easily and catch the tomato with my mouth. The arms and shoulders are pointing slightly to the front because they are holding the bowl. My head was too straight and stiff. In my opinion, the hiking girl will be more relaxed since she is a pro when throwing tomatoes. As said before, her knees will almost touch each other. On the reference, I spread my legs too much because I needed a stable position where I could bend backwards quickly if needed. To summarize, the hiking girl will be way more comfortable and calm than me on the first key pose. We will proceed as we did in the character design chapter. First, the rough, then the tie down, and finally the clean. We will start with the rough. Since we already have placed our character, we know where to start drawing. I start with her pelvis because it's the point of contact with the mountain backpack. In a nutshell, she is seated on her butt cheeks. I think I exaggerated too much with her bended pose. Since I made the reference, I know your back must be straight in order to have more mobility. I like the legs a lot. Be careful and follow the perspective. Add some lines on the legs to get your perspective right, just like we did on the character design chapter. Her lower leg will be bent and it will point towards the ground. Then I will add a cylinder shape to suggest the upper form of the hiking boot. I will end by placing the feet. I made grass on the OL to hide her feet if you can manage to get them right. We draw the 3D grid beneath her feet to get the perspective right. We do the same thing for her left leg, starting from the hips and drawing lines. Remember to do steady brush strokes, and if you want to improve your line work, try keeping the pen longer on the tablet. We add another cylinder for her left boot and draw her left feet. Make both feet point inwards. It's one of her main traits. Then we return up and divide her upper torso from her lower torso by drawing the belt line. I also added 2 lines for the wrinkles on her shorts. We continue to draw her torso, and we add the median line in the middle, of course. Her head is more relaxed than the one in the reference. Her arm will be bent and her elbow should end near the belt line. We also add some lines to show the perspective in the arm volumes, which have a cylindrical shape. The reference is very useful when you draw hands. Here we can see how the fingers are positioned to keep the ball. They are slightly bended because the ball has a spherical shape, of course. The thumb prevents the ball from falling. Thanks to the reference, I can correct the perspective. The cylinder is facing the other way. Do not be too hard on yourself, we can always correct that later. Here I give more volume to her shoulder. Before doing the right arm, I will finish her left hand. I focused on the volumes of the hand. They are somewhat rectangular and I do the fingers by groups. We will split them later. We have to make a good ellipse. It has to go well with the perspective on the way the hiking girl is holding the ball. If you want, we can use the horizon line in order to check if the ellipse has a good shape. The wrist is slightly bended too because of the weight of the ball. We draw the ellipse and check the reference. I remember that my girlfriend was shooting the videos. She was on the ground like this. It was necessary to frame the image correctly, but the problem is that the horizon line is too low in the reference. The proper way to take the videos is another one. She will have to be on her knees around my eye level, but it wasn't. But it's okay, it's not a problem since I know in which angle she took the videos. This means we can see the ellipse in the ball, therefore the one in the reference is wrong because of the perspective angle. She is preparing to catch a tomato, so she will have her hand ready. During this step, we can draw her fingers as small rectangles to simplify the shapes. If you want a good book to learn how to draw hands, I recommend George Bridgman's Constructive Anatomy. It's one of the best books. If you can buy it, give it a try. The book is a goldmine. Now let's focus on her right arm. In the reference, part of the arm is hidden by the ball. We will just draw the same, but we will keep this in mind. Also, don't forget the median lines on the torso and on the face. A vertical one and an horizontal one. Check perspective to know where to place the median lines. Draw 2 lines that go from shoulder to shoulder and from hip to hip. We do the same with our layered rough drawing. Now we turn on the horizon line and check if the lines run up towards it. The hard thing will be to do the horizontal median line. It should run down towards the horizon line too. Well, the head is looking down, so check the vertical line. It should be a bit diagonal. Well, we have to rename the character slash layout slash rough. Let's add her hair on the fringe. It's just a placement, so don't be too hard on yourself. We polish some details, adding her breast here and correcting the arm volumes. Remember to add the volume of the knee. Add 3 lines only. Can you see the volume of the knee here? We should try to recreate it. Beneath is a part of the tibia which is visible. This is why learning anatomy is so important. You can draw volumes on shapes and correct them in perspective. We do the same thing in our drawing. To show the volume of her knee, we only draw 2 lines. It's that easy. I made a mistake while drawing the 3D grid on her feet. I go all over the model, polishing the volumes of parts of the body. I add or diminish some lines. I rework the line of her jaw. Well, I think we're done with the rough. We lower the opacity to prepare for the tie down. We should also lower the opacity of the background, and we create another layer named character slash layout slash tie down with only one D. First, we draw the color of her t-shirt. Now we draw where the rough line is. Let's draw the belt line and add volume to suggest the presence of pants on the upper side of the belt line. We draw her pelvis on the hole of the shorts. When drawing the hole, it should have a diagonal angle and not be horizontal, because the upper part is more contracted than the lower part. There are also wrinkles on the upper part, remember them. We continue drawing the leg and finish the leg. Add the chicken drumstick volume to the lower leg. We simply add the shape of the tongue of the boot. We should also add a donut shape for her socks. Remember that she needs big socks in order to hike. We do the same thing on the other leg, always keeping an eye on the volumes. Thighs, lower leg, a kind of cube for the knee, and the donut for the sock. I go back and forth to every part of the body. Here I draw a curved line for the shape of her back. The hairline is curvy too. To draw her arm, I just follow the lines of the rough. Make your brush smaller to work on details. Alt plus right click on Windows. I think it's Option plus right click on Mac. Then work on her hands. I remove a bit of the volume of her right hand because in the reference the hand is slimmer. I'm not happy yet with the result, but instead of spending countless hours on it, I just jump on the next part. We will be back later. We add a little wrinkle on her shirt here. Then we polish it by adding another part of tissue. We will draw the boots, but for this we need to look for reference. We begin drawing the main shape on the upper part. Then we draw the overall shape of her feet, and finally we add the sole. Don't be too hard on yourself, students, please. Her hiking boot will be one of the most tedious and hard things to animate. If you think he's too complicated for you, you should draw her with socks. It's okay. I'm thinking of doing complicated boots to show you how tedious it can be when you have complex designs to animate. You don't have to follow me, of course, in my madness. This is just a reminder to tell you that we need to be extremely careful with her head and her hands. We could also have references for them. We keep working on the boots. I used a reference and changed the boots I made on the character design. I thought they were not hard enough to make, so I complicated the design. You will see how hard they will be to draw on animation. For example, the sole now has a hard reinforcement to protect the feet from being hit. If you decide to draw the hiking boot, like me, take your time. Note that the shoe can be divided on 3 big parts: the ankle, the foot, and the sole. Details come later, afterwards of course. Turn off and on the rough layer to check on the tie-down. We correct the wrinkles on her right hip and remove part of her shoulder volume. It's really hard to get this shape. We add the shoe line because it might help us later. We do basically the same thing for the left foot. We begin from top to bottom. I even add the tongue of the boot. I like to spend more time placing the feet on the sole to be sure they are well placed. I advise you to draw shoes every day in order to become better at drawing shoes. Let me tell you again, if you don't want to do her complex hiking boots, if you feel overwhelmed by the detail of the boots, this is normal. This is the reason why the design must be as simple as they can. You can change the design if you want, of course. You can even add socks. When drawing hair, try doing it by groups. Since her hair is very straight, it is easy to draw. Part of her hair will be behind her back, and it won't move. Bear in mind that the line work must be precise in this part. We also draw the jaw to separate it from the neck. I kind of revised the color of her neck to make it resemble her character design. Her fringe will be one of the only parts to have inertia when animating. Draw a spherical shape, much like if she had a bowl on top of her head. Then we finish with her face. We draw the nostrils on one point. The tip of the nose is one single line. On the nose bridge is a longer line. She's gloomy girl, the unsmiling. This means her mouth will just be a single line. Her hair, like I said, is shaped like a bowl cap with curtains. It hides parts of her face. We draw her eyes on the horizontal median line. Her right eye is bigger than her left because of the perspective. In order to advance, I think we need a bit of help now. We will open the character design we made. We will duplicate this group on the background file. First of all, we look at the group and merge it by pressing Command E on Mac or Control E on Windows. We choose our group layer and press the right click. Then we search for the duplicate group and click on it. We choose the file we're working on, which is the background file. We will rename it later on when we begin the animation. We draw her long sleeves. Her hand will be partially hidden by this sleeve. Try getting them right from the perspective angle. Pay special attention to her hands. We have to be extra careful with this. Try focusing yourself on the reference and put her hand in the right perspective position. Don't close the lines. Like here in the ball, we are defining the volume and its limits. We will close them later. We go back to her eyes and draw them. With the model at the right side is way easier. I said during the character design chapter that her eyes have a gloomy shape. Her upper lids are straight, and the lower lips are smaller. Also, don't forget to flip the image in order to do her pupils. We break down the shape of her fringe by putting rectangles here and there. This part will be hard to animate too, but it will give life to our character. I leave her face for the end to spend less time in it. We draw a curved line for her tights. When drawing her short hose, we have to be careful to put this hole in perspective. I said before that normally when people stand, the short hole is perpendicular to her body. When folded, the fabric resists the tension and tries to keep its original form. This is why when it's bended, it makes an angle and is not perpendicular to the body. We keep polishing her head. Since she has strabismus, the eyes must look in the same direction. Flipping the image helps a lot in this case. It's funny because you will see more clearly than me that her eyes are not symmetrical yet. When looking at videos or photos of your artwork, mistakes are easy to spot. Remember this. We are done with the tie down. We shall organize our layer panel. We will create a layer group and name it character layout. Then we will change its color to orange and put the layout draw group on the tie down group beneath. I totally forgot about her left hand. We have to finish it before starting the clean. To do the tie down of the hand, let's make the fingers less rectangular and more elegant. We can also add a cherry tomato. The hiking girl is picking her next victim. The fingers are not easy to draw, so take all the time you need. Of course, rewind the video if you need. No one becomes a master by drawing hands just with a first draft and with a first glance. Hands are like try, check, and if they are not okay, then chop them off and repeat. The main idea behind using a reference is not to redo the same pose. The idea is to understand it and reproduce it in order to fit our character. I leave a chunk of space on top of the frame to allow the hiking girl the freedom to throw the cherry tomato freely on the air. This way the action will be on the frame. Now we will create another layer and begin cleaning our character. We lower the opacity down and start drawing with the brush we choose. I think it should be the same as we used during the character design chapter. I want you to remember to be precise and fluid with your brush strokes. Imagine yourself as an old Japanese calligraphy artist. Even their own movements to do the brush strokes are an art piece by themselves. The clean part is the longest part, but is easier if you have double-checked your volumes, shapes, and proportions during the tie-down phase. It's a bit obvious to say this, but if you follow the rules, animation becomes very easy. However, bear in mind that this is one method. It's like my method to animate, so there are other methods too. Now we will begin drawing a first layout pose. It does not have to be the first pose of the animation, but it should be where the animation will start. In this case, we made her grab a tomato so it's not perfectly in the start, but is near it. We need at least one clean pose in the layout to have a preview of what the character will look like in this shot. When you work in the animation industry, this pose serves as a reference for the animators, since the layout man is often not the same person as the animator. When we attack the animation part, we will do the same process, but we won't clean the poses straight away. We shall draw the rough key poses first, then we do the breakdowns, and then the in-betweens. When this is done, we lower the opacity and do the tie-down in the same order. Key poses, breakdowns, in-betweens. And finally, once the tie-down is done, we do the same for the clean. In the end, we will have around 20 to 40 drawings of the hiking girl, each with a different exposure. When doing the clean, try changing the pressure you put on each stroke to give the line more contrast. Some parts of the body can have thicker lines, others have slimmer, like her hands and the face. Try to get the big thick lines right on one brush stroke. If you do a hairy thick line, it will be seen by the viewer, so avoid this mistake. I can't say it enough times. Her hiking boots are an example of how hard it is to draw complex designs. The more complex the design is, the longer it will take to draw it. And the hardest it will be for us to keep the volumes at the same size in each drawing. Imagine doing this design 10 or 20 or 30 times. When I draw lines inside the model, I often do them thinner than the exterior lines, just like her sock lines here. Always when cleaning the tie down, and mostly during the key poses, you should have your character pure ref references and or your character's model sheet. A model sheet is when you draw your character in at least 3 different views: front view, 3/4 view, and side view. We only did the front view in the character design chapter because of time requirements, but it's recommended to do at least 3. You have the obligation to make a model sheet when you work with an animation team. The animators must understand the shape volumes and proportions of the character. If you add to a posing sheet where you draw a character in various poses on a character's expression sheet, then you have done a great work as a character designer. Well is the bare minimum for a series or a short film. In our case, we don't need them because we are only doing a loop, but it surely is a fun exercise. When I draw her hands, I draw her fingernails too, but I choose not to close the line. I think it's more elegant this way, but it's only my opinion. Much like during the tie-down phase, spend more time with the hands and with her face. Be patient and persevere. If you find that some lines are too thick or too thin, correct them. Use the eraser on your brush. Well, not that I checked her shirt's color, I found that it is less tight on her neck and wider in the corners. Since her arms are bent forwards, then the collar will be contracted a tiny bit. We cleaned the bowl, and if you haven't checked the perspective at this stage, you should. When we will begin cleaning the animation, we will draw a single bowl and use it for the whole animation. We will add tomatoes inside, and these won't move also. They could if we did an hyper-realistic animation, but it's time consuming and they won't bring anything interesting to the table. We will be mindful of the finger's details since her left hand is the protagonist of her story. Only the first phalanx of the pinky finger is visible because it's the shortest finger. The middle and ring finger look alike, while the index finger is high in the air, grabbing the tomato with the help of the thumb. The thumb has a bean shape because it's exercising pressure on the tomato. We draw the lines that indicates the other side of the ball ellipse. Take your time, of course, while drawing the fingers. They are not easy at first. However, if you spend too much time on them, go and clean another body part. If you linger too much in one place, you will get tired more quickly. Imagine that you are a video game character and you are facing a monster. If you attack all the time, your character's stamina bar will deplete. To avoid this, you have to make small pauses between attacks. Drawing and cleaning is the same. You will have the impression of going quicker when you go over all the model. This example applies perfectly to the boots. Look at how much detail they have. Hence, I get tired quickly. We are like airplanes attacking an enemy cruiser. We go up, aim, and attack. When we zoom out, we can hop on the next part. You can also spot some mistakes at the same time. I saw that her belt line was way too low, so I erased it and drew it again. I could see this because I always have an eye on our model. I often begin drawing the face before the hair, but it depends on the character design. The gloomy girl's hair is key for the character. Therefore, I draw some lines of the hair first. It's even better if we draw the jawline with it. This way we have closed all the lines alongside her face. Here I'm diversifying her hair parts. This kind of detail gives realism to our characters. It's always good to have some lonely hairs here and there, but don't add solitary hairs everywhere. This amount will already be a pain to animate. To avoid being overwhelmed by this, we have to define her hair locks and her lonely hairs. This way we will keep their shape in all the key poses. The rest of her hair will lie on her back, because it won't have inertia, and it will be easier to animate. All hair has inertia, unless your character uses hair gel. If we have a few locks running free on her back, they will need to have inertia. So, we need to stick them to her back. Also, I'm not yet sure about her hair beneath the armpits. It's way too long, don't you think? Too long, but straight. This part here may have inertia. I draw the eyebrows regardless of the haircut, even if a fringe hides them. It's always good to place them. If you check animes, most of them draw the character's eyebrows too. Be careful where the hiking girl put her eyes on. In this case, she is looking at the tomatoes, always looking at her victims. Her upper eyelids should be a bit lower since she is looking below. If you find that the brush is too big, make it smaller. In these kinds of cases, you should work with a tiny brush. Don't worry about her face if it's not perfect. We can return to it later. Here we were just placing the elements. The most important thing is that we feel her gloominess, her lack of emotions, her I don't care face. This character's face is quite easy to draw. She does not have a lot of details on eyelashes. Have you wondered why anime characters only move their mouth when talking? It's clearly not like Disney. Sometimes they put too much energy and details on the model, and the easiest and therefore the cheapest way to animate is to move only the lips. There are also a lot of still poses, but this contrasts with the action shots, where we can see beautiful animated moments. Even when the characters don't move, They convey a lot of emotion because of the posing. The posing is key to have a successful animation. A big part of this work is done during the layout. I would say that the hardest part to animate in this character will be her fringe. It has a lot of detail. Now we go back to the boots and keep placing the lines for the clean. You can see it, but I'm looking at my pure rev board at this moment to draw the boots. Well, I cheated a bit and drew the same boots that were on the reference. Normally, we shouldn't do this. We should rework a bit the design at least. But I felt completely in love with those hiking boots. Of course, I will try to avoid adding more details. I don't know if you can see it, but I have divided the upper part of the boot in two. Why? Because when she bends her feet, this part needs to contract and retract. The ankle has a huge range of mobility, so it's normal to have many wrinkles in here. At least one major wrinkle in the front. For the moment, I don't care if I don't close every part of the lines. We can come back when we finish cleaning and polish those places. Remember to draw crosses for the shoelaces. Even at this stage, you should try flipping the image once in a while, mostly concerning hands and the face. It's so useful to draw her eyes. Now I can clearly see her eyes are not well placed. In this frame, you have to look at the model back and forth in order to get her face right. The first layout pose is the hardest one, mainly because you have to be meticulous about it the whole time. It must be near perfect since it will serve as a base for the rest of the poses. This is the reason why layer artists are so important. In our case, we are doing the work of 3 or 4 persons just in animation: layout, animation, the animation assistant, and the color artist. When polishing her face, if it's easier for you, grab the model from the character design chapter and put it at her side. You can also use it to check the proportion of the body parts who are not in perspective. You should first measure the two heads and resize the one of the model if need be. Once we do this, we can check the proportions of her leg. We can also use the eraser to polish and make some lines thinner. I think now we are done. We could spend more time if we want, but I prefer to stop right here. Now we create another layer for the shadows and name it character slash layout slash SHDW for shadows. We are going to proceed as we did during the character design chapters. I draw lines because I prefer this way, but if you want, we can also paint the shadows like we will do for the legs later on. I picked the blue color because it's the one I use often for shadows. I will check what I did for the color reference. I make it more opaque in order to see the shadows. I also check the background to spot where the light is, just in case. I begin to draw the limit where the shadows will be. I want a big part of her thigh to be in the shadows. Therefore, I put the line on top. It covers nearly all the thigh. Then I check again how I did the shadows on the torso in the color reference image. Her pelvis will be covered in shadow as well, apart for a spot. I know I want to do the front part of her torso in the shadow. This means the inner part of her arm should be in the shadow too. I know that under the head on her there will certainly be shadows. Also under her fringe. When I'm not sure about the placement of the shadows, I go over the next body part, much like I did during the clean. This will allow me to have a bigger picture of where the shadows are. I know there will be shadows beneath her arm if the legs come from above. Her arm and the ball work mostly as a single entity when we do shadows. I put a shadow beneath the ball, of course, and some shadows on the first phalanx of the middle finger, the ring finger, the index finger, and the pinky finger. Once I'm done placing the shadows, I start filling them. I begin with the parts I'm sure of. This part requires a bit of patience and not too much precision. I advise you to think of the shadow as a single entity. This means you shouldn't care about the line work. You should even draw the lines under this line in order to have a better render. I think one of the best things I succeeded on during the color reference image was the highlights on her hair. We shall follow the same pattern, putting a kind of horns on the two corners of the head to suggest the round shape of her skull. We also use rectangles and put them in perspective. We imagine we are drawing them on a sphere. This way is easier. We can also add some details for the tomatoes. If you need to be more precise, just turn off the background layer. We don't need it because we already know where the shadow will be. We create another layer and name it character/layout/cast on caps SHDW. As the name implies, this is for the cast shadows beneath her legs. I don't know yet if we are going to animate it. I reckon we may not. We proceed the same way we did for the shadows. First we draw the line to know where the cast shadow ends, and then we will fill the shape with lines or paint it straight away if you prefer. Don't forget to add a shadow beneath her feet. Finally, we can check if the layout works with the background. Turn it on and put the opacity at 100%. We can also check the black and white, but this will be more useful when she will be in full color. Today we learned how to decompose a reference video by picking the key poses in it. We also did the first layout pose in Clean. This is very important for the rest of the process. In next class, I will show you a small animation example in order to understand the tools in Photoshop. Thank you and have a great day, students! Hi, I'm Juan, and in this class I will show you how to use the timeline on Photoshop to animate simple loops. At the same time, this will be an introduction to animation. First thing first, we will create a new document, but only for the first part of this chapter. A custom document who makes 5000 per 5000 pixels wide should be fine, with 300 pixels in resolution. And we will name it animation/intro. Then we click on create. Now we have a small white square as our workspace. In the main Photoshop workspace, we have a lot of panels on the right. We will improve it to fit an animation workspace. We will grab the layer panel and put it on the left of the left main panel by dragging it. It will expand. Now we click on the top right corner to minimize the main left panel, which includes color, swatches, properties, among other things. We will zoom to make the blank canvas fit the screen. We create another layer and name it BG for background. In this layer, we will just draw a flat line. Don't worry about perspective. We lower the opacity down to 25% and now we will go to Window and we scroll far below until we found Timeline and we click on it. Another panel will appear on the bottom of our workspace. In the middle, we can read Create Video Timeline. If we click on it, Create Frame Animation will appear as an option below the former one. I don't recommend frame animation here, even if this is the kind of animation we will do. I find it less intuitive. This means we will click on Create Video Timeline. Now the panel has transformed and it has a timestamp above, showing us the time. Underneath, we can see a bar, which represents the BG layers we made before. At the bottom, there are two symbols showing a small mountain range and a big mountain range. This will change the size of the timeline. Near the left corner, we find the play and two symbols to travel between each frame. Of course, there is also a turn on, turn off the audio setting. All the layers we will make on the right layer panel will be of 5 seconds each, which can be quite frustrating when you create a new frame. We will handle that problem later on. The first thing we are going to do is to set the timeline frame rate. Most of the time is at 30 frames per second, which is the television standard. The traditional animation standard is 24 frames per second. This is because we can divide easily 24 by 2, 3 or 4. It's also because at first movies were 12 to 24 frames per second. That changed, of course, but in 2D animation is almost always 24. Now we click on Panel Options. This allows you to modify the thumbnail size. Usually it's better to not have any image on the timeline. The timeline units are the time measurement units. If you use the timecode, then it's like a basic timeline. But if you use the frame number, you will have the number of frames instead of the number of seconds. I will use this feature later, when doing in-betweens. I will let them as far as they are for now. To use the shortcuts of the timeline, we have to click on the right corner menu again and click on Enable Timeline Shortcuts. This is needed to change your current shortcuts for us to work more easily. Of course, we have also to click on Loop Playback. We click on the little wheel. This is used to change the resolution of the video render. 100% is a lot, and if you have a slow PC, it may lag. 50% is okay. Keep in mind that your line will be less precise. We check if loop playback is enabled, and we create another layer. This new layer automatically appears above the background layer. The order is the same as in the layer panel. Now I will draw my first pose in this layer. This will be my key pose. You will hear this word a lot from now on. We draw the head of the character on the median lines. It's just some tiny chubby character to illustrate this example. I will make the tiny chubby to jump. As you can see, in this pose he is preparing himself to jump. We can see that his legs are bended and his torso is placed a little bit forward. Now that the tiny chubby first key pose is done, we can do the second key pose. The key poses are the drawings needed to tell a story. With only 2 drawings, we will understand that Tiny Chubby is jumping. This means we only need 2 key poses. We have already drawn the first one, which is him preparing to jump or he's landing. The second one is him up in the air. I'm drawing only on layer 2. If in the first pose he was squashed, like contracted, in the second pose he will be stretched or enlarged. When objects gain speed, they become stretched. When they stop suddenly, they become squashed. Now let's click on play. Well, nothing happens. This is because both layers don't follow each other, and we haven't created a video group yet. Let me show you how. First, we will grab the right corner on the timeline of layer 2 and make it way shorter. Then we do the same thing for layer 1. Both layers are now 4 seconds long. Before moving on, we will rename the layers. Layer 1 will be the key pose A. Layer 2 will be key pose B. Once this is done, we grab B and drag it after A. Immediately, this change creates a video group. We can tell it by the icon. It's not a common folder. Rename it Animation Intro. We pick the red line to put it on 0. We also make the timeline bigger by dragging the mountain range symbols. The 2 brackets above mark the beginning and the ending of the rendered timeline. We drag it until the end of B, and we click on play. Now it works. We have only 2 poses, but it works. It is our first animation. Well, now what is missing? Images between the key poses. In animation, there is one simple thing you need to know. The more drawings you make, the longer the action will be. On the contrary, if there are less drawings, the action will be shorter. Now, let's talk about the number of frames per second. In 1 second, there are 24 frames. This will mean 24 drawings per second. That's a lot. That is why a lot of people like to animate on 2s. Animating on 2s means dividing the number of drawings by 2 and making their exposure longer. This means we will have 12 drawings of 2 frames each. And this is what we are going to do. If we want, we can view only the video groups on the timeline. This will be very useful in the future. As we can see, the background layer, which is not a video group, has disappeared. However, it is still visible on the canvas. It has just disappeared on the timeline. Now we make a new layer, which means a new frame of 5 seconds. If we create it between A and B, it will be between A and B, of course. Every time we do a new layer, it will be of 5 seconds. This is why I recommend you to download the Animator's Toolbar Pro. As you can see, once we enable the timeline shortcuts, we can travel from frame to frame just by clicking the arrowheads. The problem is that we have to click many times to go from one drawing to the other. When you go to one drawing to the other, it's called flipping. One way to flip more easily is to make the drawing one frame long. When you play the animation, it will look like a Dragon Ball Z combat, because each drawing takes only a fraction of a second. If I enlarge the image's exposure, then the action will be slower. You may have timed the animation. This means you have found the rhythm for each pose. That is what timing means. But before doing this, we will draw more poses. In order to do it, we need to flip between the images. To do this, we have to make them one frame each, as I said before. You can try flipping by clicking on the arrows if you don't have Toolbar Animators Pro. There is one way to flip the images even if they have long exposures, but for this you need to download the Animator's Toolbars Pro Photoshop extension. To activate it, go to Window, Extension, and click on Animator's Toolbars Pro. Normally it will appear at random on your screen. It will give you a wide variety of tools to help you improve the animation workflow. Try to put it above the timeline and make it a little bit bigger to allow the extension to show you all its tools. Once you have done it, when you go over one icon, there will be a text below which indicates the function of that icon. This is very useful. The first one we are going to view is the onion skin. You just have to click on the little lamp. This common animation tool allows you to view the frames before and after the one you have selected. We won't use it yet because, in my opinion, it is better to flip at the beginning of the process. Then we can use the onion skin for the end. Since we're going to have a lot of frames, we have to give them colors to organize and prioritize them. The red color will be used for key poses. I said key poses are the most important drawings. They define the action. Just with these drawings you can understand what is going on. We have already drawn two of our key poses and named them A and B. Now we will give them their appropriate color, which is red, of course. We click on the red label, while one of the poses is selected. Now we go to the next one and click again on the red label. Now we will learn how to flip with Animator's Toolbars Pro extension. I told you we could flip without having to make all drawings one frame each, and I will show you how. First, we make our two images 2 frames each. It takes 2 arrowhead clicks now to go from pose A to pose B. When you download Animator's Toolbars Pro extension, download the script that comes with it also. If you haven't, then this procedure won't work. To download it, go to Window, find Extensions on Exchange. You will be redirected to the Adobe extension website. Here you can find a lot of extensions for all the Adobe programs. We are only searching for one, so we will write Animator. The first one is Animator's Toolbars Pro extension, which you can buy, of course. At its side, you should find Animator's Toolbar Script. The extension without the scripts costs $20. You can buy it if you want. If you have bought it, click on Animator's Toolbar Script. You should go to the program's website. Here you can download it for free if you have an Adobe account. Once you have downloaded it, there is an option that tells you where to find this new extension. Here it says it's on Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts, File, Scripts. This is where we shall go now once we restart Photoshop. If you just have installed it, close and reopen Photoshop. We go to Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts, we open the File part, we scroll down until we find Scripts. We keep scrolling down, now slowly. In this menu, we can add a shortcut for everything related to the extension. Once we reach Layer Go to Next Edit, we stop. Here we choose our shortcuts. I put F4 to Layer Go to Next Edit and F3 for Layer Go to Previous Edit. And once we have done the changes, we check if the shortcuts work by clicking on them. Now we can see it works. Sometimes when we change the exposure of one drawing, the shortcut will work, but it won't understand the changes. Unfortunately, this is one of the major faults of the extension. Sometimes it can be repaired just by creating another layer, sometimes it's just random. If the problem is not resolved, I advise you to make both drawings smaller. In any case, we will continue as it is. We have two key poses of one frame each. A is Tiny Chubby preparing to fly, and B is Tiny Chubby in the air. Now we will create a breakdown, which is the most important pose between them. We click on the blank frame after icon, and it will make a blank frame of the same length as the other two. We will name it BKC and color it yellow. Of course, we will rename it on the layer panel on the right. This time we will name it C. When we flip, we can see what kind of image is missing. The next image that will best describe the movement is Tiny Chubby going up, nearly lifting off. We stretch the head, torso, or mostly the legs of the character, exaggerating the movement. This is meant to show the quick acceleration. In pose B, he will be up in the air. Now we need a pose where he will start to go down. This will be the next pose we will draw. It will be placed between B and A. This means we have to put another key pose A after the one that goes before. This pose will be fast because he will be going down quickly, so he will be stretched. As you can see, he is not perfectly symmetrical. Break the symmetry. It's one of the rules. Now we have a rough animation composed of 4 poses, 2 keys, and 2 breakdowns. I realize he was not so high up in the air, and when he lands, he's not squashed enough to. First, we drag the B key up and put him higher. Secondly, we squash the A key and put his body lower. Now we will create another frame. This time it will be an in-between. So we paint it green. We will squash it because the Tiny Chubby arrives at the highest point. His head and body will be like squash balls. Once here, Tiny Chubby decelerates and begins falling. To improve our timing, we will change the exposition of some drawings. We begin by the landing, so we will put more time on the key pose A, because he lands there. Look how the animation has changed. 3 frames should be enough. We will always work and correct the animation as we go on. This is not a big deal. Here I'm applying one of the animation principles, exaggeration. I'm squashing Tiny Chubby into the floor to exaggerate his movement. All existent solid objects have shape and volume. The body of Tiny Chubby is a ball, we apply another animation principle by squashing his body and make his ball more elliptical. Let me draw an example of the shape of his body simplified. Hey, now Tiny Chubby has a friend! As Tiny Chubby lifts off the ground, his body accelerates and becomes elliptical, but the other way around. It's like he's going with the wind. An aerodynamic Tiny Chubby. Here, look at his little friend. He has enlarged a bit. As both gain speed, they continue the trajectory. In animation, you must be very careful where you put the drawings. This is why it's good to begin with the key poses to keep proportions and be aware of the space between the drawings. As Tiny Chubby and his little mascot arrives at the top, the speed decreases. They become more rounded and the drawings before and after this frame are near each other in the space to suggest the deceleration. Both gain speed, enlarge vertically, and the drawings are far from each other. When they hit the ground, the cycle begins again. Now we will add another frame between the key pose A and the frame that follows, the breakdown. We can just click in the Add Blank Frame After icon in the Animator's Toolbar's Pro extension panel. Or, if you don't have the extension, grab a layer. It's better if it is the previous layer of the frame you will create, and put it on the plus icon below. This will immediately create a copy of the layer which has the same length in the timeline. Now we just erase the content by selecting it and clicking on Delete. And we make the frame way shorter. When we create a frame between two key poses, they are called the in-betweens. This is why I write IB. We color it on green, of course. It's their color. This in-between goes between key pose A and pose C. Here, Tiny Chubby and his mascot will jump from pose A to pose B, and then they fall from pose B to pose A. The breakdown we draw, or pose C, is the most important in between, the breakdown. This one goes right between A and B. This animation chart represents time and space between the poses. Since Tiny Chubby and his fella accelerate from key pose A, the drawing we will add will be closer to key pose A rather than pose C. Look at the mascot. Adding a drawing here creates an ease in or slow in. This means it accentuates the acceleration. The spacing or placement of the characters will be near key pose A. Tiny Chubby's arms are going down. Why? Because of inertia. Its arms are like a loose weight, so they will move after the main engine has moved. In this case, the engine is his body. If you have long hair, try turning around. If you don't have long hair, put a shirt on your head. Your hair or shirt will stop moving after you have stopped moving. Do you get it? Well, the animation is not ready yet, but it's looking way better. From now on, we will only add in-betweens. But how do we know where to put them? It's easy. We figure out where the deceleration or acceleration will be by adding frames to one image. In this case, I know that when Tiny Chubby and his pet will arrive at the top, they will decelerate and fall. This means we need more drawings towards pose B. Now, pose B has two frames. Do you remember how we added that frame last time? Well, let me show you another way to add a frame. You simply click on the scissors, or we click at Split at Playhead on the Timeline's Corners menu. This will create a copy. We can also change the color on the Layer panel, and we rename it EB3. Of course, we delete the copy of keypose B drawing on the canvas. We will do the same as the other one. We will just draw an ease out or a slow out from pose B to pose A. This means the in-between will be closer to pose B rather than pose A. We will see how the pose B and pose A becomes more and more important because of the ease-ins and ease-outs. We will add another in-between in the last in-between and the last breakdown. We name it IB4 and put the color green in. We will do an ease-in spacing around 1/4 to 1/3 from pose B to pose A. In animation we use a lot like 1/3 or 1/4 or a half to measure spacing. It's easy to think in these kinds of measures. Again, this in-between will be an ease-in and will improve that deceleration. We take the time to put this drawing at its right placement. His eyes will look a bit into the ground. As I told you before, the arms follow the body by inertia. This means they will still go up because they are kind of a dead weight. Well, the animation is looking better and better. Always remember to turn off the onion skin while rendering the image, because it can be a bother when playing the animated loop. Now we will add another in-between between the last in-between we made and the last breakdown, nearly at the end of the timeline. There is a lot of in-betweens. Because it's an in-between, we fill it with green and name it IB5. I will teach you a way to name your drawings during the in-between chapter. All the steps we have seen will be revised during the rest of chapter 4, so don't worry. This pose will be at like 1/3 because Tiny Chubby is starting to add speed to his fall. When you draw a new character, try looking at the space between them on the onion skin. When we draw in betweens, the onion skin will be very useful. His arms will be near the last pose because of inertia again. This inertia effect is called an overlap in animation. Of course, try breaking always the symmetry by drawing an arm lower than the other, or like here, draw the feet higher than the other one. Well, the animation is actually getting better and better, don't you think? Tiny Chubby is pretty quick for a Tiny Chubby. We will add another in-between just before the key pose B. We turn it green and change the name to IB6. This in-between will be very important because it will explain the effect of the overshoot. What is an overshoot? When a drawing goes beyond the limit, beyond the chart, the animation chart, this being the pose where the drawing is going, then we have an overshoot. Look at the pet, he is more near the ground than ever. We will have to do the same for Tiny Chubby. Look, he goes beyond pose B, he goes way lower. This is what an overshoot means. Most of the time it's used for quick stops. You can place them on punches or mostly really quick phases. His arms, as always, should be a dead weight because of inertia. Eventually, we will add another in-between just after the one we made. Fill it green and change the name always. The in-between is placed after the overshoot and before key pose A. The time Tiny Chubby takes while landing is longer. We are extending the time by adding images. If we turn off the onion skin, we can check the animation. So always remember to turn off the onion skin when playing it. Now we should increase the exposure to 2. The more we increase the exposure in a drawing, the longer it will appear on screen. In the animation industry, drawings can be on 2, 3, or 4. This means how many frames a drawing exposure takes. Well, it can be also 5 and 6. More frames means slower animation. Slower frames means faster animation. The exposure is short and the drawings are spaced between each other in the fall. This means this action is a fast action, which in reality it makes sense, since when you fall, you usually fall fast, and the speed increases with time. When we play the animation, we realize how time and spacing creates contrast within the movement. We can see it with his pet too. There are 2 slow points and 2 fast ones. The slow points are, of course, when Tiny Chubby lands and when he is on mid-air. The fast points are when he is falling or jumping to get to pose B. Before exporting, remember to have your background activated. You have to turn on this layer. And to export the animation, click on the arrow in the left corner. We choose where the video will be exported. Also, you should check if the work area is enabled. We can change the frame ratio here with these presets, but they are not important now. We click on OK and wait a moment. The video is now rendering. We search where we save it and we open the file. Normally, it shall work. Now we have made a basic first animation. Tiny Chubby is a cartoon, but the animation principles are the same for every style. Today we'll learn how to use the main animation tools in Photoshop, and I show you how you can realize a quick loop. At the same time, you had a quick introduction to animation. In the next class, we will start animating the hiking girl. We will start drawing the key poses and the breakdowns and the extremes also. Enjoy your break and have a great day! Congratulations, students! Hi dear students, I'm Juan. In this class, we will start to animate. In chapter 3, we made the background on the layout pose. We opened the previous file we used on layout, since we will be working on it. We save it immediately and rename it. We should add the word or the letters AN to show we are doing animation. And finally, we give it a version at the end. Normally, the animation workspace should be ready because of what we did in the first part of chapter 4. In the layer panel, we have the info group, the OL, the character layout group, and the model sheets we made during chapter 2. I have blocked the mountain backpack on the background to avoid drawing on them. Grab the 3 background layers and lower their opacity down to 25%. You can also choose to turn them off directly. If your computer is not fast enough, then create a new version and delete the background and OL layers. It's always better to have many versions. We will keep the model sheet on the mountain backpack. Both will be used a lot during the rest of the course. We open the character layout group. Here we have the character layout layers, which are the line, light, shadow, and cast shadow. The tie-down layer and rough layer can be deleted now, if you haven't done so already. Since we have made many versions, we keep them on a previous file. We rename the group from character layout to character anime. I think it's about time we name the gloomy girl. She should have one. She deserves it. Someone on Facebook proposed me Honey. It sounds like honey. Honey is a Korean name, by the way. Lovely name. We should rename all the layers and add Honey instead of character. I'm having second thoughts about deleting the layout video group, so I will rename the group honey/layout again. We duplicate Honey's clean line layer and put it above the layout group. Then we create a new layer. We will reduce the exposure of this layer and drag it after Honey's line layer to create a video group. We will name it Honey Rough. We will start with the rough of the main poses first. The layout pose we made before will be key pose A, and the new layer will be key pose B. Sometimes in the animation industry, the lights, shadows, and cast shadows are made in the layout with our main key pose to have an idea of where the light comes from, while giving more information about the character's volumes. We could do the same here, but Photoshop is not the best fit for it. I will do it by pure force of habit, but you can choose to do them later, during chapter 5. We made new layers and we drag them after the light, shadow, and cast shadow layers to create video groups for each. We rename them just like the new keys, B and A. We arrange them to fit the line group and rename the video groups correctly too. The order of all the animation groups must be light, then shadows, then line, and finally cast shadow. I often work with the reference I made in another monitor at my side, but since you can see my second screen, I will import it. We will need the reference we took during part 3 of chapter 4 to start. It should appear as a video. We flip it horizontally and reduce its size. Then we drag the reference somewhere it won't bother us. On the right side of Honey should do the job. We use a mask to cut the black part of its original frame and drag it further to the right. I made the video too small. I love tiny things after all. But it should be a bit bigger. There are 2 loops on this video. We choose one and shorten the clip to erase the other one. I think it's better this way. We click on play to check if the animation is not too long. If your computer or tablet can render the image, then lower the quality with the little wheel or click on F to visualize. On the left corner below, it shows how much frames per second it is running. My PC is not a beast, so it's around 9 frames per second. I have splitted the video in different parts to show you which ones are the key poses. In animation, we love using letters and circles around them. Keys are the base of animation. Without them, we are lost. They draw the guidelines for us to show us the path we should follow. How do you know which drawings are the keys? Well, the keys are the minimum drawings we require to describe the action we are animating. If your character is waving his hand from right to left, then we have 2 key poses. The character with his hand to the extreme left, and the opposite, the character with his hand to the right. Your lights, shadows, and cast shadows video groups should follow the same pattern of the line video group. If you find it exhausting, then turn these layers off. We will do the shadows and lights in chapter 5. I saw a mistake on the perspective on top of the bowl. We should correct it now before it is too late. We made the ellipse narrower. We go to the end of the third video on the reference video group. We scroll down until we find Honey Line Rough. We split pose B with the scissors icon to create another key pose. If we toggle on the onion skin icon, we should see the previous and following frames. This will come in handy later on, mostly when drawing the in-betweens. We will draw the second key pose I found the most important, the moment when Honey prepares to eat the cherry tomato. To have a good overview of the timing of our poses, we put the reference below, near Honey Line Rough video group. The most important thing in this key pose is the curved force line on his back. It contrasts with my near curled up position in the previous key pose. When drawing a character and trying to figure out how to animate it, divide the body in parts. We don't move all our limbs at the same time, and some joints have priorities over others. Also, avoid using the onion skin at first, at least when working on the key poses. Flipping is essential to animation. I will stress it during the rest of the course. When you flip, you have a better view of what is happening, much more than when you use the onion skin. When you flip, you have a preview of 3 images. It's a very good exercise for timing and spacing. Timing and spacing are, like the name said, time and space. We have to understand time and space to create an animation. In one hand, timing is all about finding the right moments for the action you want your character to perform. When your action has a good timing, it means you have given your animation a sense of rhythm. On the other hand, spacing is three-dimensional placement. It means where you will place your character in space during the action. In order to flip, you have to enable the shortcuts of the timeline and click on the left and right arrowheads in your keyboard. We begin by creating the shapes and volumes of our character. You should have an eye on your animation reference, but don't rely on it too much. We are not going to rotoscope the video, we are going to use it as an aspiration. You should try timing the actions with a chronometer if you have one. Don't worry about the details and try not zooming in too much. You are always allowed to use the onion skin if you feel lost at times, but I advise you to avoid using it every time. If you are addicted to this feature, try counting the number of times you use it. The onion skin applies to all your layers, so work with the least amount of layers at the same time and turn the others off. Here I analyze the movement of the reference. My legs spread to balance my upper body. My torso has made an arc to allow me to catch the tomato in the air and grant me more stability. We are drawing in a technique called pose to pose, which is different from straightforward, the other interesting method. In straightforward, as the name suggested, the animator draws from the first frame until the last when using the straightforward method. It works wonders when doing Sakuga shots. Well, Sakuga shots means action shots where everything moves. However, even in most cases, the directors prefer to use a pose-to-pose method, which means starting by one key pose to another one, and then doing the drawings in between them. This way, our volumes and shapes will be more accurate, and you won't have problems with proportions. You can of course mix the two methods. It is what I recommend. We will do a bit of both. Honey's arm will be further up and pointing slightly outward. We continue with her head just by drawing a circle. We make quick shapes of the nose and mouth, always being respectful of the perspective. I decided to exaggerate even more the arc of her back. Animation is also knowing where to put exaggeration and arcs. When we move in arcs, or the infinite shape symbol if you prefer. It's weird to find actions where the character moves in a straight line. Even when walking, we are not moving like a straight line. We have ups and downs. I'm drawing vertical lines on the back of my head to check how much this volume goes back. To compensate for the shift of weight, my shoulders move a bit forward. Polish my ruff to accentuate the curves and define the main elements of her face, eyes, nose, and mouth. Even at this stage, I restrain myself from zooming in. Let's add the tomato falling. Because of the speed, it will be stretched and have a more oblong shape. Okay, now we exaggerate her right arm and move it further towards the front to accentuate her torso stretch. We will name this drawing Key Pose D. We can use all the space around our character and fill it with information. I will give you a ton of tips this way, and we will surely do the animation chart later on. By the way, I guess the layout pose is more fitted to be Key Pose B rather than Key Pose A, since she already has the tomato in hand. During the layout, I tried to draw the pose who gives more information to us. I could have done Honey in the idle pose of key pose A, which many animators do, but I prefer to show her with her victim at hand. We can flip the image in order to correct the proportions and volumes. We shall do this often. Remember, flipping your animation is essential to timing and spacing. Time and space. Now we will make key pose C. We put the red line playhead at the end of pose B where the reference has the split. We choose the key pose B on honey/line/rough and we split the layer with the scissor if you have Animator's Toolbars Pro. This will create a new frame at the same place than the reference. We select the drawing on the new layer and delete it. If we flip from pose to pose, you can see the main actions of the reference. My legs are more spread out in the reference of key pose C than in key pose B. But this time I'm making an animation choice to reduce the amount of work. We will retrace the line of key pose B. Of course, we don't forget to give this pose its proper name, C. We flip the animation to see where the torso is placed on key pose C, compared to key pose B. Looking at the reference, I can tell I straighten up my torso on key C. I figure out Honey will do the same, but she will move from the end of the pelvis. Also, her arm is supposed to be more open. Of course, the main actor of all her body is the arm who launches the tomato in the air. It should be bent because she did not use a lot of force. Her hand will be in an arc, much like the reference. Her thumb will continue the line of the arm. Honey's head will go along with the body and it will straighten up too. She prepares to catch the tomato. She is placed in this position because she can bend her torso and head in all directions. At the same time, we can tell by her posing that she is confident and knows how to catch tomatoes in the air. She does this like it was nothing. It was so hard for me, so I'm a bit jealous. We will turn off the lights and shadow layer. I should have done this before, of course. Now pay attention. We will do something very important. We will differentiate keys from breakdowns, from in-betweens, thanks to colors. Key poses are in red color. Colors help us to tell the rank apart. The key poses are top priority, while the in-betweens are meh. The keys do mostly all the works when working with the pose-to-pose animation method. All the other poses use them as reference and as an anchor point. Therefore, we should spend more time and energy on them. When we flip the image, we can see that pose A is more relaxed than pose B. We should have good posing on the key poses, but more importantly, they should be contrasted in a way. We should tell them apart, just by looking at them. We select her upper body and delete it since this part will be the only one to move. It's just like we are copy and pasting her legs for this pose, hence we are saving a ton of time. Actually, in the reference, I also move my legs inwards a bit. Sometimes the second action, which comes with the main action, gives a lot of life to the character. It's even an animation rule. However, they must be used meagerly to not fill the animation with tons of useless movements. When done well, these subtle movements give, well, subtlety to our animation. Think about second actions a lot. It's a rule. They are very important and are often disregarded by animators. Well, you could see they are even more important when you are animating in a realistic or semi-realistic style. Honey's upper body will be slightly more bent in key pose A rather than key pose B. The main difference will be that her hand is out of the bowl. It's not that contrasted, am I right? Well, in fact, it's not, but the contrast will come later, when she throws the tomato in the air. It's all about timing and creating a rhythm between these two major moments. We will copy key pose A and put it at the end of our animation. This will be important for us in order to flip the image and to use the onion skin for the in-betweens later. Another way to know which are the key poses of our animation is to look for words defining the action. Imagine you are talking to someone and telling them what your character will do in the animation. Well, in this animation it will be like, Honey is idle. Honey picks a tomato. Then she throws it to the air and she eats it whole. Afterwards, she settles to pose A quietly. Let's put the proper name on this pose. You can play back with the play icon or use F key twice to preview the animation. The animation looks choppy, but it's normal, we have only the key poses. The more you animate, the more you will get used to this choppy feeling. So, once the keys are done, we will do the extremes. The extremes are poses of contact between the ground or between objects. They can also be anticipations in some cases. Some people confuse them with keys, but they are not keys. They are like mini keys, tiny keys. We will do the first extreme pose to show you how it works. We split the key pose B layer around 129 by using the scissor on Animator's Toolbar Pro. We rename it Extreme and give it an orange color. All extremes will be orange. Then we select the drawing with the lasso and we delete it. We will give them other names later on. Now that we have made the key poses, we can focus on drawing what comes next. And the reference is not of much use. Because of this, and to flip more easily, we will reduce the exposure of each drawing to one frame. Since they are so tiny now, we zoom on this area, using the zooming icon on the bottom of the panel. We won't have any idea of timing in this case, but for me it is the easier way to work using Photoshop and Animator Toolbar's Pro extension. It's very hard for me to spell that name. If you work with another software like TV Paint, you can keep the timing. From this moment, I flip to draw the extreme between key pose C and key pose B. In this case, the extreme is an anticipation, which means her hand is taking the impulse to throw the tomato into the air. It's not a key because the movement will be understood without this pose, but almost. In this extreme, even if her left hand is the main protagonist, Honey's whole body is preparing itself before throwing the tomato. Her torso is slightly curled up to contrast with the action afterwards, where she throws the tomato and straightens up. A good way to give life to your anticipation is to contrast it with the following action. If she is going to throw the tomato and will be open up, then in the anticipation she should be closed and curled up. Her legs are near each other. This detail is a second action, but again it will give more life to your animation and more subtlety. We will make another drawing after key pose A and before key pose B by clicking on the blank frame after icon. We rename it Extreme and change its color to orange. In key pose A, Honey is idle. She has swallowed up the tomato. On key pose B, she has already taken a second tomato. This means the extreme between both keys will be Honey picking the tomato, making the contact with the object. Honey's torso is looking to catch the tomato. I'm not drawing her right leg because it will be in the same place as key pose A. By drawing just the parts that move, you gain considerable time. You should consider doing this if you lack time. Many animators use the tampon to copy and paste part of the body. It can be very useful sometimes when used with measure. While flipping the drawings, I realized Honey's hand on the second extreme should be bent. It will be more logical. This is exactly why we flip. We can tell which element doesn't fit. I'm flipping again to look at the next extreme. It's clear enough that the next extreme will be placed when Honey catches the tomato with her mouth. After all, it is a contact. It will look a lot like key pose D, so it will be near this pose in terms of spacing. We name this frame Extreme and change its color to orange. We check out the reference to be sure. I make a quick movement back and forth with my head because I open and close the jaw to grab the tomato. Rather than doing a back and forth movement, I picture Honey's head going towards the tomato, because she cannot wait to eat it. As you can see, we can do a quick rough and have a lot of fun just with a few lines. She looks so cute. She looks like a snake. We can erase and redo some lines of the head. Think in terms of curves and straights. Her neckline will be straight to accentuate her movement of going towards the tomato. Honey's arms are lower than on key pose D. She has relaxed now that she has catched the tomato. This frame contrasts a bit with the previous one because Honey is starting to settle. We could have done her chewing the tomato, but because of time concerns, she will have to swallow the tomato at the moment it enters her mouth. She is like a bottomless pit. How terrifying. If she keeps eating that way, she will have digestion problems later in life. Her legs will be further apart. She is trying to keep her balance with all her body parts. Instinctively, she is anchoring herself to avoid moving. The key poses on the extremes are done. We can flip the images or use the playhead cursor to look at our animation. I think it is going pretty well. We don't need to worry about details. Also, don't worry if you think that it's not good enough. We will check everything during the tie-down phase. If you think this style is too difficult, try finding an easier, more cartoony or chibi style, something you should feel comfortable when animating. Now we will do the breakdowns. The breakdowns are the most important drawings between key poses and extremes. This means between each drawing that is already done, we should add at least one breakdown. There is a breakdown at the middle of key pose A on the first extreme, also between the first extreme and key pose B, and so forth. If the key poses are the generals, then the extremes are the commanders, and the breakdowns will be the sergeants. Think of it as hierarchy. Like sergeants, breakdowns have a lot of responsibility. Breakdowns can give a whole new meaning to an action. Of course, not all body parts move at the same time. We will create a new frame by clicking at blank frame after, and we will rename it later. The color for breakdowns will be yellow. In this drawing, the hand is coming to search for Mr. Tomato and strip him of his family. We may need to draw our character rightly in between pose A on the extreme. You draw all the body parts in the middle of these two poses. This kind of spacing is the easiest one. Here I'm drawing a line to indicate where you should draw the breakdown of her hand. This line is called the Animator's chart. It indicates the different spacings. At the lower end of the chart, there is the extreme. I put the line in the middle because this means the new drawing will be in the middle of key pose A and the extreme. It's easy, very easy. We will talk a lot about this chart. Don't be afraid of numbers on charts. They are your friends. Well, they should be. I'm doing just one chart per in-between to simplify the concept for you, at least at first. When you're drawing the rough and doing the breakdowns, try picturing the hand as a silhouette. When drawing the breakdowns, I realize her hand on the extreme is too deep down on the bowl. She's just grabbing the next tomato. Don't forget to flip the image to check if the drawings are well spaced. Think in terms of spacing. We will do the next breakdowns, which is between the first extreme and key pose B. Honey has now taken the tomato and is starting to move her hand into the key pose. We will need to draw the breakdown near the extreme because of the acceleration of her hand. We can even use the onion skin if it helps you in this case. However, we can do another animation chart for the head since it won't be near the extreme like her hand. In this case, it is the contrary. Her head will be near to key pose B. So, 3/4 in between the first extreme on key pose B. Now that we know where the main parts of the body will be spaced, we draw the rough of this breakdown. We will now do the breakdown between key pose B and the second extreme. Same routine. We split the key pose B to create a new frame, or we click on the icon blank frame after. We give it the orange color and then we rename the layer. In this breakdown, Honey is bringing his hand to the second extreme. We drew another animation chart for her hand. I put the line on 1/4 of the chart to indicate the spacing of her hand, near key pose B. It will be the same for her head and her legs. We can use the onion skin a bit in this case. When drawing the breakdowns, we should always think in terms of spacing. Where will her legs be in this frame? How did they get here? In which position they are? Is her head close or far away from one key pose? Or an extreme? Ask the good questions and use the space logically when animating between poses. More drawings means slower actions. On the contrary, few drawings means faster actions. The next breakdown will be placed between the second extreme and key pose C. In my opinion, it is one of the most important breakdowns because it shows us how Honey is throwing the tomato on the air. You have to be bold when drawing the characters posing. The term posing refers on which pose the character is taking at this moment. To do strong posing, we need to have a clear silhouette. Break the symmetry and contrast the current pose from the previous and following poses. We made a new animation chart. The spacing of the body in this breakdown will be in the middle of the second extreme on key pose C, while her hand will begin to accelerate towards key pose C from the extreme. In the chart, Honey's hand will be around 1/4 from the extreme to key pose C. Her legs will be in the middle like the rest of her body. We will create a new breakdown between key pose C and key pose D, and we give it the color orange. I made a new chart for the body from C to D. I figure out her body will be closer in spacing to D rather than C. It will be an ease-in. Remember to flip from frame to frame to draw the body parts. They should have strong posings too. All her body will be closer to D and C. This spacing is required here in order to slow the movement towards D. We will have an ease-in or slowing effect. This means we will have a deceleration. The breakdown between D and the last extreme will be an interesting one. It will be an overshoot. I teach you what an overshoot is in the last chapter, but I don't mind repeating it again. An overshoot is when the spacing goes beyond the last pose of the chart, and here her head goes beyond the extreme. These go well with quick actions. It's like when a fast car stops, the front part goes further a bit and then it comes back. It enhances the speed. The overshoot will be placed only on the head. This implies her body won't have an overshoot. It will go smoothly to the last extreme pose. It will reinforce the snake predator feeling Honey exudes. If you don't fully understand the animation chart yet, don't worry. I will explain more about it during the next part. Also, try putting smears and ghost limbs only in actions that are very fast. People love putting smears everywhere. If we put them only when needed, the animation will look way better. I think this pose doesn't need smears. Well, there is just one last breakdown missing between the last extreme pose and key pose A. This breakdown will be one of the easiest to make, but this part will be one of the hardest. This animation chart is quite easy, since the spacing will be right in the middle. Alas, it will be in the middle for all the body. We will name the breakdowns and extremes later on. For the moment, we can keep the names as they are. We are done with the key poses, the extremes, and the breakdowns. Today we'll learn the difference between the key poses, the extremes, and the most important drawings in between these key poses, called the breakdowns. In next class, we will continue with the in-betweens and we will start doing the tie-down. See you next time, students! Hi dear students! Today we will continue our animation by doing the tie-down and then drawing the in-betweens. It will be the longest chapter of the course. We advance step by step, so no need to panic. In the previous class, we begin by drawing the rough of the keys, then the extremes, and finally the breakdowns. Now we will do the tie-down of all the drawings, exactly in the same order of priority. We will start doing the tie-down of the keys, then the extremes, and finally the breakdowns. Then we will do the in-betweens. These drawings are like the common privates of the army. They have the least priority. We could actually do the rough for the in-betweens and after that do the tie-down. But I think we will save time if we do the tie-down first for the poses we have, and then we do the in-betweens. The first thing we have to do is to increase the exposure of all our frames by 2, if you haven't done so already. We will also put the end of the working sun at the end of the second key pose A. We make a new layer in order to create a new video group for the tie-down. We don't name them yet. These layers must be above the honey/line/rough group. We reduce their exposure. We drag one of them and put it after the other one. This will create a new video group. We rename the layer honey line tie down. The end of the second frame must be at the same end of the rough group. We will start by doing the tie down of the most important keys first. Since the layout pose is already clean, we will copy it and paste it on the tie down. To copy this frame, we press Alt and drag it to the tie down video group. Then we put it in its proper place. We will first do key pose D rather than C, because I think it's more important. Also, if we draw D first, it will be easier for us to draw C afterwards. We lower the opacity of the roof video group to 30% and we rename all the key poses layers while changing the color to red. We flip B and D to check the proportions. Since the key pose B is clean, we know the proportions, volumes, and the placements of all the elements in our model. During this phase, we will be checking Honey's volumes and shapes. We won't do the details, but we should try being precise. It's very good to turn on the model sheet layer to have a reference in our line of sight. We begin by drawing a straight line for the neck. Her chin is perpendicular to this straight line. We draw her mouth with a C shape and inside we draw her teeth. They should be in perspective, so draw an arc. Honey's jawline connects to her ear. Don't worry about drawing the hair yet. It will be done later during the clean phase, because her fringe has many details. I consider it will be a waste of time to focus on the placement of every lock of hair. Her head is nearly in profile. I have always thought that drawing characters in profile is easier than drawing them in 3/4 or in front. Her nostril is a simple point and her nose bridge is defined, curved and small. We go back and forth with many lines through her head to correct them. We're just drawing the shapes of her head, so don't worry. Honey's neckline is like a bow cut in half. We add another line to show her clavicle. The eye must follow the horizontal median line always. I keep changing her skull because I find it's not well placed. Now We go down to Hanny's arm. When doing the tie-down, please try flipping the image to check if the limbs have all the same size. It helps a lot. Now we draw her torso. Hanny's breasts are higher in pose D. She's extending herself to catch the tomato. Hanny's hand will change its perspective in pose D. This line is in another direction opposite from pose B. Spend more time drawing the hands, even if they don't seem important for this drawing. If you cannot draw them properly, try taking reference of your own hand on drawing sketches on a notebook. In my opinion, it's way better to sketch in a notebook. The legs are very easy to make. They spread slightly to both sides. I like to start with her lower leg on the knee because they have distinctive shapes. Then I draw a line to indicate where the short ends. I add another line to create that chunk of tissue at the end of the short. Remember to do always curves. It's important to do gentle and focused brush strokes rather than closing the lines. I cannot stress it enough. The first step to have a good drawing is to place the elements of the model first. The shadow here can work as a point of reference. We continue flipping back and forth in order to put the lines in the right place. Hanny's wrinkle at the fold of her leg will grow wider the more she bends. If her torso goes backwards or she straightens her leg, then the contraction will disappear. We are following the rough and polishing it part by part. Sometimes just a few lines can do the job. Try picking a smaller brush if you find trouble being precise. We should always keep an eye on volumes. Her chicken drumsticks has to have the same volume in pose B than in pose C. When we draw with the onion skin on and we can see pose B and C with lower opacity, you might think that we just have to follow the animation chart or draw right in the middle of both drawings. Well, no, it's more complicated. To get your volumes right, you have to flip, at least when drawing your key poses. We will use the onion skin, but later on. Plus, we already have all the info from the rough. If we add more info with the onion skin, we will be lost, at least for now. I realized when flipping that her left arm is way too long in the rough, so I have to cut it short. It will be more perpendicular to her hand now. Remember to flip horizontally the whole canvas if you need to check your drawings. The boots, and the boots. These boots will be a pain to animate. Don't force yourself to draw them if you don't want to. You can draw her a pair of rain boots or even socks to make it easier. Anyway, there will be another layer so we won't see them. My point was to show you how hard it is to animate when you have a complicated design. This is the reason why most 2D characters have simple designs. When they are hard to animate, then the director has to make lots of still poses and overlaps like in many anime series. If you feel brave enough to draw her boots, start dividing them in different volumes. Her sock at first, then the upper part of the boot surrounding her heel, the tongue of the boot, her two soles, and the rest of the lower part of the boot. The good thing is that the boots are not going to rotate or move a lot. The movement will be very subtle. If they were to rotate, then this exercise will be way too hard for beginners. Try flipping every time you draw the boot to add more and more detail. Don't miss one single line because we are drawing a key pose. We should have the biggest quantity of info in these images. The key poses are the generals of the army. They lead everything, and their subordinates depends on them. Make your generals strong, because if you hire a weak general, you will surely lose the war. Key poses are the most important poses, and you should invest more time in all the steps. Rough, tie down, and clean. They are top priority, so we will always start with them, even when we will do the highlights on shadows. I cannot stress it enough. If you have good drawings in your key poses, you will have made 70% of the animation work. In key pose D, both feet weight shifts from the inner side to the outer side of her sole. Her legs are spreading, so they will be slightly less bended too. We go back to every part of her body, checking every limb on their proportions. Don't panic if they are not 100% perfect. We are humans after all, and we learn every day. If you feel like you spend too much time in one pose because you are a perfectionist, try timing yourself. You can give yourself like 30 minutes to 1 hour for each key pose, the time based of course on your style and skill. Then you can time yourself like 45 to 25 minutes for the extremes, and I will say around 25 to 15 minutes for each breakdown, and finally 5 to 20 minutes for in between. You can even decrease the time each time you make a new animation to boost your performance. It took me around 30 minutes to do the first key pose. Always pay attention to the hands. As I said earlier, divide them by groups of fingers depending on the pose. Be careful with their size. A lot of people when drawing anime do small hands. I don't know if it's a symbol of beauty, but tiny hands seem weird to me. Her hands should be near the same size of her face. Sometimes you will have parts of the body that won't move. In the case of key pose A, is almost the same pose as key pose B. Her right leg doesn't move between these two poses. We will just copy and paste the whole pose B. Then we select the parts that we will move and delete them. We will just leave her left foot and her right leg with part of her hip. Our purpose is to now draw the rest. Copying these parts of her body will make your job easier since we don't have to redraw them. We are saving precious time we can use for other poses. This pose is quite clear. We just have to follow the rough, always checking our model volumes and proportions. Be sure to keep the key pose in its right place. This means above the rough of key pose A. There are many ways you can cheat to make your work easier. One of them is copying one of the body parts and making another layer. Here I have copied her head from key pose B and put it up in the layer panel. This way her head will have the same proportions and it will be easier to redraw. I even advise you to retrace her head directly, because it shouldn't look exactly the same. This is why I call it like cheating, but it's not actually cheating. All the key poses must be named and colored in red by now. We split key pose B right where key pose C starts in the rough video group. You will do the last key pose C. Now I have shown you how to do it. If we record everything, we will have like 5 to 6 hours of video footage. So I will let you draw the tie down, always flipping the key poses. Now that we have all her key poses, we can do the tie down for the extremes. In my opinion, it looks great. There are only 3 extremes left. If we count the breakdowns, we have to make 7 more. This means 10 drawings before we can start doing the in-betweens. Oh my, this part will be way too long, so be sure to take a break between the steps to refresh yourself. The video won't go anywhere. We will split the frame right where the first extreme begins. And chop! We do the same thing we did during the rough. Rename the layer extreme and color it with orange, the color of the extremes. Then we flip the image back and forth to know which body parts are going to move. The legs stay still. Hina's left leg moves a bit, but I think her leg can start moving after the rest of her body. This is called decomposing or breaking the movement. In real life, different parts of the body move at different times. When we decompose the movement, it gives realism and life to our animation. Her leg to arrive later at the party. It will look natural. Many times we move different parts of our body without knowing it. I drew her arm in the rough too low. In the tie down, we correct this kind of mistakes. We flip all the time to check the volumes. When I talk about the volumes, it means the way an object behaves and rotates in a three-dimensional space. Her arm has a specific volume in the shoulder. If we have basic knowledge in anatomy, we know the two-dimensional shapes of this muscle. If we had to draw her shoulder with her hand pointing at us, we will find that it's not cylindrical at all. It has a shape, like a drop of water. The proportions are the size of this shape in regards to the other shapes of the body. Its size shouldn't change unless it is brought forward into the camera or far away from it. The ball has a hemispherical volume. It should keep it during all the animation, and it shouldn't change its size. It seems a strict rule to follow the model volumes and proportions, but is what prevents the model from breaking apart. In fact, this rule is pure logic, because we are trying to make a 3D illusion within a 2D medium. We are not just doing that, we are creating our model each frame. To animate in 3D, first you have to create your puppet and then rig it. Once this part is done, you can do whatever you want with it. However, in traditional 2D animation, you have to create this puppet each time we make a new frame. If this is not passion, I don't know what it is. Don't worry if the ball has not the same proportions during the tie down. I'm preparing something special for it. This way it will be easier to make. Her hand is inside the ball but not deep enough. You can see Honey's left thumb here. I like to mark volumes sometimes. I often use lines or shadows. Here I just use lines to draw a more edgy thoracic cage to reinforce the feeling she is bending her upper body. Honey's head is easy to place if we made the median line during the rough. When she goes from A to B, her head does not go straight from pose to pose. It makes an arc. Actually, all her movements makes an arc. There are almost no straight lines in animation. Repeat the same method we used during the character design on the layout. We will place her nose, eyes, fringe and mouth first. It doesn't matter if they are not perfect. We have to place them at first. Better to have a bad drawing than having nothing at all. Also, embrace your mistakes. In 3D, the mistakes are visible because they happen when the rig is broken. In 2D, they may be visible too, but in one hand, I find that people are way more forgiving. On the other hand, they can sometimes boost your animation. These mistakes have more chances to boost your animation if you keep your proportions and volumes in check, of course. You have to focus on what your mistakes are teaching you, rather than telling yourself that you can't do it. We advance step by step, one at a time. We don't need to rush it. It's okay to make mistakes. Everybody does, even the best animators. They just make less mistakes. Animation is all about focusing your strength on the key poses. Then all the rest is way easier. It's also finding where the priority is. In this image, she is looking and picking a tomato. If we ever need to flip the image horizontally to check the proportions and volumes, I advise you to not flip the layer but rather flip the whole canvas. If you flip just a layer, make some changes on the borders and flip it back. It won't flip on the same place because the image length has changed. It can be horrible for the spacing. If you need to flip horizontally, flip the canvas please. Remember this. We spend more time on her face than usual. It's not a key pose, but it's an extreme, so we still have to be precise. Many people look at the hands and face of the characters, and this is why portraits are such a big part in art. The important part when doing portraits is to first follow the median lines to place the different elements of the face. Then, once placed, we can polish them once at a time. The proportions for each character can change, but if you need to refresh your memory, we reviewed the overall proportions for the face during Chapter 2. If you feel lost, turn on the model sheet and check your character. Drag it near to her face if you need to. For example, I realize her eyes are too low compared to the maiden line. I select them with the lasso and drag them up with V. We polish the eyes bit by bit, trying to make them symmetrical, even in perspective. The volume of her head is a sphere. The median lines form an ellipse around it in perspective because she is tilting her head. Anyway, this pose is not so hard to do. The hardest part is getting her head in the right angle. We split key pose B where the second extreme begins, around halfway through. We rename it Extreme and color it in orange. This extreme shows the anticipation before the action. She is bringing her arm down to gain momentum. We select the whole drawing and delete it. We will decrease the exposure of the extreme to 1 frame in order to flip the animation between B and C. We begin by drawing her hand. It's the most important part of her body in this frame. We flip back and forth as always to get her lower left leg right. She is contracting and curling up all her body in anticipation to gain speed to throw the tomato. Even her legs come together a bit too. Her thigh has always more mass than her lower leg. This volume is almost cylindrical. Parts of clothes, like her tights here, can help us a lot to keep the volumes right. Honey's right leg tight is less visible. We flip around to watch the volumes on the 2 following key poses. If you think you can manage to get a key pose right or an extreme, don't worry. It's okay if you can do perfect poses. The most important thing is to understand the process. Then you can start by doing some animation yourself. I activate the onion skin when I draw the boots since they have so much detail. Both her legs will be bent forward because of the curled up position of the anticipation. The wrinkle here will be more contracted, hence more edgy. Honey's ankles moves the most, but her feet stay on the ground. The boots are hard to make because of the quantity of details. They won't move a lot in this extreme. We are moving mostly the ankles because her feet will move just slightly towards the front. Honey's left hand is the main protagonist. She will grab the tomato with her index, middle finger, and the thumb to have a firm grip. Her pinky and ring finger will be closed. It gives more stability this way. In animation, the hands are one of the body parts that rotate and moves the most. You should understand the hands' volumes and proportions perfectly. This is why I recommend reading Bridgman's Constructive Anatomy. If you don't understand the hand enough, then use the reference. Look how the hand evolves. Bear in mind that the palm of the hand is a cube. This helps a lot. Try drawing cubes in perspective, then add some simplified fingers. And now what? We draw her right hand, which will go down slowly. Her torso will curl up also, but the movement will be subtle, within all her body parts except her left hand. We keep flipping and following our rough. This is the reason why the rough is so important. It gives us all the information we need to finish the animation. During the rough, the movement is already there, even if we haven't made the in-betweens yet. It's almost like an imagination exercise. We have the keys, the extremes, and the breakdowns. We just have to imagine the in-betweens. This is the reason why we click on the loop icon. We need to view our animation not 1 or 2 or 3 times, but many times. To draw the rest of her body, we just follow the rough, and if we have an animation chart for the spacing, we use it, always. Now we will do her head. Do you remember we copied her head in the layout to have a reference? We will use it now. We choose Honey's head layer and drag it where her head should be placed. We flip the image to check the volumes, of course, and we lower the opacity. Now, while flipping, we just have to retrace Honey's facial features. Some parts, like her long hair, resting on her back will change a bit because of her curled up position. This is the hard part, and it's not even that hard. The rest is very easy. We retrace the lines of Honey's head reference layer. We are cheating in a way, but everyone in animation does this, even the masters. You have to know where to focus your time and strength. Don't worry about being precise for her hair. We will have all the time to be precise during the clean. For the time being, she won't have details in her hair. Remember to save from time to time and try saving different versions of your work. Imagine losing all of your work. I even recommend you to save these files in at least 2 different places. You can save in your PC and Mac and try saving your files also on a cloud or in a USB. Okay, let's finish the extremes. We do the same thing as before. We click on the scissors to cut the current frame, which is key pose D, and it makes a copy. This one is one of my favorite poses of this animation. She is eating the tomato. Well, she will eat so many tomatoes she will end up becoming fat. I should have drawn her round like a tomato. Anyway, back to our extreme. I'm very happy with the rough I made. Here the protagonist is her head. She waited for the tomato to come in pose D, which is a kind of anticipation. Then I exaggerated Honey's head movement. My inspiration was the snake. It's pretty different from the reference I made, where I just wait for the tomato to fall on my mouth. I changed it because I find that it's not that fun. I would prefer to change the reference and give Honey a predator feel. It's a very small detail on a single pose, but it will make the animation more lively in my opinion. Since all her strength is going on her head, the rest of the body will move less. When you focus on one part of the body, the rest is going to move less. Sometimes it will have like slightly less movement, or not movement at all. Here her body relaxes. She now has the tomato, so in a way, the wait is over. What a relief. We followed the rough while checking volumes and proportions. Finishing this frame is very easy. We just have to flip around and go over all the body. The hardest part was her head. To review what I said, don't try moving Honey's body all at once, unless that is what you intend. There are certain movements which require more effort, like dancing or fighting. The characters in those kind of cases moves a lot. In animation, these are the money shots. The directors put all the effort in those shots. During the anime Attack on Titan, the combats are the money shots. They are so beautiful. Everything moves. Even the background is animated sometimes. Animate the background on 2D can be very hard. This is why many directors choose to do the animated backgrounds on 3D. Well, boots again. This time, Honey's ankle is pointing towards the exterior. She is relaxed now that she has eaten the tomato. Her feet movement will be very subtle, almost a retrace. Once the keys and extremes are done, we can do the same for the breakdowns. Now that we have done the tie down for the keys and the extremes, we understand the procedure. There are tons of minor tips, so let's go through them again. We split the current frame where the new breakdown or frame should be. Then we rename it breakdown and color the new frame in yellow, the color of the breakdowns. We have already done the animation chart on the rough. This will be very useful when we do the tie down. We select the body parts that move and delete them. We don't touch the body parts that stay still between two poses, like the legs here. Pay attention to the main part if there is any. Here the main part is Honey's hand. If her fingers are closer to the outer part of her hand, then they will be more closed than the fingers closer to the thumb. You should focus on placing the elements first in the right place rather than polishing them. Sometimes the animation will be very subtle. We need to double or triple check our volumes in those cases because if we get them wrong, they will be visible to the eye. When working on the key poses on the extremes, you should flip the animation rather than using the onion skin. This way you have a better understanding of the different volumes, shapes, and proportions that compose our character's model. We should observe which elements and objects are dragged along in the image and don't rotate. In this animation, the bowl holding the tomatoes can be done in a different video group. We will then drag it using the hand on the tie down as reference. This way we won't need to redraw the bowl and it will keep the same volume and proportion during the entirety of the animation. Keep flipping the animation, always in all cases and for each part of the body. If you make the torso smaller in one pose, then when you flip, you should see it. If you have downloaded the script and you have the extension of the Animator's Toolbar Pro, then you could flip between the images. I advised you before to give this action the shortcut F3 and F4. If you don't have the extension, you will start by enabling the animation shortcuts. Then you will reduce the exposure of each image to 1 frame each. This way you can flip easily, but we won't have the timing of the animation first. Once you have done all the key poses, you can time the animation with the help of the reference. If you don't, it's okay. Be extra careful when drawing the face on the hands. Extra careful. If they are part of the main action, then you should spend twice the time in them. We should flip more often when drawing the face. It has many details, and the proportions within it are very important. So please take your time here. Sometimes, when going back and forth through the model, we will see some mistakes regarding proportions, like in her arms here. Her left arm is way too long. We have to shorten it a bit. I find this animation quite good. Now that the tie down is more precise, we begin to admire our character coming to life. Right now, if we check the frame rate on the left corner, we can see it is around 20 frames per second, which is not the actual frame rate. It should be 24 frames per second. If you want to have a better frame rate, you can click on the F key twice. It will make your screen larger and render the video with the appropriate frame rate. When we look at the animation, we can find some mistakes in proportions and volumes. In the past, we called this process line test, in order to check the line, because the artists had to take photos of their drawings to check if the animation worked or not. It was way more complicated back then. Now it's easier. We just click on play. The process repeats itself for the second breakdown on the ones that follow. We create layers above the rough and make sure to follow the spacing drawn in the chart. I realized her pupils were not looking at the tomatoes on key pose B, so I erase Hina's pupils and make her look at them. We can correct these kinds of mistakes easily. Once we start doing the in-betweens, it will be a bit harder. During the second breakdown, we followed the animation chart like I said before. She has taken the tomato and is starting to take it out of the bowl towards key pose B. The spacing of her hand is 1/4 from the first extreme to key pose B. It's very important to understand the animation chart. It's your guide. I have decided to teach you the chart in a simple way. We will see how it gets more complicated later on. The tie down is meant to check the volumes and proportions. This should be our main concern. Her right arm has been corrected during the tie down, and this is good. Use the reference layer of Honey's head as long as she does not pivot or rotate it. This should let us win time. Do a line test from time to time to check how your animation is going. I'm going back to the second background to select her leg and delete it. I want her leg to be at the middle from the first extreme towards key pose B, before her leg started to move later. I cannot show you how I make all the poses, but if you have trouble, you can find my Photoshop file beneath and check the pose you're having trouble with. Remember to take more time when drawing Honey's head, even more so if she starts in a different angle and finishes in another angle like in this pose. This part will be one of the hardest ones. Use all the tools you dispose of. Select and drag, transform if you need to, in order to draw her face and fix it. Bear in mind that Hani is very gloomy. Her eyes on the last breakdown are opened too much. The next to last breakdown is particular. It's an overshoot. In the animation chart, an overshoot goes beyond the chart. From key pose D to the last extreme, Hani's head in this breakdown will be placed beyond the extreme. I told you before the overshoot is used when quick actions stop suddenly, or it changes direction. In this case, Hani's head moves so fast it stops a bit beyond the extreme and comes back suddenly to the extreme. The tie down is finished. We can do a line test on player animation. Remember to save and make a new version of your Photoshop file. At the end, you will be glad to have many versions in order to show your progress. I suggest you take a break at this moment. Be prepared because what comes next has a lot of info. Once we finish the tie down, for all the drawings of the keys, the extremes, and the breakdowns, we can start with the in-betweens. Since we are going to add many in-betweens, let us review this topic. Let's say we have a character who waves his arm. It goes from A to B. The chart is used to know where we will place the new drawing. There are different measurements. We can place it halfway through the chart. This means the character's arm will be at the middle of both drawings. It's very easy. This in between will extend our perception of time because we are adding drawings, but nothing more. However, we can have a different mark on the chart. Here is 1/4 from A to B. The new drawing will be near the first pose, creating an ease out or slow out. This means acceleration. We can divide this chart by quarters to make ease out or, on the contrary, ease in. Spacing and timing are two of the most important rules in animation. When using the chart, we have an overall view on both. If we put the in-between on 3/4 of the image, it's different. It's the opposite of ease out, which is ease in or slow in. It's a deceleration. The in-betweens are the drawings between the keys, the extremes and the breakdowns. In another program, we should have already timed the animation. The exposure of our keys, extremes and breakdowns should be longer. Since in Photoshop it's harder to flip, we made the exposure 1 frame each. But we could have made another video group with the timing on the real exposure for each drawing. Then follow this layer and do the in-betweens in the tie-down video group. However, I prefer to start doing the in-betweens bit by bit. This way we can choose where to put them and you won't be afraid with a big animation chart and many directions. So let's go step by step. Here I'm looking at all the drawings we have made to see where I will place our first in-between. I choose to increase the exposure of the fourth breakdown and cut it to create a new frame between it and key pose C. We color this layer green, the color of in-betweens, and rename this layer IB. We will rename all the drawings later. We also lowered the opacity of the hiking backpack, because we're going to use the onion skin a lot. I choose to make an in-between in the middle of the fourth breakdown on key pose C because it is a great example on how to approach the in-betweens. To activate the onion skin, clicking on the lamp icon. To draw good in-betweens, you have to understand what the character is doing. Here, Hani is throwing the tomato in the air. In the breakdown, she is preparing to throw it, while in C, she has already thrown the tomato. Here, I drew a chart to show you the spacing of her arm. In this in-between, her arm will be placed in the middle of both poses. I drew another chart for her body. I drew it in the direction of the movement. In both ends, I add the names of the drawings, breakdown and C. Her body spacing will also be in the middle. Then I use the onion skin to start drawing her arm right in the middle, following the indications of the chart. Do you have to imagine where her arm will be in the middle of the breakdown on pose C? Well, yes. But it's not that simple. You should also apply some animation rules. One of them is breaking the limbs. Here she is moving her arm to throw the tomato. Animators sometimes break the joints of the limbs and exaggerate them to make the animation seem more fluid. It's also pure logic. She will move up her shoulder and elbow first. The hand will follow. Give priorities when moving a character. You should know which parts are the main engine of a movement. Here she used her shoulder to propel the tomato. Her shoulder is the main engine. If you have basic knowledge in anatomy, you should know that the shoulder muscles serves to lift up the arms in the front, the back, and sideways. This means when Honey lifts her arm, she is using mostly her shoulder. So the shoulder is the main engine. Well, actually, she uses other muscles on her back too, but the arm silhouette is more important. You might find her arm too exaggerated. Don't worry. Normally, when an animator breaks the limbs, he breaks them in quick poses of short exposure. In this case, this drawing will be shown during one frame of the 24 frames per second. You will see it, but it will only last a fraction of a second. Its purpose is to enhance the speed of her arm. The in-between is on 1 because of the speed. It will only be 1 frame long, while the other drawings will be around 2 or 3 frames long. Now you realize why we spend so much time drawing the keys, extremes, and breaks. Since we have already checked the proportions and volumes, we just activate the onion skin and draw accordingly to the animation chart's orders. It should be easy, but it will take some time. Why are charts used in animation? In some cases, the in-betweens are made by the animation assistant, and not the animator himself. In order to know where to draw the in-betweens, the animator needs to explain in the most comprehensive way where and how to draw these drawings. The chart is a communication route between the animator and his assistant. However, it can also be used by the animator to plan ahead his shot. In any way, to do in-betweens properly, we have to understand the animation chart. It's very simple, and I decided to start with just one in-between at a time to make it easier. We can see how the breaked joints adds fluidness to our animation even if we haven't timed the animation properly. Drawing the head in this in-between will be very hard, but don't worry, if you flip, you should be able to draw her properly. I go over all the animation multiple times to find where we will place the newest in-between. And while searching for this image, I found that I did not draw the tomato in the breakdown between C and D. It should be at the highest place. The tomato will have a more rounded shape. In this pose, it will have slowed down. Let's continue doing in-betweens. Now we can copy key pose A to make another frame layer. It will be our new base for the next in-between, which will be placed between A and the first breakdown. We name it IB and give it the green color. We select Honey's upper body and delete it. Since she is taking off, the spacing of the new drawing will be around 1/4 from A to the breakdown. I will say her head will be the same, like 1/4 from A to the breakdown also. We begin drawing her hand and we imagine her 1/4 away from A. This is why it is important to have solid bases in drawing and basic knowledge of anatomy in general. The fingers further away from the thumb are more closed. Her hand is rotating, so we need to picture it. We do the same for the rest of her body. The spacing will be near key pose A rather than near the breakdown. Follow the spacing of the chart and everything should be easy. In some cases, she will accelerate. We are using one of the animation principles, the slow out or ease out. Her head will have a slight rotation also. To add more life to this pose, we will add a blink. When I say blink, I'm referring to the blink of her eyes. In many animation shots, mostly during the stills, animators use blinks to add life to their characters. It's one of the easiest ways to make animation. A blink normally should be quick. It can be around 3 to 4 frames long. You just have to draw the eyes closed in one image at 2. Then you draw her eyes 3/4 open. It can be at 1 or at 2. It's very simple. If you feel lost with the onion skin, you can turn it off whenever you want. Just remember to flip if you are not using the onion skin. We will add a third in between in the middle of the second breakdown and B. It should increase the ease in or slow in feeling. We delete the parts that we will redraw, in this case her upper body and her left leg. Use the onion skin. It should be easier because these two poses are close enough. We need the action to be slower at the end of the animation once she has eaten the tomato and goes back to key pose A. From the last extreme to key pose A, we will have many in-betweens. Sometimes slow actions need more in-betweens. In this case, we have to start with the second more important one, since the most important one is the breakdown. We add another in-between at the end just before A. We rename it and color it green. The spacing of this in-between will be around 2/3 from breakdown to A, easing in this pose. If you want to have a more realistic animation and to decompose the movement, try thinking on body parts and making charts for each. It depends on what kind of animation we are doing, but it applies in almost all the cases. Here we have the legs, arms, and head. This can allow us to make second actions which complements the main action. Her legs will be on 1/8 of the chart, almost at A. Honey's head, on the contrary, will be placed on 3/4. Her upper body will be on 3/4 also, like her head. Actually, her legs are not 1/8 but 7/8 apart from the breakdown to A. Sorry, most of the time I just put the line but I don't put the number at the side. Draw the median lines when Honey's head angle changes. Also try turning on her model sheet layer during this time. Sometimes the character designer makes not only the front, side, and 3/4 view of the character, but he also includes the top and down views too for this kind of cases. All the movements in animation follow arcs rather than straight lines. When you are doing the in-betweens, you should bear this in mind and never forget it. When there is too much info, turn off the onion skin and flip. Focus on flipping. Take your time to polish your head. When doing the in-betweens, always imagine the movements of the limbs. It should always be logical. Use the joint to maneuver properly. From time to time, try doing line tests. They should stress the animation, the volumes, and the proportion mistakes. We have spent a lot of time in this chapter, so I will go faster now. We will increase the exposure of almost all the drawings to do the timing of the animation now. This way we will know where we are going to add the in-betweens. We begin by increasing the exposure of key A and B up to 2 frames. Key C will be up to 3 frames at the end. We increase the exposure for D by 2 frames too. In this animation, the keys will be the poses where Honey spends the most time. It's not the case for every key in animation, but it's the case for at least our first key A. We can make it even bigger, 6 frames. We can do the same for the next key B. 6 frames is enough for now. I know our second in-between is an ease-in, so we should make its exposition bigger. 3 frames for this one. Since the first in-between is an ease-out, we figure out we can do more drawings. Honey spends a bit more time taking the tomato, so we can add 3 frames to the first extreme. It's the same for the breakdown after B. It is an ease-out, so we can increase the exposure by 2. The anticipation should be slow, so we add 1 frame. Honey makes a small pause once she has eaten the tomato. This extreme should be 4 frames long. It's the same for the breakdown just after it. It is an ease out, so we add at least 1 more frame. The in-between just before the end should be at least 4 frames too. The ease in here will be very slow, since she returns to an idle pose. We do a line test to check our timing very quickly. Now we are going to add frames to the breakdowns. The first and second breakdown are in the middle of a movement, so we add 2 frames for each. The extreme just after the break should be 1 frame longer. Here, the in-between will be very fast, since it's a quick action. To reinforce the speed, we should add 1 more drawing after the breakdown before this in-between. Well, C may be too long, let's take 1 frame away. But just after it, we increase the breakdown exposure by 1 frame. We do the same for the breakdown between D and the extreme. Finally, we reduce the size of the last in-between by 1 frame. Check if all the drawings have a definitive number of frames. This means they cannot be, and they shouldn't be, 1.5 frames long, but sometimes Photoshop have bugs. So make a quick check. We do the line test by clicking on the play icon. If you are having trouble with the render, export the animation by clicking on the left down corner of the animation panel. When the export window appears, click on render. We are just making a line test. You can open it on Photoshop if you want. The frame rate in this case should be better. Well, it's a last resource if your PC cannot handle the render. Remember that you always have the F key anyways. We will continue doing in-betweens. This one goes between the last extreme and the last breakdown. Here it is 3 frames long, but we will reduce the exposure in order to flip more easily. Now that we have established the timing, we shall be careful when changing the exposure. Here I reduce the exposure of the in-between to flip and to use the onion skin. The onion skin can be modified, but normally it just shows the frames before and after the red line. This in-between spacing will be closer to the extreme because Honey accelerates towards A. It is an ease out for all the body parts. The head is the main focus during the last part of the animation. We draw the median lines and place the body parts carefully. We should always try to make realistic proportions, even more when there is a slow movement like here. Once we finish this new in-between, we restore its previous exposure. It had 3 frames before, so we made it 3 frames long again. The animation is getting better and better. While this line test is playing, we can find which in-between we should make next. I think we can make another in-between here. We increase the exposure of C by 1, and we use the scissors to cut the frame on 2. We name it IB and give it the color green. Honey's arm spacing will be 1/4 from C to the breakdown. Her body spacing will be 1/3. We increase her breakdown exposure by 1 frame and split it there to create another in-between. Honey's arm will ease out into D. It will be 2/3 from the breakdown to the next key pose. Her head, on the contrary, will be 1/3 from breakdown to D. Actually, her body will have the same spacing as her arm. We go to the next breakdown. We go back and forth to check where we will place the next in-between. I think it is better to split it at the playhead. We rename it IB and color it green again. It has become a routine. This spacing is easy. It will be an ease in around 1/3 from the breakdown to the extreme. We decrease the third in-between exposure to 2 frames, and we increase the exposure of the extreme by 2 frames. We will split it right there at the playhead. Rename it IB and color green. Done. It's time we increase the difficulty on the animation chart. Until now, we have only done charts from 2 adjacent images. Now we will do the charts from this extreme to the next key pose, which is A. It's better to have bigger charts. This way we have a bigger picture. We know that the first in-between we made is around 1/8 from the extreme to A. The breakdown spacing is right in the middle. The last in-between, which we have already made, is near key pose A. The next in-between will be placed near the extreme. We put it here to enhance the ease out. We have to put the images in this order to have an ease out and ease in. The animation will be slow at the beginning, but fast in the middle. We may need to make more in-betweens. Every time we modify the exposure or add images, we increase or decrease the end bracket. We split the breakdown after key pose B to create another in-between. If we were going to have a bigger picture, we should have a chart like this. Now we have too many layers and many of them have the same name. It's hard to track our progress until the different poses apart from each other. Well, it is normal to have too many layers. This is the reason why we make the layer panel bigger. Let me show you a way on how to organize them. The first thing to do is to change the time measurement units from seconds to frames. We review this in the first part of this chapter. You have to open the timeline menu at the top right corner of the timeline panel. We click on panel options and we change the timeline units to frame number. The key poses will keep their names. Those are letters, so it will be easier. However, the in-betweens, extremes, and breakdowns will have two letters on the number of frame number where they are placed. The two letters for in-between are IB. The two letters for breakdown are BK. And the two letters for extremes are EX. We will spend more time renaming them, but it is worth it. They will be organized and we will make clearer charts. Of course, if we change the exposure, their number should change too. Let's repeat the same exercise with A and B. Now we can make proper charts. I can say this chart goes from breakdown 36 until extreme 41. The in-between 39 will be at 3/4 from breakdown 36 to extreme 41. Now it's important to be precise regarding the timing. Every time we make a new in-between, we should name it properly. In this case, if you are not yet sure of the timing, avoid naming them. Now it's important to be precise regarding the timing. Every time we make a new in-between, we should name it properly. In this case, if you are not yet sure about the timing, then avoid naming the in-betweens. This in-between spacing will be divided by 3, the body, the head, and the arms. We can even add the chart going from extreme 39 to C. The breakdown is 1/3 near the extreme, while in-between 48 is 2/3 from extreme 39 to C. The new in-between 44 should be near the extreme. These 3 charts are placed within the first part of the chart going from the extreme 39 to C. If all these 3 parts have different spacing through the extreme 39 and C, then we shall make 3 different charts, but we will be okay with just one at this time. The spacing of her head, left arm, and body will be all different. Her right arm goes with the rest of her body. We go back to the beginning and we split the first in-between in 2. We rename them IB6 and IB4. They have zeros before in case we increase the numbers and make the animation longer. We will also split the first breakdown to add an in-between after it. We make a chart going from key pose A to the extreme 13. The first in-between, IB6, is close to A. The break is nearly at the middle of the chart. In between 12 is at 7/8 from A to the extreme in the case of Honey's body. In the case of Honey's left arm, we do an overshoot, because she will pick the tomato like a savage, searching the kill. In between 8 is around 1/4 of the chart, in the middle of in between 6 on the breakdown. We add another in between in the middle of the extreme 13 on the next breakdown. It will be 1/4 for her arm and 1/3 for all his body. We should also add an animation chart for the tomato when we can. It's good to have an animation chart for the important objects. The tomato follows an arc, so try to keep it, and remember to apply the stretch and squash rule. During the last following minutes, you will be able to see how I timed the rest of the in-betweens. I made them off-screen because of time constraints. This part of the chapter was very long because I had to teach you a lot of info. In any case, you have here the exposure of every drawing under names. If you find a better way to name the frames, go ahead and do it. You should just be careful, since the keys, the extremes and the breaks should be all different. Some animators fill timesheets because they time the action first and animate later. I think it is a great exercise to improve your timing skills. You should see how Japanese animators and the former Disney movies use the animation chart, and what icons or letters they use for the keys, the extremes and the breaks. A piece of advice, don't be afraid of numbers, make them your friends. The best skill an animator can have is be organized. Today we learned how to place in-betweens and their importance on animation. Also, we made the tie-down, polishing the volumes and perfecting the shapes of each drawing. In next class, we will learn the meaning of overlaps and how to use them. Thank you, students. Be proud of your work and see you next time. Hi students, I'm Juan. I hope you have finished all your in-betweens on the tie-down. In this class, we'll learn what is an overlap and how to use them. The overlaps are the parts of the body or objects that move with inertia. They are like dead weights. In this case, Honey's hair is an overlap, mostly her fringe because the rest of her hair is resting at her back. We won't do a chart for the overlaps, even if it can be done. The parts of the model that work as overlaps are Honey's hair and Honey's leaves. Is inertia. Look, I'm trying to recreate a whip that goes from side to side, but it looks way too stiff. So, what do? We apply inertia. Just that easy. As you can see in this quick example, the part of the whip near the bottom moves first, the rest follows up. The closer the object is to the main motor, the quicker it will follow. The further part of the object, which is far away from the main action, will react more slowly, so it will follow up the main movement later. For example, here the whip changes its course from left to right. The part near the main engine will move quicker. There is a well-known method to use the onion skin in order to have this inertia look in your animation. In the intersection between the new frame who goes right on the previous frame, the whip continues its course to the left. It has not changed direction yet because this part has not been affected by inertia at the current frame. This suggests two opposing forces are deforming the shape of the object, one going left and the other one going right. The intersection between the current frame and the previous one, shown by the onion skin, shows where the inertia is acting. The red lines are the dead weight, following the previous action. This part becomes smaller once the main part changes course and the frames keep rolling, until it disappears and all the whip has the same direction. After the whip changes direction, the intersection between the current frame and the previous one goes further away from the main force of the movement. The overlap principle is very easy to understand and to apply. Many studios use it to give life to still drawings because it's cheap. And this is all you need to know. It's very simple. We will apply the same principle to Honey's leaves and hair. Right now, we will create another video group within our animation to do the overlaps of her hair and her sleeves. We need to do this group before starting the clean phase. We need to know where and how the overlaps move in our animation. We create two layers in order to make a new video group and place them above our tie-down video group. We will name this group Overlaps. Simple. We drag the two images and put them at the start of key pose B. We increase the size of the first image until the beginning of the following key pose, which is C. We expand the next image the same way and we make it end before key pose D. Now we create another frame layer and we increase its exposure until the end of the following extreme. We rename them exactly where they stand. This means like the key poses. And we change their color to red. We will only use the color red for the overlaps. This means every time we draw her fringe or her sleeves, we will draw them red. Well, we have to. We are still doing the tie down, so don't bother to draw every lock of hair in her fringe. We will work with the whole shape. We draw her sleeves only when they are visible. We don't need her left sleeve in this frame. The hair alongside her face and resting on her shoulder could move slightly if Honey moves her head very quickly. Well, this means apart of that, we will do mostly Honey's sleeves and fringe. This time, we won't move pose to pose. We will animate straightforward. This means beginning on the first pose and following through each drawing until the last one in the timeline. The frame that follows is a breakdown, but her hair won't move a lot. When the movement is slow, the overlaps have less power. We started on key B because Honey doesn't move a lot until this pose. Actually, her sleeve won't move a lot during this frame either. So, we split the breakdown to make another image. I figure out the overlaps will begin to be more present from this drawing. However, her fringe won't move a lot. Well, the sleeves will begin to take off in this frame. The source of the movement for the sleeves are Honey's wrist. Well, in fact, the main source is her shoulder, and her arms follow. It is a question of parent movement. Which body part moves first and drives the other parts of the body? Since I have exaggerated her arm to make the animation more fluid, we can see how it looks like the whip I made before. Once the upper part of her arm is completely lifted, it begins changing direction like the whip. Her forearm has not yet stopped moving up. Honey's left sleeve is going in the same direction. The curve is the same. During the in-between, just after key pose C, the sleeve continues going up. This is the reason why the sleeve volumes goes from the back of the hand side to the side facing her face. The sleeve arrives on top one frame later. In the next drawing, her sleeve will return to a stable pose. But since she lowered her hand more in the following in between, the sleeve volumes go behind the wrist again. In key pose D, the sleeve will continue his path downwards and the volume will change side. From this pose, her hand movement decreases in speed. Honey's sleeve settles and its volume stays down, mainly because of gravity. Now we can do a line test to check if the overlap works. In my opinion, it works well. The sleeve follows the wrist and it changes direction one drawing after the wrist has. Let's focus on Honey's fringe. Her hair will move the most when she will thrust her head forward, catching the tomato. Her fringe is attached to her front, so the part of the body that moves the fringe is her head. It's a bit less harder than the sleeves, but the principle is the same. If Honey were to duck fast, her fringe will follow her like in this drawing. It's almost like her hair wants to stay where it is. That is the concept of dead weight after all. Here she is turning her head to her left. The hair arrives later. It depends on the speed of the main action to figure out how late the overlap will take to arrive. The faster the action, the stronger the overlap will be. We will begin by drawing her fringe in perspective on the breakdown 52, right before she moves forward to eat the tomato. In the following drawing, her fringe will stay mostly the same. She is not moving her head much. Her fringe must follow the median line. It should have the same perspective. They should all look the same. There is no overlap here at the moment. In the breakdown, once Honey catches the tomato, her head moves quickly forward. Her fringe flattens against her forehead. In the drawing that follows, this means the next in between, Honey's fringe will go up, while her head will begin to go down. The fringe is following the movement one frame behind. On some occasions, we can create new drawings within a whole drawing. In this case, Honey won't move, but we will create a new in-between in this place, to move only her fringe. In animation, we can do these special in-betweens with hair, effects, and certain objects. We start by drawing Honey's fringe, which is starting to go down. Like we did during the whip exercise, it changes direction when the current line touches the previous one. We can even do 2 different locks, or 3 if you want. The overlap will settle on the extreme, and all the locks of hair will have the same direction. We create another in-between within the extreme 60. We add the OL letters at the end of this layer's name every time to differentiate them from the rest. Her hair will be more flattened in this frame than the previous one. We make a line test to check if her fringe moves correctly. I'm afraid I have made her fringe move way too much. Well, I was right. Her fringe moves too much. It happens often when doing overlaps that the animator over-animates them, just like in this case. It's okay, we can correct them very quickly. First, we will go to the in-between 59 and delete it completely. We will correct her fringe on the last frame and put it near the previous drawing. Her fringe in the in-between 58 is way too high. We make it closer to her forehead. During the last extreme, we correct the direction of her hair locks. They will have settled by this time. We delete in-between 59 layer and we increase the exposure of the in-between 58 by 1 frame. And now the overlaps are done. Okay, today we learned that an overlap is a dead weight who moves thanks to an active subject. They are moved by inertia and follow behind the main movement. The overlap can be a piece of cloth, a lock of hair, or even limp limbs. You have completed the hardest chapter. Now we can move to the next one where we will begin cleaning and finally finish the animation. Have a great day, students! Hello students, I'm Juan, and today we are going to clean our animation and finally put some color on it. Previously, we made the rough of our animation, placing the most important elements and doing the key poses, the extremes, and the breakdowns. Then, we polished these drawings during the tie-down and we drew the in-betweens. During the previous class, we made the overlaps, Honey's fringe, and Honey's sleeves. Now we are going to clean the animation. We lowered the opacity of the overlaps video group and the Honey line tie-down video group to around like 24%. We put the playhead at the start and we position ourselves above the overlap video group. We make a new layer and trim its exposure. If I remember correctly, we have already made a clean pose during the layout chapter, which is key P. We grab it, press Alt and hold it, and we drag it above the new layer we made. Then we grab the B copy layer on the timeline and drag it beneath, into the new layer. We have created a new video group. We increase the exposure of the new layer. The new video group will be named Honey/line/clean. We rename both frame layers with their proper names, this being A and B. Next, we color both layers red, the color of the keys. Grab the B key and stretch it until the beginning of key pose C. We create a new layer after key pose B. This layer is key pose C. So we rename it and give it its proper color. Actually, I prefer to clean key pose D first and do C later. We rename C and give it its new name, D. Finally, we drag it until the end of the animation. just before key pose A. How are we going to proceed then? More or less like we have been doing until now. First, we will draw the most important keys. For me, they are A, D, and the one we already made during the layout. Of course, it will be P. Afterwards, we will finish by doing the rest of the keys, which will be C, who is the only one who is missing, and then we do the extremes, going from the beginning until the end. After that, we continue with the breakdowns, following the same path, from start to end. And finally, the in-betweens. It may be that we will do the most important ones for the sake of keeping the volumes, like we did for the keys. We have to address one thing before starting the animation, Honey's ball. So, we make a new layer and we put it outside of all the video groups we have created until now. We will drag this layer up to the start. Then, we pick a red color if you want, or a blue one. It has to be a flashy one, a color that can stand out. We retrace the line on top of key pose B, which has the correct shape and volume of the ball, and it has all the tomatoes included in the combo also. Be precise when retracing the same line for the ball. We should remember that this is the clean face. This means every line is important. We copy the ball layer. We drag the first layer to fit key pose A, and the new ball copy we made should fit key pose B. We rename this new video group ball/line/clean, and at the same time we rename the two layers A and B. We should add ball to the frame layer's name to tell them apart in the timeline. Later we go to key pose A. The ball here is not well positioned. We use V and drag it towards Honey's right hand. It should be better now. We should add a line here to reinforce the ball's volume. We add it into 3 layers quickly, very quickly. Currently, the ball is in front of Honey's right hand. Once we finish the animation, we will erase this part. The big problem we have at the moment is placing the ball in the right place. We should draw a thin line to mark where the fingers are placed, in order to keep their proportions. We increase the exposure of the B-ball frame layer until the end of key pose D below. Just after that, we split the layer right at the beginning of key pose D. Then we rename the layer D-ball and use Ctrl-T or Command-T to free transform the object. We drag it and rotate it to make the ball fit the tie-down ball of the D key. Cool, we have made 3 balls in different layers. The ball video group must be below Honey Line Clean video group, so we will drag it down. Remember to save and increment the version in each phase. This way you can track down the progress and show it at the end. We begin by cleaning key pose A. You can start cleaning any part of Honey's body. Just be precise. Since we are doing the key poses, we should pay more attention to them and be extremely careful. This doesn't mean you should be stressed. On the contrary, enjoy every single line and close them all the time. When our lines collide with the ball, we stop right there. We shouldn't draw inside the ball since it is in front of her arm and we won't see this part. Also, you should pick a brush you are comfortable with. One more thing, if you used a special brush during the character design chapter, you should use it during the clean phase too, the same brush. Remember to flip the drawings between A and B frequently. Even if during our tie-down we should have corrected all the volumes and proportions mistakes, it's better to flip and double check. Now is the time to be precise while focusing on the line work. You should try to feel each brush stroke. The more focused you are while doing the clean, the better your lines will be. Imagine the ads we see often on the internet or in television where people are working on something and they are like 100% focused. Well, you should be like that or much more focused, at least on the key poses. Of course, this step is all about cleaning and drawing the details we have neglected up until now. However, I prefer to start cleaning the bigger volumes rather than going straight to the details. If you miss to do the details, then people won't see that as much as missing to do the overall shape of our character. I even do the details with a thinner line, adding less pressure on them. We can focus on details once we have nailed the rest of the drawing more easily. I could say the way we are doing the clean in this class is the most common way to approach this step, but you should know that this is just one way to do the clean. If you use a different brush or if you are animating in a particular style, then the way to clean the animation will be different. For example, you can pick a style where you don't close some or any lines. However, this means you have to close the shapes during the color phase. You can even do a watercolor brush and it will give texture to your animation. You can also choose to avoid doing outlines but rather painting the character. It's a very fun way to animate, but in this case you should do an outline during the tie down to know where your shape ends. Then you can close the shapes with color. I have done this once for a job and the result is often very pretty. You can also color the lines in a funky way. Give them flashy colors depending on the character mood. Sometimes I wonder what could have been the movie Inside Out in 2D. It would have been more interesting in my opinion. When the angry one will have an explosion of rage, the line work will change and become more messy. Well, actually it's quite common to do messy lines when characters are enraged or have some sort of psychological dysfunction. It's like they are ready to crack. But it will be interesting to see. Now with 3D we can do almost everything that comes to mind with enough time. In the past, 2D animation had many constraints, which forced many directors to search for creative ways to do some shots. Don't get me wrong, I love 3D, but I think 3D animation has been getting more and more the common hyperrealistic style. It's outstanding because we can now count the number of hairs on Mr. Incredible's head, but in my opinion it doesn't bring anything new to the table. Technically it is amazing, but that is all. It's almost like animation was a biplane before, and now it has become an F-22 Raptor. But we are not aiming for the stars. We keep doing the same paths without taking risk. At least, not in this field. Last year or the year before, I don't remember well, something very interesting happened. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. The 3D was more graphic, much more interesting than the hyper-realistic 3D we have been seeing for the past few years. My point is, we should be looking more to do a creative and original story, with an incredible art style, not repeating what we see in everyday life and doing hyper-realism. Look at the tale of Princess Kaguya. The line work is gorgeous. For me, it's the definition of delicate. There are many styles and things to do in 2D yet. Well, that is only my take. Going back to the clean line, I wanted to explain to you how I clean Chill Cow. I did many layers because the Lofi girl moved mostly her arm. If I remember correctly, I had divided her body into 5 parts: her arm, her body, and head, and her hand, and finally the pen, I think. I had to split it in order to save time. It didn't make any sense to redraw the line of her body if she was just moving her arm. Her fat chunker of a cat was part of the background. I had made just one layer for his tail, which follows the overlap rules we saw earlier. One of the best things about Photoshop is the brushes. You can do a lot of interesting line works with the huge variety of brushes Photoshop offers. Once you finish this course, you should create your own brush and use it in animation. Just try not to make that brush file too big or Photoshop will lag. We spend more time with the eyes and zoom in if we need to correct a few pixels. I have already cleaned key pose C and B. I flip a lot and follow the tie down. It's that easy. If you haven't made a copy of the first key pose A to put it at the end of the animation, then this is the time to do it. Now that the key poses are done, we do a little line test and observe the work we have accomplished until now. It's time to start cleaning the extremes of the animation. We put the red playhead at the beginning of the first extreme and split it with the scissors. This frame layer should be orange, since orange is the color of the extremes. We rename it EX13 to differentiate it from the other ones. We could also name it EX1 or EXA. Some animators prefer to give symbols. At the end, it's up to you. We keep splitting the keys to create copies of those frame layers, and then we rename them as EX41 or whatever you want, and we color them in orange. We repeat the same process for the last extreme. We put the playhead at the right place and split the key in two different layers, rename it orange, and it's done. We go back to the first extreme. I forgot to give colors to the frame layers on the bold video group. We repeat what we did before, but this time in the bold video group. Put the playhead at the right place, split the layers, rename them, and give them an orange color. Then we do the same for all the extremes. I spend most of the time renaming layers. It's very important to name them properly and give them their respective color. We have to be organized, and telling the layers apart is the least thing we can do. Do not erase the drawings on the bold video group yet. We will transform them and drag them, hence saving time. We are reusing the same drawing over and over and over again. It's efficient and practical. I have drawn all the extremes now. Once you have seen how to clean one image, you understand how to clean them all. If you have trouble cleaning the images, you might want to try doing a more artistic kind of line, like an ink line. Depending on the style, it won't matter if your line trembles. I think it's about time we start preparing the terrain for the breakdowns. We do the same process we have done until now for each new drawing. We place the playhead below one of the breakdowns, we split the frame layer and give it the color of the breakdowns, yellow. We repeat this process for every breakdown, and if we check the tie down, I see that we have made around 7 breakdowns. Once all the new layers are ready, we can rename each with their respective names. I use 2 letters to show they are breakdowns, P, K, and after them I add the frame number. I add 10 at first in case I change my mind and change the timing of the animation, making it longer. I don't think it will happen, but I put the 0 just in case. We do exactly the same thing for the bold video group. We split at the playhead, color yellow, and rename the frame layers. But in this case, we don't forget to add bold before naming our layer, to tell them apart from the other video groups in the timeline. We always begin drawing the first layer. During the first part of the animation, up until the second string, his legs don't move a lot. In this case, we do the same as we did during the tie down. We select the body parts that move and erase them. It's like copy and pasting. I think there is a way to do it with the stamp tool here in Photoshop, but I don't use it a lot. For the layers where she moves all her body, we select the whole drawing and erase it. It's exactly the same procedure as other times. Don't forget a single breakdown. This is the reason why it is so important to have our tie-down video group close to our clean video group. We can check if we are missing one or more images. If you add an image, you should add it as well on the other clean video groups. In this case, it will be the bold video group, because it's part of the clean also. Now that the breakdowns are done, we shall do the in-betweens. But where to start? There are so many. Well, we could directly start from the top left in between, but I prefer to make a first pass and do all the most important in-betweens first. So in a nutshell, we go from left to right of the timeline 2 times, first for the most important and then for the least. Between key pose A and the first breakdown are 2 in-betweens. The most important one for me is the second one. So I put the playhead in that place and split the image. Then we select the parts that will move in this frame and delete the copy of key pose A drawing. As always, we rename it IB008 and give it the green color of the in-betweens. If you are having trouble flipping the image, then reduce the exposure of the current in-between to 1. This helps a lot, and even more so when you don't have Animator's Toolbars Pro. Now we can flip more easily. If your in-between is on 1, then we can also use the onion skin. The good thing for us is that we already have all of our animation charts. Well, the tie down is the results of these charts, but we will need them later. We start with Hanny's hands. Be gentle with the point of your pen when drawing delicate things. The line should reflect the nature of the object. Imagine that your tablet is a snowflake, and if you add too much pressure, it will break. That's how I draw hands. I draw them gently, mostly for the fingers and fingernails. We do the same for her right hand. I don't know why, but I like to draw my hands with gentle and sometimes swift strokes. It may reflect the personality of the artist. If you see how the hands are made in the manga My Hero Academia from Gohei Horikoshi, you can feel the strength of the characters. I love the posings in this manga series. Anyway, spend a minute or two drawing them, because they are very important. I'm still using Cal's Magra brush. It's my brush of the moment. I find it too comfortable. Before, I used a more textured brush, like a pencil brush. I think I should create a brush between these two, because I like textured brushes. Flip when drawing details like all the parts around her belt to get their volumes right. If you can, and have time, try making the volumes of her thoracic cage with the line. It's very simple, just a few strokes and it's done. We get to the head. We can follow the tie down or turn the tie down layer off and use the onion skin. Why? If we keep the 3 of them, then the onion skin will show also the drawings from the tie down. So one thing at a time, one step after the other step. Well, step by step. I would rather clean while flipping than use the onion skin at first. Of course, we can have a mix of both. Be extra careful with her hair strands at the left and right side of her face. I'm mostly sure we will have trouble with them later. They are too abstract maybe. Well, we don't bother and just draw them as they should be in this frame. As I said, step by step. Do you remember that in this frame we will make her blink? We close her eyes on this frame. She will open them during the next in-between. A blink needs only 3 different kinds of eyes. The first one is the idle pose of the eye. The eye is open. During the following drawing, the eye is completely closed, but the next one is partially open, around 3/4. Then the eye returns to the idle pose. We need only 3 drawings for a blink. The first one is the same as the fourth one. I will say the eye is closed on the second drawing around 2 frames and it opens on the third for only 1 frame. This means the eye blinks in only 3 to 4 frames. It's very fast. I will say the hard part is her fringe. There are many details to bear in mind. Every lock of hair should be in the right spot at every frame. Try finding shapes in the empty spaces, like the M here, on the left side. Finding shapes could help you keep the volumes on shapes in place. don't forget to flip, of course. Because here I realize when flipping that Honey's head volume is not right. It loses mass in the breakdown. We shall correct this quickly before doing more in-betweens. This is the reason why flipping your animation is so important. If I hadn't flipped, I would have missed the mistake. Let's do a line test. The movement is choppy, but it's normal. I think the volumes are mostly right on the posing. It's quite good. Just quite. We go over the ball layer and split the key pose A in order to make a copy. We color the frame layer green and rename it. When I click on Ctrl T to transform the ball, I realize I have drawn something in the ball group who shouldn't be here. I select the part indicated by the transform option and delete the lines I drew within. To check if we put the ball in the right place, we flip. We go back and select the breakdown in Honey Line Clean Video Group. Then we split it at the playhead, right where in between 12 starts. New life, new color, new name. I select Honey's upper body and delete it. Then I have to be sure if I deleted all the parts of her upper body. Sometimes to win time, I just draw the main body parts on an animation chart for the rest. In this case, I have only drawn the hand, so I will do the chart. The head spacing is very close to 7/8. I think it's better to activate the onion skin in this particular case. Be focused on the keys, but afterwards you can relax and enjoy. I know the cleaning phase can be long and repetitive. When I have finished cleaning the keys, on extremes I begin to relax, and if I'm too tired, I like to listen to podcasts or audiobooks. When I start animating, the first animation I did was on Flash, and it was about sticky figures fighting each other. I never posted, and I think now I have completely lost this animation. It's so sad. Years later, in art school, my first approach to animation was through paper, the traditional way. It's very interesting since you cannot erase all the lines you did, and you need to flip with your hands. The hard part is to do the line test. You have to use an animation stand which has a camera on top. Then you fix all your animation sheets and take a picture one by one. You have to be careful because the sheets have to stay on the exact same spot. If you don't fix your sheets to the animation stand, then your line test will wiggle. To do traditional animation, you need a peg bar and something to do the holes in the sheets. The peg bar then goes on the holes, and you can add many sheets in order to flip. If you can find these items, I advise you to give them a try. 2D traditional animation is very different, but I think the result is often better because the line work has a natural grain. In Photoshop, we polish the line just like if we were drawing on paper. We go over the line bit by bit, erasing and retracing. But this time, we can erase all the times we want. We make sure to make a new in-between in the middle of the breakdown on the extreme. We split the layer at the playhead and color the new frame layer green, as always. We rotate the ball to get it right between the other two balls. We correct the hand placement when the ball rotates. It should have a logical position. If the hand moves, then the ball follows. We do again a line test to check if everything is going great. At the moment, everything seems okay, so we can keep going forward. We split again at the playhead and color it green. Of course, we make a new frame layer. We take our time to select her left leg properly, and then we delete it. We also select her upper body and delete it, since she will move her leg and her body. It is the same process for both. Annie's leg begins to move in this in-between. It's a second action, so we should pay attention to her leg. It moves more on the knee than at the base of her ankle. Draw the line of Annie's leg close to extreme 21. Choose when the second action begins. It doesn't have to begin where the rest of the body begins to move. The magic and the key to do successful second actions is to decompose the movement. try giving that part of the body a timing of its own. Like for example, Honey's leg will start to move towards the key later than the rest of Honey's body. The ideal thing to do is to do an animation chart in this case for each body part. You can also do a first pass with the main action and then do a second pass for the second actions. This is another technique works wonders, but it takes a bit more time. Anyway, try doing good second actions. For the rest of the drawing, Honey's spacing is closer to the breakdown. Bear that in mind. Once you have placed the elements, thanks to the onion skin, you can flip the animation to polish her face. We should flip a lot, and due to Honey's spacing in this in-between, we must draw her face near the extreme. We correct proportions and volumes. Try thinking outside the box. You have to imagine the arm without the ball in front. Try picturing yourself as a sculptor. Sometimes thinking of the volumes as if they were in 3D can help a lot. Actually, you should always pretend the volumes are in 3D all the time. It's one of the key points of drawing. I'm well placed to know that hands are one of the hardest topics to master. If you want a piece of advice on how to become better, try drawing 100 hands per day by looking at the references. Draw them in different positions and figure out how the volumes change and adapt depending on the different finger placements. Another way to become good at drawing hands is to do animation with a lot of hands movements. The hands should move in perspective too. For example, one way you could focus on hands in animation is by doing actions where the hands are most used. Like the man who leads an orchestra. This one is quite a classic. You can also look at how the animators do hands in Naruto. They have such cool poses for the hands when doing the jutsus. I cannot stress it enough, but if you plan ahead, you can do an animation chart. If you have done an animation chart, you should follow it, of course. You should use it and understand it. When doing character design, try doing characters with distinctive features. You can play with proportions not only to do original and unique characters, but also to use these proportions as a volume reference when you draw. If Honey had a bigger nose, then we should mark her nose and use it to place Honey's head in perspective. It will be very useful. Use Ctrl-T to adjust the face position. Here I didn't do the median lines. This is why I did not place her face on the right place. Usually I draw the median lines in the tie-down, but since I didn't draw her head, I went straight forward with the clean. As you can see, in some cases I don't draw Honey's body in the tie-down to save time, because I know where it will be placed. But also, I'm not working with an assistant. I should have given him more indications. For the 100th time, remember to flip to draw her face and have the good size for Honey's lines. I often do line tests when I finish a new drawing. I like to see how the animation is going, and maybe I can spot a few mistakes. We make a new in-between in the middle of key C and breakdown 52. We repeat the same procedure as always. Put the playhead in the right place, then we split it and give it the proper color and rename it if we can, of course. I didn't draw all the details again to save time, but I drew her head and part of her face. Sometimes, drawing the whole body is not that useful. If you look at the animations of famous animators, you can see that many of them don't draw all the poses. Sometimes they just draw the silhouette to mark the spacing. It's an incredible way to save time. However, you must have a bit of experience, and you need to know when you can avoid drawing the whole body. Honey's spacing is more near the breakdown than the key. This drawing is an anticipation. It's the anticipation just before Honey eats the tomato. You can consider it like a small anticipation, a tiny anticipation. Some animators use different colors for different aspects of the line. In my case, I use red for overlaps, blue for shadow, and yellow for highlights. Sometimes I add more color nuance to indicate a second action or a fake fix. My point is, you can use different colors for different purposes. You don't need to use black every time. Honey's hair is in perspective. Remember to follow the median line when cleaning her hair and try to keep the volumes of each lock within the same size. The overlaps during the clean will be on the same layer. We prepare them in a different layer during the tie down in order to place them without worrying of erasing Honey's head. Now we know where the overlaps are, so we will clean them with the rest of Honey's body. I love to draw Honey's fingers in different placements. They should not be all the time together. You should try to differentiate them by making groups. Remember to train yourself drawing hands. To draw Honey's body, we just have to activate the onion skin and draw her. You can change from onion skin to flipping whenever you need. It's even recommended. The tomato, of course, has its own chart. It follows a clear arc, where it is propelled through the air and then it loses momentum and starts falling directly into Honey's mouth. Animating shapes rather than lines can help you train your eye to understand 3D volumes better. It's also a good exercise. Imagine yourself, rather than just drawing a line, painting the shapes directly to animate. It can be very fun. However, I advise you to begin drawing for your first animation. Then you can explore many different ways and styles. You can also do the rough with a line and then clean the character with shapes. You can also choose to don't have an outline for most of the body and choose to have one for the details, like Honey's shoelaces, her fingers, and finally her mouth, eyes, nose, eyebrows. I will love to see what you can do. The boots are always the part where most of the details are. To do them correctly, we should use the onion skin. It will be easier this way and more precise. If you have drawn only Honey socks or other types of boots, it will be even easier for you. Once we finish all the in-betweens, we do a line test to check if the movement is not too choppy. It can be choppy if that is what you intend, but normally it should feel fluid. Okay, I think the animation is too choppy at the end. We can add some in-betweens even if we are doing the clean phase. It's not a big deal. We add one more in-between before key pose A to increase the easing effect within the end of the settle action. We also add another one just after the last breakdown. Honey has to lower her head slowly, but for the moment she lowers it too fast. If we add a drawing after the breakdown, the movement shall feel less choppy and more fluid. To ease in Honey's settle movement towards A, we have to add more drawings, and most of their spacing must be near key pose A. If the breakdown spacing is in the middle of the extreme and key pose A, then Honey's new in-between should be around the middle of the following in-between. Why? Because the following in-between spacing is closer to A. Remember, if you want to flip more easily and be able to use the onion skin, reduce the exposure of the new drawings. Avoid clicking on the arrows who are on the frame layers. These are useful when you want to make a character walk, because you can translate the current image. However, I never use them. I prefer going through everything in a traditional way. Well, I think the animation is finished. Yay! We will certainly do a line test now. If you find that there are still timing issues in your animation, you can change the exposure of some drawings. Do a line test each time to check if the changes you made are good. I decreased the exposure of key pose B a bit, around 4 frames, then I increased the exposure of the first in-between by 1. This way this drawing will be on 3s. The third in-between is too fast, so I added 1 more frame. It is on 2s now. I add 1 more frame to the in-between who is currently at the playhead to increase the easing feeling. The more drawings and the longer they last, the slower will be the action. We do another line test to check if the changes are good. I think key pose B is still too long, so I reduce it 1 frame more. It's just a minor change, but it will boost the speed in this part. One last line test, and here we are. I consider Honey's line animation to be officially done. We will have to polish some details and then we can start the color. First, erase the lines of the ball who should be hidden, and try coloring it on black using the lock layer setting on the layer panel. Now that we have finished the clean, we can delete the tie down video group and the overlap video group. We make two new layers in order to create a video group. We drag one of the layers into the other one to create the video group, and we rename it honey/colo. We reduce the exposure size of our frame layers. They should fit the first two drawings of our animation. We are going to do the color in straightforward. This means going from the beginning until the end. Okay, so this way we have two ways of doing color. The first one is to do a video group for each color. We separate the colors in different layers. It can be useful if you are not sure of the color, since it will be easier to change it with color balance or just by locking the layers and using the rectangular shape tool. The other method is to do all the colors within the same video group. The good thing about this method is the speed. You will certainly be faster, but that's about it. I will choose this method in order to avoid filling the entire timeline panel with tons of video groups. Well, actually, that's a good second point. It's time to reopen the color research image. So I duplicate this layer and paste it in the animation file we are currently working on. If you haven't made a new version by now, you should. We increase this layer's opacity to 100%, because before starting to paint, I like to do a color swatch. We create a new group and name it Color Swatch. I name it Palette because it is the name of the color swatch in French, so force of habit. This group will go into the Info group, alongside the model sheet and the info. For now, we will focus on doing the swatch. We turn off all of Honey's layers. We will mainly use the droplet tool and the rectangle shape tool to create our color swatch. Since we will use only Honey's colors, we select her with the rectangular selection tool and we create a mask for this layer. We zoom a little bit to look at the colors and we begin by picking one at a time. We use the droplet tool and choose the color we want. Once we have picked a color, we click on the rectangle shape tool or we click on U and we drag the arrow to put the color on top of the right side of the canvas. The next thing to do is pretty obvious. We just have to write the name of the part which belongs to the color. In this case, the thighs. We keep doing the same thing until we have all the colors. You could type the words with the text tool if you have horrible handwriting like me. You can also choose to do the colors in a different shape, like a soft edge square or a circle. You should know that appearance doesn't matter. What matters is the content. It is also important to create a color swatch layout that works for you. Honey's red colors contrast with the green background. Honey should stand out, but she must stand out in harmony with the overall color swatch. In this reference, I spent more time looking for colors I liked. In some cases, I added 3 layers of color for one part of the body, like in her hair. If you want, you can do all of them, but it will be more time consuming. Of course, the result will be better. It's up to you to decide. I will go with the simpler version. It's almost certain that we won't be happy with some colors of the color swatch. This happens often. Before changing your color swatch, save a new version. To change a color, first lock the layer. Then pick the Shape Rectangle tool and click on drag. I prefer when the squares are somewhat organized, so I select the left side and cut it vertically with the selection tool. I do the same for the right side. You can leave your squares disorganized if you want. It's up to you. We rename the layer palette and delete the palette group. It's better to have everything in one layer. We will keep it simple. We can turn off the color reference layer we use to pick the colors, and we turn on the honey clean layer and the bold layer. Now that we have the color swatch, we can start doing the color. We don't need to start with the key poses and all, because we already have the volumes and proportions determined by the line. One way to do this is to go to Honey Line Video Group and select the empty parts you want to apply color to. In this case, we use the wand to select Honey's type. Then we go over Honey's color, we click on the layer. It's very important to click on the layer if you don't want to apply the color on the line video group. Then we use the painting pot or the rectangle shape tool to fill the selection with color. If you have problems with the selection because it leaves huge blank spaces, increase the magic wand tolerance to 9 or 12. It depends mostly on how well your lines are closed. If you can manage to use the wand, then I suggest using the lasso tool. In some cases, colorists, the animators who color the characters, prefer to paint the whole character in one color and then lock the layer in order to apply the colors to each part. If you choose this option, never paint your character with the same color you have done the lines. It's obvious. Most of all, you should bear in mind that the way you do color depends on the style you have chosen. If your line has colors and textures, then you should maybe paint the line first and then fill the shapes within. If you are using texture brushes, like watercolor brushes, who can be very interesting, you should maybe leave some blank parts in your character. As I said before, it always depends on the style. Honey is all in violet. Now we lock the color layer, choose the magic wand, and we click on the sample layer. Then we fill her tight or other parts of her clothes and body with color. Once we have locked the color layer, we can select the different parts more easily and fill them with color, like Honey's boots. If you have forgotten to pick a color in the color swatch, you can pick one from an element of the background. For example, here I will pick the green color on the back shadow to do Honey's socks. Of course, the first thing to do is to add it to the color swatch. In the animation industry, you make color swatches for the characters in general during the first part of the character design. This means there are no ambient lights. Then a concept artist or the lead background artist will do a color script capturing the mood for each shot. All the scenes in an animated movie or an animated series don't have the same color swatch. This is what the color script is for, to do the guidelines for color during specific places and times during the story. The color script is like a storyboard, but for color. If you want to try doing color scripts, you can use the file I gave you for the background research. The characters' colors won't be the same during a sunny day than during an overcast weather. Most of the time in the industry, there are people whose job is to define the color of the characters in these cases. So it's a whole topic. Color is complicated, but you should try reading some books about it. I will add one of my favorite book recommendations on the class notes. Sometimes you don't realize that your line work or your character's volumes are wrong until you have filled the character with color. For example, I think I didn't draw Honey's hair on her back. If you want, you can correct this very quickly, but try turning off the color video group first and flip the image to correct the following frames also. When you make mistakes and you have to rework on the animation, it is called retakes. In the animation industry, it is normal to have retakes. Normally, the retakes the animators have to do are indicated by the director. Other times they are done during the check phase by the animation lead or the supervisor. The retakes can be also given by the producers or the client who hires you to do the animation. However, it is not normal to have retakes at every step. If you work freelance, you should be clear with your client and tell him how many retakes he can ask and how many times. If not, you can do retakes during the rest of your life. So bear this in mind. Well, guess what? I forgot to put another color to our color swatch, the color of our bowl. We will pick one of the colors from the tent here. I could have chosen another one, but I don't want to overthink about it. We write the name outside, of course. I think I will take advantage of this occasion to pick another color for Honey's eyes and feet. The feet and the eyes are never white. You should balance the colors and consider which is the darkest color in the artwork and which is the brightest. But in my opinion, it is better to avoid picking the straight white on black colors from the color wheel. The colors of some elements depends on the light source. In Rapunzel, I used the white color to show that Rapunzel hair is magical. Don't forget to fill the bowl shape with color using the wand tool. We add the color of Honey's eyes with the brush. It's easier this way. We finished the first frame. Now we do the rest of them. We can also make one first pass coloring one part of the body at a time. I think it is quicker this way. Both Honey's animation and color are done. I changed the color swatch a bit. It's not a big change, but I diversified the colors in some parts, like her shoes, and there are so many things to add and diversify if you want. I also forgot to put the color of Honey's mouth. It is very important. There is just a minor problem. Sometimes when we preview the animation, the color don't seem to fill all the shapes. We can see there are some minor blank spaces. Is it because I have colored Honey the wrong way? Well, no. In fact, this problem appears mostly due to the quality of the preview. Do you remember the wheel icon? To fix this, we need only to increase the quality of the preview. So if you have this problem, don't panic. It's just a render issue and we fix it by adjusting the render settings by clicking on the wheel near the play icon. Now we are finally done with color and animation. These two steps are the longest ones because you polish everything and go over all the frame layers. If you succeed in this part of the process, you will have a lovely result. In this class, we learned how to clean the animation and apply color to it. It was a long class, but the reward is huge. In the next class, we will end the animation by doing the shadows and lights. We are nearly there. Yay! Have a great day, students. Hello students, I'm Juan. In this class, we'll learn how to do lights and shadows. It's very easy. In the previous class, we finished our line animation and we color it. I know this process can be long, and I hope you are happy with the results. So don't be too hard on yourself. I changed Honey's color palette a bit. It's not that much, but if you want to change it too, go ahead. Anyway, it's just a minor detail. You can also leave the colors like this. If you remember, we have already made during the layout 2 video groups for the lights and shadows. The first thing we do before starting to color the shadows is to pick the color we will use for it. I often use a color from the color scheme, often a warm one if the character is on the foreground. In this case, I use a reddish brown. I love this color to make shadows. You should try picking saturated colors also. To pick the lights, I will pick the color I used for the color research image. It's like a light gray, just a bit lighter than her hair. I will just add lights to her hair. If we added lights to other parts of the body, we will have to pick the color of the sky and change its mode later. Contrast is not sharp, because the weather is overcast. If it was sunny, the shadows and the lights will be more saturated and contrasted. For now, we turn off the background layer. This time, we're going to proceed more or less like we did during the animation phase. This means we will start by doing the 2 most important keys, B and C. Then we will do the 2 missing keys from the start to the end, from A to C. Pretty simple. After doing the keys, we will follow the same path to do the extremes, from start to end. We will repeat the process to do the breakdowns. Finally, we will do the in-betweens, starting at the beginning of the animation and finishing at the end, obviously. We correct the names of the light and shadow layers. I remember putting rough at the end of their names, so we delete them. Then we color the keys on red. We continue by placing the keys on the rightful spot, which is beneath the other A and B's. Sorry, actually I said we will start with B and D. So we rename them again and put them in their place below their peers. I should have started with key pose A from the beginning, but I thought about Honey picking her tomatoes, so I decided to start with B. Well, it doesn't really matter, but the important thing is to start with a key pose. Of course, you should start with the most relevant. Many animators start with the first key pose, and I think they might be right. Since we already have a placement for the lights and shadows, we can polish them a bit. We can keep the color yellow for the lights, at least for now. We should flip a lot during these first two frames. If you don't have the Toolbar Animation Pro extension, take your time. The light will be placed mostly on the back of her head. It follows this shape. To do the little horn, you have to put it in perspective. Imagine she's wearing a lopsided hat. The light gets deformed, so they should follow the perspective. However, they don't have a solid volume. This means they can change their shape a little. It's better to simplify the rectangles near her forehead. You can do more rectangle shapes than I do, if you want. For the moment, I think I will stick to only two. Delete the lights of the tomatoes. In my opinion, they are not so important. To work on the shadows, we will start by lowering the opacity a little, to around 70%. We can use many tools to do the shadows. I love to use the lasso tool and fill the selected parts with the rectangle shade tool. This part is very important. We go over the character using the lasso tool and define where the shadow ends. If you have already selected a body part and want to select more, click on Shift and hold it while dragging the selection with the pen. Once you have filled a part with shadows, you must be sure that there are no blank spaces between the line and, of course, the shadow. It's like coloring, but at the same time, we pay attention to Honey's volumes. If you feel more comfortable using a brush, go ahead and use it. You can also add some texture to the shadow through a brush, which can be very interesting. There are many artists who like to give texture to their shadows. It depends mostly on the style, and it can take more time, but the final result, if done well, beautiful. You can also do the lights with an original brush. People tend to use brushes more for the shadows than for the lights. I don't know why, but this is what I have seen. You should try. I always try to add shadows in the hands to differentiate the volumes of Honey's phalanxes. The inside of the ball and its inferior part will be in the shadows as well. Since she is curled up a little, her head will cast a shadow on her torso. Once I have filled the selection with color, I used a brush to polish the shadows and fill the gaps. The shadows serves two purposes. The first is to tell us where the source of light is. The second purpose of the shadow is to show us more about Honey's volumes. The shadows are like a piece of cloth enveloping the model. They boost the three-dimensionality of our work. For the next key, we need to place the shadows first. In this case, I prefer using a brush since the lasso can be bothersome when flipping. I even suggest you turn off the color video group in order to see the shadows clearly. The task of finding the holes in our shadows will be easier this way. All the shadows will be placed on the same layer, because we will change this layer's mode afterwards. Like I said earlier, you should first try to place the shadow line first. The group should have low opacity, and not only the frame layer. We can even lower the opacity further to view the shadows more easily. I have decided to put all her boots in the shadow. They have a lot of little volumes, and putting them on the shadow entirely saves a lot of time. The wrinkles on Honey's clothes follow a pattern. They should have some shadows as well, since their three-dimensional volume will help us understand their form. Try thinking about the volumes we drew during the rough for the large parts of her body. For example, her pelvis is sort of a flattened cube. In some animated series and movies, the shadows are very simple to make. They even forget about volumes. This choice is made out of lack of money, or to fit the style of a certain artist. I love to mark the volumes with the shadows, but it's up to you if you want to do the same or not. You can simplify the shadows if you want. I want her face to be in the light right here in this frame. If she were to do a backflip in the air, the shadows will always stay on the bottom side of Honey's volumes. If you are having trouble placing the shadows, think of the character as a set of different geometrical shapes. Simplify the character's body parts. Her arms, like we said during chapter 2, are cylindrical. Her pelvis is square. Well, a flattened cube if you want. And Honey's head is round. I draw the shadows to bring out the volumes of her hand, and at the same time to split the shapes inside it. The easiest part is filling the shadows. Some people like to draw the shadows in negative. This means filling all the character's body first and then erasing the parts where the light comes from. It may be easier this way for some people, so try it if you want. I want Honey's face to be in the light during this key pose. When a character, or a part of her, comes from the shadows into the light, it attracts the eyes of the viewer. I know it is a good way to highlight an area. In this case, I highlight her face because she will eat the tomato. Don't forget to add a shadow to every object, even the tomato. And also, you shouldn't forget the special in-betweens. Once you finish, you should pick the proper color in the color scheme for the lights and shadows. Lock the frame layers and fill it with the rectangle shape tool, or U. Normally, I do this step when I finish all the lights and shadows, but I wanted to show you how to do it. Of course, we do the same for our shadows. We lock the layers every time. If you don't, then you will fill all the image. Basically, you repeat the process for the rest of the keys first. Using the onion skin is harder when drawing masses like the shadows, so use instead the flipping method. I have decided to rename the layers as light in caps on the key name for the lights, and shadow in caps on the key name for the shadows. I think it is clearer this way. Do you remember that the tomato has some in-betweens in the keys? Well, I did the shadows for these too, since they are very easy to make. I repeated exactly the same process for the extremes. Going from left to right, I keep the name light and shadow before the name of the frame, like I did for the keys, and added the number of the frame later. We keep flipping in this case, obviously. Then we do the same with the in-betweens. We flip to check if the shadows on lights are well placed, then we draw the shapes. It's that easy, it just takes some time. Finally, we finish with the in-betweens. I still flip it a lot during this phase because I don't like to draw with the onion skin during this step. I followed the same pattern, but I made a first pass from start to end with the most important in-betweens first to place the shapes in the right place. Then I made a second pass from start to end also, doing the rest of the in-betweens. Now, if we want, we can turn on the color layer, the background, the overlayer, and the hiking backpack layer. Yes, it's finally done. She is eating her tomato. Forever. Today we learned how to do light and shadows. We use the same principle we use during animation. We begin doing the most important keys, then the other keys, then the extremes, then the breakdowns, and finally, the in-betweens. In order of priority, of course. In the next class, we'll learn how to gather our resources in order to export our animation. We're nearly done. Have a great day, students! Hi students, I'm Juan and this is the last class of this course. I hope you will enjoy it. We will finally export our image with Photoshop. Now that our animation is finally done, we can check if the file is in order and ready to be exported. The order of the layers from the bottom to the top should be the mountain backpack, the BG rough, even if actually is BG clean, the video group, honey color, the bold line clean, honey line clean, honey shadows, honey lights, the overlayer, and the info group that is invisible. Let me explain to you one last thing you have to add to the pile. At the bottom there should be a black color fill. Why? To ensure there is no blank space on the canvas. It can be any color you want, but I will go with black. And also, look at this. When you have an alpha layer and they are not finished enough, you add a color fill. In this case, a black one, and the alpha problem is solved. Let me give you one last piece of info about the shadow topic. There are many models and many ways in which you can transform the shadows we made during the last chapter. We go into modes and click on it, and we can choose any mode. The common mode is normal. There are no particular changes because it was the mode we work on. As any artist does, we should explore other modes. Let's try darken. It didn't change much, so now we can try to multiply. Here the shadows are darker, so I like it a bit more. If you use Photoshop, you know that this one is one of the most popular modes. It's up to you to choose a mode that fits your image at best. Modes are separated by horizontal lines. The third part is all about lights. We can find many ways to change our shadows. When I think about it, in my opinion, I think the best is to put it on multiply or normal. The problem we face is the smallest contrast we find in her torso. For me, it's a bit too weak. We can put it back to multiply and maybe lower the opacity. Anyway, it's just a personal choice. Check if your timeline isn't messed up. It shouldn't be. We can also add some effects to the image. Let me show you. You click on here. A little menu should be opened. It's one of the most known menus in Photoshop. It's all about balancing and adjustments. We click on levels and put it on top of all layers. It must be way up. The Properties tab should be opened. With this layer you can make the contrast between light and shadow stronger, or soften the contrast. You could balance light and dark and choose the limits of the darkest or lightest color. It changes the image as a whole. You should try moving the cursors a bit. Personally, I think it works better without it. I will delete this adjustments layer, but you can keep it and play with it. One who can be quite useful is the photo filter. It puts a glaze on the image and makes a single color stand out, which unites the overall elements and can change the atmosphere and feeling of the image. It's not the same to have a blue filter rather than a red one. The bluish glaze is more moody. You can also change the density of the filter, making it more or less visible, or choose the color directly from the color palette. It will give an ambient shade to the image. I will go with the sepia filter. Do not make it too flashy, just a little bit to unite the colors. Once it's done, check the black and white balance once more by clicking on the black and white filter. We can see that she is clearly detached from the background and the eye goes towards her, which is good. Perfect even. We delete the black and white filter and we are ready. There are tons of things you can try in this panel. Save another version and keep testing. You can add gradient lights on top of the image, choosing the color fill pot. Picking a color, of course. We lower the opacity and change the mode. Try one of the light modes. Lighten, soft light, color dodge. You can also change between them with the cursor to see the result directly on the image. Sometimes it can add a magic touch we didn't expect. Sometimes it's just a nuisance. Now, You will click on the arrow which can be found on the left corner of the screen, near the black and white color squares. You choose the folder. You change the name if you want. I will name it Cherry Tomato Lover 01. We change the format to Adobe Media Encoder. You can pick the Photoshop sequence if you want to export a PNG sequence to After Effects or somewhere else. We choose the other one. The preset can be any one as long as the format is 16:9. Here I choose a basic HD format, 1080p, 24 frames. You should be very careful with the frame rate. Do not change it or it will mess the timing. Don't change the 16:9 format either, or it will look wider or thinner. Also, do not export in a bigger format. If the format is HD and you export it to 4K, the resolution won't be great. The document size is always the same, 1920 per 1080. If you want, you can also create a new subfolder. The aspect is what I told you not to modify. Let it on a widescreen aspect and don't move it. Choose a work area. It's the time frame we work on. Do not touch the render options. Then we finally click on enter, and we let the magic work. It can take some time to export the video. It means what it means. Now, if we search for the export on the folder we told Photoshop to export our work, we should find it. It will just open it with Photoshop. You can tell the time frame has completely changed because it has merged the whole image. The animation works perfectly. Press F to change the view and render the footage. She will eat tomatoes until the end of her days now. Well, it was a pleasure to go over all the process with you, my dear students. We made a loop together and we learned how to animate on Photoshop. Now you can try the course again, but try to create your own character and remember to record your own reference. Have a great day, students, and keep drawing.